And this is where it gets really exciting. All of our teams joining us here to watch a live draft go down. Starting with the #1 seed, representing G2, we got Taz. Next up, for Na'Vi, it's Blade. From the Vitality side, X-Taz. On Spirit, it's Magix. Coming from our bounty hunters, Bet Boom team, Magnajez. paiN, Big Uzera. Eternal Fire, Maja. And last but certainly not least, it's Heroic and Saw. Now this is the fun part. You guys get to have your picks. I get to decide how this is all gonna go. But I got some questions for you guys first. Taz, for you, how do you rate your team's performance for the opening couple of games?
I would say I don't really rate these because we are still like in the process of building everything, and I'm just happy that we managed to win and we had like tough games. Yep. Because these games are very important at the beginning. Certainly.
Now, Saw, you had a lot of successful fun with the bounty hunting. How much did you enjoy this format, and how much did you have to kind of theory craft and plan things out?
I think it was fun, like exciting to pick the teams and choose your opponent, plays a bit of mind games, of course, and can basically do the decision based off different things. So it was a nice aspect.
Maja, you gave us a fantastic quote saying, they have Nico, we have Xantaras. Now we've got some tougher opposition for you. Still, Xantara is going to be enough?
We will see. We will see.
Blade, people thought the opening game from Na'Vi was a little bit shaky in there. Obviously against the Charlottes, it looked very good. How are you feeling considering how the end of the season was to these first couple of games? How confident do you feel for the season ahead?
Well, it's early to say anything, but it's obviously the start of the season. Every team is not in the best shape. But I like our dynamics, like how everything goes.
Do you feel like you have an advantage as well, especially because you kept the same players?
Yeah, like mouse sports, you know?
Yeah.
But yeah, of course, it's a huge advantage. Imagine we can take like all our experience like from previous year.
Yeah.
As a team, like we made such a long like path, and this is a privilege in my opinion. Like new team needs to build a lot of things to become or to be where we are now.
Yeah.
So for sure we need to use this season.
X-Taz, you made a very exciting change with Rops coming on in. What kind of a difference is he bringing to your team right now?
Of course, Rops is always special. This guy, he can bring a lot of things. He has a lot of ideas. He doesn't hesitate to say it. So, of course, after 2 weeks, we are really happy. But let's see how it goes in 2-3 months.
Oh yes, time will tell. Big Uzera, you guys had a great game against FaZe. Obviously another team that did well from the bounty hunting side of it. How important was that win for you guys, especially with a new player coming in?
I think that win was so important, but I think the main thing for us right now is like keep this level up, you know, and now have to prove it.
Oh yes, it's all about proving it, and you can definitely do it on this stage.
Yeah.
Now, Magnajez, it's a strange situation for you. Most people are coaches or in-game leaders here, except for Magix, because obviously no one's talking English so much on that side of things. Your in-game leader couldn't come here, so who's leading the team now?
We separated with Nefany, and I'm like representing the team, so I'm here because I'm in the main roster, but it is how it is.
So Nefany's going to be leading the team on the server?
50-50.
50-50. Okay, interesting. Magix, you're looking good. I like this. What did you say?
New IGL.
New IGL. You want to be IGL next? Yeah, that's your next port of call?
Why next year? Why not tomorrow?
Tomorrow?
Yeah.
Okay, you know, you troll me all the time. I would love to see you IGL. It'd be funny. I'll have a listen in whenever you play on your comms. Now, Saw, last question for you, because you don't get a choice here. Yeah, you are at the mercy of whoever you're left with. How does it feel to be on the other side where you did well before from the bounty hunting?
Well, of course, it would be nice to pick a team. But I mean, all the teams you might pick are good teams, so it's also fine. We will get what's left over and we will see.
We will see. Okay, well, I think we're all ready. It's time to get our picks. And with how this works, our 5th seed gets the first choice. BetBoom team had a lot of success. Taking down Mouse was a very important one, but 2 stand-ins does make this a little bit harder for you guys. So just tell me how the current team you have decided on which team you're gonna pick.
Actually, we just speak to each other versus who we want to play. Everyone just say the same team.
Oh, okay.
That was actually an easy decision, and that's
An easy decision.
Yeah.
Okay, let me hear it. What is BetBoom team's pick?
BetBoom team pick G2.
Ooh. Taz, did you expect to be picked first?
I mean, a little bit. I think that a lot of teams underestimate us and the potential that we have after Nico leaving. And well, it's on us to prove them wrong.
You have proven the other teams wrong so far. Is that the right reason? Did you pick them because you saw them as the weakest one?
Obviously not.
Okay, why then?
Because G2 lost Nico, it's a core player, obviously. That's a really strong guy. So he brings a lot to their game. And if I'm gonna compare them to other teams, they have like less structure, in my opinion, and more individual game. So it's gonna be easier to us as a mix to fight with them.
I like the reasoning behind it. So there we have our first game. BetBoom team taking on G2. Vincere, you get the next pick for paiN. Is it just you and the coach deciding? Is it a whole team choice? How did you sit down and go through this process?
Was kind of the whole thing. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we get some decision together.
Did you have any disagreements? Did some people say this team?
Yeah.
So there was different ideas?
Yeah.
So who made the final decision?
Was like we count the votes.
Oh, okay, you voted. Okay, I like
of.
it. Democracy.
Yeah.
Democracy does work well.
Yeah.
All right. Vincere, who is paiN picking?
paiN Gaming is picking Navi.
Woo! Caralho.
Indeed, Blade. Now, 1st and 2nd seed being picked out. 1st and 2nd within this one. What do you think made them go for you, Blade?
I don't know, it's like choosing between Vitality, Spirit, and us. It depends, like, I don't know, what is their, like, strategy in terms of map pool, everything. Better to ask. Is that it?
Give us the reason, Vincere.
It's mostly map pool.
Okay.
Yeah. I think our map pool is so similar. So if they pick some map, it will be a good map for us. And will be the same by our side, I think. So will be a good map. So probably a good match.
Probably a good match. I'm looking forward to it. Blade, for you, a lot of teams, when we've been asking them about why they picked into Na'Vi, they kept saying you guys are predictable. What do you say about that?
I don't know. It depends, always depends on the match, depends on the map, what we played, how much prep we put into this map, and so on. But we are always trying to change a lot of stuff from tournament to tournament, from map to map, from match even to match. So, I don't know.
So you don't agree? You're not predictable?
No. Depends, like I said, depends on the map. If you play Nuke, for example, like imagine on T side, people always build some manipulative like strategy, right? Like always to guess or like to force the rotation, just to know the habits. So if you speak about this map, for example, it's impossible to be predictable. You always need to change. But it's always mind games, right?
There is a lot of mind games.
Sometimes you predict, and we know you predict.
All right, we're down to our last 2 picks. And this one gets very interesting because Eternal Fire get to decide the fate for Heroic. So I'm going to just ask you first. You got either Vitality or Spirit. Who do you think you might end up with here?
Who do I think? Well, 50-50, I guess, but
Xantares could challenge Donk? Then you
Would
might
be a
get a
good game.
Vitality?
but I think we are gonna play Spirit.
You think you're going to play Spirit? Maja,
So,
you now have the decision to make between the final two teams. Did you expect to have Vitality and Spirit left over when you kind of worked things out and said who the other teams might pick?
yeah, to be honest, we talk about this scenario or multiple scenario,
Yeah.
and this was a scenario that we talked with the team. Yeah.
Was there a scenario that surprised you here? Was there a different pick order?
Yeah, obviously we talk about multiple scenario and just took a decision about that, and I remember exactly the discussion about this scenario.
Ah, okay. So you're
So
definitely ready.
I know my pick, yeah.
You know your pick?
Yeah.
All right.
But
Maja. Oh,
before saying my pick,
okay.
my kids at home are awake and
Oh,
they
nice.
just watch me, and every time I say hello because
Yeah,
she's so
yeah.
happy, my daughter when she watch me and she has her name. So Jeren, I don't know where is the camera.
Somewhere
Jeren,
over there.
Defna, Aslan, I love you guys. I do it for you. That's all.
Beautiful.
pick.
Beautiful, man. Hello to Maja's family out there watching as they get to see you make the
So-
Eternal Fire pick. Give it to me.
So the pick of Eternal Fire will be Vitality.
Vitality. I personally would think it may be an obvious reason why, but just tell me why you picked Vitality over Spirit.
No, it's always an exciting match against Vitality. I always play against them, and let's see.
Does it help that also they made a change? Does that make it maybe an easier chance for you?
No, I think like choosing between Spirit and Vitality is like choosing a fight between Muhammad Ali and Mike Tyson. doesn't matter who you pick, you know.
You're not gonna win.
But it's always good match against Vitality at ESL Pro League Extra, so always exciting match, and I already have goosebumps to play against them.
Well, I'm looking forward to see you beat Mike Tyson or Muhammad Ali, whichever one it would be. We'll have to see. Extas, were you expecting to be in this position over Spirit? Do you think they were giving Spirit the respect?
Yeah, I think so. And also they beat us twice last year. Hopefully it's time to get a revenge.
Okay, so something on the cards there with that. So I'm guessing, you already said it right, you would probably end up with Spirit, but does that mean you're very prepared for Spirit?
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it, and it was the most likely scenario for us that we are gonna meet Spirit. And the match will be tomorrow, of course, the first match, so maybe we have a couple of tricks here and there.
Oh. Magix, how did the Spirit team feel about it? You're just waiting, right? Again, in the same situation, but how did they feel about kind of guessing which team you might end up with? Did you expect it to probably be Eternal Fire or Heroic?
No, actually, the prediction was easily to get because from the previous year, you have seen Eternal Fire besting Vitality. You've seen tough matches between Navi, and Badboom probably doesn't really want to play against Donk.
Yeah.
So it was pretty obvious, and also it went the same way in the previous round of picking, which was online,
Yep.
where we also remained the last team which was not picked by anyone, so we played FlyQuest. So actually, yeah, I think we have been expecting Heroic.
You think a lot of teams are just scared to pick into Spirit? They don't want to fight you guys?
I don't know.
It seems that way. It definitely looks like it. Well, here we have it. This has been the draft, and these are your quarterfinal matches.
Welcome to The Bounty, a new, bold Counter-Strike format where every round raises the stakes. Here's how it works. The prize pool isn't just split at the end, it's distributed as bounties. Each team starts with a bounty based on their seed. Lower seeds begin with 0, but can still strike it big by hunting bounties from higher ranked teams. Win a match, and you secure 50% of your opponent's bounty as a guaranteed payout. The other 50%, it carries forward, growing the stakes for the next round. After each round, the lower seeded teams pick their opponents from the higher seeded pool. If they win, they claim their opponent's seed. In week 2, the final 8 teams bring their bounties to the Blast Studio. It's a face-to-face showdown with new twists. Teams can challenge opponents by raising the stakes with their banked winnings. It's high risk, high reward. Here's how it works. Teams use their banked winnings to up the ante. For example, if Team A has $50,000 and Team B has $25,000, Team A can only challenge up to $25,000, the amount their opponent has banked. Both teams have to accept the challenge. This is Counter-Strike like never before. Are you ready to go bounty hunting?
The Blast Bounty Season 1 final return, and we are ready to be kicking off day number 2. Yesterday, unfortunately, saw the end of 2 bounty hunters, but 2 more have the opportunity to take down Counter-Strike's most wanted today. Joining myself, Freya Spears, to find out exactly how this is going to go down, a man who definitely knows the definition of aura in Maui Snake, a man who definitely doesn't know what a sniper rifle is in him.
That's a weird saying. That's just a weird way of putting 2 words together, I feel like.
Anyone that's played Call of Duty knows this.
I haven't.
Okay.
Get on the servers. All jokes aside, we had a great day yesterday, didn't we?
We did. We had a great day yesterday. We finally got the players inside the studio. We finally got some LAN games going on, and obviously the online portion of the stage number 1 was kind of cool. We got to see some glimpses from players coming into it, but having players on LAN creates a different environment, creates a different pressure. To me, the season started yesterday.
I just like saying Donk trash talk his opponents a little bit, telling them to all in, put it all in the middle, you know, wager it all. That's the fun of the format, and Donk showing that he means business.
Yeah, Heroic didn't go along with that yesterday, which I think after or during the first map, we were like, LNZ, you're going to regret that, right? Because that first map in the series, it was so damn close on Anubis.
It was super, super close. And I think in all fairness, me and Maui were arguing that Heroic were the better team. They played better Counter-Strike together. Obviously, when you're going up against Donk, obviously when you're going up against Spirit, they have the better individuals. They had Donk, who showed up in the second half, but there was no doubt that Heroic had a great chance and probably should have won on Anubis.
Unfortunately, though, map 2, not really all too competitive. No. So even if they had stolen that one, I guess we never know what the decider would have looked like. But at the same time, that's why. It's a wild card a little bit, you know? You never really know if Saw's got something cooking there.
I really wish we had gone to train, but nevertheless, Spirit do progress onwards. They were our first semi-finalists to be locking their place in. What was your take from the second game of the day, which went by, I was going to say marginally quicker, quite a lot quicker?
I think the main takeaway was that G2's individuals were showing up. I think that's the only thing we can kind of conclude from that game. Monazy had a fantastic performance. Heavyguard continued the, I guess, trending upwards from his online debut with G2. Apart from that, BitBoom coming in with 2 stand-ins. They didn't learn anything.
I would say my main takeaway from that game is that Boomich is needed on this roster. Yep. They definitely missed him in this one. They also missed the fact that they really didn't have an offer. So Zorte's presence also felt, or the lack thereof was felt, as they switched to Dust 2 and really couldn't get anything going on either side.
I love how production just like doubled the speed of those highlights as well, but it kind of felt accurate for how the game went down. I feel like we learned a lot about what Heavygod delivers on LAN as well. We got to hear a bit from Hunter in the winner's interview with James Banks, that he's having a lot more vocal input, which I like to hear, considering that Nico, we know, was chatting a lot, needs somebody to help him out.
They planted a seed in that regard, but now I want to see G2 play against a formidable opponent. I want to see them play against someone who tactically can make them sweat a little bit, to see if that communication and see if that, you know, synergy that we saw yesterday from the players are apparent as well when the pressure's on. So that's my issue with that game yesterday. We saw individual skill from G2, but we know they have that, right? That's a guarantee every time Monacy joins the server. Do they have the cohesion, the synergy when they face a good team? We'll find out tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely. Let's take a look, though, at the leaderboard to see exactly how it stands at the moment. We're going to be giving you some info on the bounties on teams, what's in their bank as well. Spirit, for them, they have got the most bounty on their back, and they've got 20k in their bank too. 2, which we know, Jacob, that, I mean, if Donk is going to put his money quite literally where his mouth is, they're going to be going all in, right? He said it himself.
I mean, to people who didn't watch yesterday, he sent out an open invitation to anyone Spirit can possibly play at this tournament that they're willing to go all in every single game. If that doesn't give you aura, I don't know what does.
I really do want to see somebody try to put their money in his mouth. I want to see if they can shut him up a little bit, because everybody's looking at Spirit right now as the best team in the world. And so if anybody even wagers an extra $1, I feel like I would give them some plaudits just for even risking it.
Another thing we can check on over at Blast TV is, of course, our fantasy teams. Now, of course, these are a little bit skew with. I'm going to place the caveat. We haven't seen all of the players playing in the fantasy teams, but I'm going to bring this up because, Maui, you're looking pretty good, right?
Ooh, let's see. I want to. I think my players have been owning so far.
Yeah.
But what have we got? Yep. I mean, I got Donk. You had to do that. Shiro as well, popping off himself. Hunter. Not only is he talking well, he's actually shooting well on top of that. And Flames and Apex, they haven't played just yet.
There's
They're gonna farm.
847 teams out there better than yours, Maui. Stop glazing.
All right, let's look at yours then.
Yeah, because I hear you might be dead last. Oh,
wow.
Yeah, actually, that's true.
Last. Yeah. Well, that's because my players haven't played yet. That's because I went with the Saibu, I went with the GOAT. I was one of the only ones out there because I know everyone went for Donk, and I thought to myself, listen, Saibu, he's the GOAT. He will shut up Donk. He will put his money in his mouth at some point throughout this tournament, and I know that right now it's not looking too great, but it will be fine.
I know you're not actually dead last, Jacob. I just wanted to see a reaction to being essentially a loser.
How was he ahead of me? I don't know. The ranks
I don't know. Maybe the ranks are inverse. Maybe the higher the number,
the higher the better. And there's
right?
852 people that played Pim.
Oh.
Yeah.
I mean, speaking of winners, should we check on over with the new merch that's over on the Blast.tv shop? Because we've got some very stylish t-shirts. Look at you go, Maui. That fit's looking pretty good.
Yeah, Steph made me look great, actually. This is pretty good. I'm going to put this in my portfolio, actually. And honestly, look at Scrawny. He's serving right now.
For real.
Damn, Scrawny's serving.
For real.
No.
Stage host once. He's now a model. He's now joined us as an analyst up here. It's amazing. Yeah, let's take a look at the schedule for the games going down today. There's 2 more best of 3s coming your way. 2 quarterfinals at that. Na'Vi versus paiN for the later hours of the day. But first, we're going to be kicking things off with Vitality versus Eternal Fire. Now, for Eternal Fire, this marks their first foray coming into the studio here. For Vitality, though, things very interesting when we're looking at this squad because we saw, you know, one of the changes going down during Rostermania, during the player break. That is that man on your screen replacing Spinks. That's a very interesting comparison when we're looking at some of the roles, some of the positionings. It's kind of left us questions as whether it's an upgrade, whether it's a downgrade, whether it's just a step sideways. What's your take at the moment, guys?
Personally, I like the look of this Vitality lineup. I think a change was needed. You know, I think the way they ended the 2024 season was not okay. You know, when you're Vitality, you're supposed to win trophies. When you have Cyber on your lineup, you're supposed to win things. And fact of the matter is that they would constantly get into the quarterfinal, constantly get into the semifinals, and then not do anything from that point onwards. So I think the change in itself is justified. Now, is it an upgrade, a side grade? I think it's 2 different players that you have in, right? Robs is a fantastic Counter-Strike player. He showed that online already. We know his accolades. We know what he brings to a team, and it felt like Robs at the later stages in FaZe as well came alive again, and it felt like his beginning in Vitality have been looking great as well. So I am very, very excited to see what the man on the left right here can get done within Vitality. Robs at his best makes this team arguably a team that could be the best in the world. You have everything you need in order to win trophies, and that's exactly what Vitality wants.
I have a hard time debating against that Robs is going to help Vitality out, but if I grade it on 3 different scales in terms of CT sides, T sides, and intangibles, I think intangibles he's great. We know at this point that Spinks was a little bit of a locker room disturbance, that he wasn't working the best with all the people on the team, and we also know that Robs is such a solid anchor in some of those positions. But I'm gonna say, what I've seen thus far, what I saw in 2024, Spinks is the better T side player. However, Robs recently mentioned that fixing the T side should be, in his words, very, very easy. So on top of that, he obviously believes that when he joins this team, they have championship aspirations and they should be shooting for that every tournament.
Do you agree with that statement that it should be very, very easy to fix the T side? Do you buy in that?
Very, very easy was a little bit strong for my liking.
Yeah.
I feel like he also talked about the fact that Apex calls a lot like Kerrigan, and so I think he's going to be able to collaborate with him, put together T-sides that should help both these players out, or this team out as a whole. However, I will say, even in the first games we saw with him, he's a little slow. Like, Spinks was a lot faster. He just moves a lot faster on the map, is actually in some ways more decisive. I feel like Robs just gets stun locked sometimes by his opponent in the default, and then he doesn't even move from the position, and suddenly it's a 3-on-3 and he's still just kind of jiggle peeking something really far back. So I want him to just be a little quicker.
Yeah, maybe he will be quicker. Maybe that's exactly what Apex wants him to do. I think Robs, one of the most annoying things about watching him play is the fact that he sometimes is a little bit stale, the fact that he doesn't always move on the map, but that also makes it incredibly difficult for the opponents to flank, to retake, because you never know where he is. Maybe he was figured out a little bit in the FaZe system. I think him joining a new team, him coming in where Apex can give him a different perspective on how to play that lurk role, how to play the anchor positions, can once again elevate Robs and make him annoying to be up against. I also do want to give the guy some credit for his career management. You know, he came from Mouse, which was a team that out of nowhere became, you know, the #1 team in the world with Kerrigan for a short period of time. He then joins FaZe, has an awful lot of success. He stays there for many years, and then he instantly goes from FaZe into Vitality, which I think is going to be a great move in terms of hoisting some more trophies. That man, when you look at the team history, perfection.
And he agrees with that, right? The quote that we just had up a few minutes ago was saying he feels like it's a championship-winning formula. He also had some really nice words to say about ZywOo, and I can't blame the man. 3rd best player in the world coming out of 2024, which is kind of curious in itself because it's the lowest he's ever placed in that rankings, which is just crazy to think about.
The expectations for ZywOo are always at the very highest, which is why the critics of him seem to always be so sharp-tongued, because it's always finding these minuscule flaws in his game, like not stepping up on the biggest stages. But in an environment like this, what we saw in the group stage of the Bounty, he's delivering. He, again, looks like one of the best players in the world, hasn't missed a step.
Let's be completely honest. I think a testament to how good ZywOo is and how much he's appreciated is the way his former teammates or his new teammates are speaking about him. We only see what we see from the outside. We don't know exactly how it's working in practice. We don't know exactly how it's working in the games. We don't have access to the comms at all time. But when a 5-time major champion Dupree says that it's the best teammate he's ever played with by quite some margin, that's a testament to how good he is. When Robs comes in and he instant starts glazing ZywOo, a guy that's been playing with some of the best players in the world, that's another testament to how good he is. I think the teammates speaks volume, and the way they're testament to how good he is also a testament to ZywOo and why he's my goal.
So you're saying he should have been the #1 player coming out of 2024,
No, but I think if you would ask most pro players who would you pick first in order to create a team with, I think most players would go with ZywOo.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. Let's move on to talk a little bit about this head-to-head matchup, because Eternal Fire, obviously they were put in a bit of a tricky position, not as tricky as Heroic, because they were the last pick. They were left with the leftovers, quite literally. Eternal Fire had the 2nd last pick. It was a choice of Vitality or Spirit. They went for Vitality because they've had some matchups against them in 2024, albeit without Robs in the mix.
That was back in September.
Yeah.
ESL Pro League, where they were able to defeat them in pretty shocking fashion. However, I do feel that Eternal Fire have a renewed sense of faith in themselves by bringing in Jota for Calyx. They see this as a long-term upgrade. Maybe Jota is going to have a little bit of an adjustment period here, but all in all, Madger is comfortable playing against Vitality. Again, he's beaten them before. However, I do find that the map pool change has probably hurt Eternal Fire quite a bit too, moving into this.
Yeah, potentially. I'm very curious to see this matchup and see how well they're going to bite up to the Vitality game and see if they can dance against them, because my perception coming into the season was that last season was great for Eternal Fire. I think they, in some sense, over-delivered. I think when you look at the player material, when you look at how strong all the teams around them are, the fact that they were able to do so well for the vast majority of the season, awful lot of credit to Major, awful lot of credit to Santaris. Do I expect that to continue coming into 2025? I'm not quite sure, but I feel like this would be a great testing ground for them to see if they can take a map off Vitality, maybe even beat them. Then yes, then Eternal Fire is a team you have to count on for the next season, but I'm not bought into that project just yet.
Well, we mentioned the new addition Jota coming into the mix, so let's get some thoughts on him, courtesy of Woxic and Banks.
For having a new member of Jota coming into the team, obviously he used to be on the academy side for him. What's it been like when he comes to you guys? Like, was he a big fan of you guys? Was he what you expected? How did it go?
Actually we played with him before because we were looking for a person we got from academy team. Like, we played with him for 1 week, but it wasn't ready to go to the major, so that's why we said, okay, we keep with the same lineup, but he's in our mind. So basically, like we knew like one day he will come and play for us. So, but and also we make sure like he's getting more experience with the Sangal. We sent to him there, and he played a major, he played Pro League, and he got like more dust on the LAN games. So now he's in the team.
And what would you say he's like fitting in personality-wise? Because obviously some of you are quite big personalities in this. Does he still have a voice in what he wants to do?
Yeah, like we are giving the freedom to him as well, because like we don't want the person to be being silenced all the time. So he just, I think, having a good conversation with us, and also when he's talking, he's nice. His communication is nice. Also, like he kind of have my big potential.
To get some thoughts directly about him from his teammates, because I'm going to be honest, I don't really feel like I learned too much about him throughout stage 1, the online portion of Bounty.
No, and it's very early to judge a player as well coming into the season. And I know we've seen great stuff from Rups, we've seen great stuff from David Dewis. Some of these, players that are coming into teams, they have an impact straight away. I don't think we should necessarily expect that, nor do I think he's brought in to be a star player within Eternal Fire. More, as Maui said, a future proof of the lineup.
Exactly, and Eternal Fire couldn't end the previous season going 1-3 in the RMRs and move forward with that lineup. That just is too low for them. They were in the previous majors playoffs. They were in a grand final of the ESL Pro League, so that kind of disaster, it's going to sow dissent between the members of the team. And so looking at Calyx, probably the weakest link, unfortunately.
Yeah.
He had nice pop-offs, but Jota is a bit more of a stable force. He's kind of more of an active rotator. Even though he is an anchor player, he's just more mobile. He's willing to take more risks in the mid-round, and I feel like Calyx was more of that turret, and I feel like people are moving away from that sort of style. So this is a nice fresh look for them.
I think that's a fair assessment. Let's move on over to the man to Jota's left, though. That is Xantares, because we obviously all heard that quote from Maja. Yeah, sure, they got Nico, we got Xantares. They managed to take them down in that instance. And Xantares, he had some mean numbers versus Nico. That was online, though. I'm hoping he can deliver today on LAN.
I feel like he's shown us time and time again, especially in 2024, that he has progressed as a player. He is better than he's ever been. He's always been known to be this aim guard. He's been around for a long time. People maybe just realize now that given EF is a relevant team when we speak of the top 10 teams in the world, maybe we haven't seen that many games from Xantares, but he's always been a great player of the game. But it does feel like he's elevated his game to a new level in 2024. Let me say it like this. For Eternal Fire, and that's also why I'm not bought into the project just yet, without Xantares playing at his absolute best, they lack on many different parameters. They lack tactically, they lack firepower-wise. So for my money, he is the catalyst behind EF. If he's playing well and he's going to have a great 2025, get off to a good season and get the measurements in for his table right here, well, then Xantares could be the guy that elevates EF once more.
Unfortunately for the people on Xantares' team, he's almost the exception or the caveat when you want to throw praise at Major, when you even want to give praise to Faber, their coach, in terms of the team structure. So frequently, we boil down the wins and losses of Eternal Fire to did Xantares carry them and how hard did he carry them?
Yeah.
And with that sort of weight on his shoulder, it's nice that they're switching things up a little bit here, but at the same time, it really feels like if he doesn't put up a 1.4 rating, 105 ADR, they have no shot winning this one.
Let's zoom out a little bit, just to the context of this matchup. We're going to see Train. Is it a possibility?
It could be. I mean, Vitality have played it already in the tournament. I think VP picked it against him, and the only way VP could pick it against him is because Vitality were open to float the map. And the same has been the case for EF, in a sense. They're not going to permaban it, so if anyone want to throw a spanner into this matchup, then Train could be a pick. Do I expect Vitality to do it? Nope. As the favorites. Do I expect EF to do it? Not really, but they could, being the underdog.
I would say that Eternal Fire, if they pick Train here, are basically signaling that they see themselves as the underdog.
Exactly.
Okay.
They want to throw, like you said, a spanner into the mix here. And so I don't really think they think that, though. I think that because they've beaten Vitality before, core versus core, they probably feel like this is a 50-50 matchup enough for us that we don't need to try to throw in some crazy play by playing Train here, trying to test ours versus theirs. They actually think they can legitimately beat them.
It could be a third map. It could be a third map between the two teams.
That's possible.
Let's find out. It is time to dive into the picks and bans. Okay, time to see if we do get the aforementioned Train. Nuke being banned out by Eternal Fire. Okay. Do we know what Vitality's going to be going with?
It's gotta be Ancient, gotta be Ancient. Eternal Fire themselves, usually their permaban is Ancient, so floating that there, forcing Vitality to ban it. Nice to see. And EF, yeah, we're gonna see. Are they gonna go for Train, or there's something that's a little bit more tested in their pool? They actually go for Anubis here. Okay, little bit away from what I remember from them doing last year. I guess this was like their second or third best map, but obviously with Vertigo not in the pool, this might be their new home map.
Mirage coming in, the pick for Vitality, that makes sense. I think it's a map that they've adopted, a map they've found consistency on. I'm curious to that Anubis pick as well from EF. That's basically telling me that they do feel like they have a good shot at winning this game against Vitality.
Absolutely. And okay, Train out of the pool. Both of these teams have been picking Dust 2 and Inferno for first picks in the group stage of this. So at this point, I don't really see a reason that it's one over the other necessarily. And Vitality banning Inferno, they want to go to Dust 2. Famously French map, ZywOo was so dominant on this one, and yeah, okay. It makes sense on paper. I'm a little surprised neither team picked D2 or Inferno though to kick it off.
Yeah, we get all the dusty maps in this pool as well. To me, the big surprise is Anubis. You know, I know EF plays the map, I know they like the map, I know they're good on the map, but it's also a sign of saying that we want to play to our strengths. We're not going to look too much into Vitality. That's part of the fact as well. Robs have only played a couple of games, so there's only so much information on Vitality, so much information on the map pool, how he's playing, etc. So it's probably one of those cases where EF is like, we don't want to dive too straight into it. We don't want to put too much emphasis on the preparation because there's not that much we can.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the one thing I'm curious about is Robs going to be playing the A anchor, or are they going to keep Flames there? I hope they free Flames up because he's such a good rotator player when he's activated.
Yeah. Was there any winners, any losers coming out of this map, Vito, clear or not so clear?
Not so clear. I think it's a very open map pool, and I think the fact that it ends on Dust 2 as well should be comfortable for both teams.
I would just say I think that EF is very happy with how this went. Okay, I think that by floating Ancient and forcing Vitality to pick it, it means that they got a veto on a map that they feel a little less prepared on. Banning Nuke in the opening pick right there, or opening ban, means that they probably just haven't touched it yet. So if they win this one, probably something to keep your eye out for if you're one of the other teams later.
Let's see if any of us were persuaded to side with Eternal Fire. We all went with the most wanted teams yesterday. Oh, this is actually a pretty even 50-50 split. We all went with Vitality, with the same ones, I guess, up here. I'm surprised. Everyone going for Na'Vi later, though. I think that makes sense.
It's crazy because we had the conversation and we thought that the paiN Na'Vi game could probably be more competitive than the EF versus Vitality. At least I thought, so I'm a bit surprised.
I can understand why people picked Eternal Fire. They look good in their wins, but Vitality, just the player quality, a cut above.
Yeah, well, time to see if they can put their money where their mouth is, but not before we head things to a quick break. When we're back, Eternal Fire versus Vitality, first game of day 2 here at the Blast Bounty Finals 2025.
Well, it doesn't feel much pressure, to be honest. We're here just to win. When you want to be the best, you need to beat the best.
ZywOo falls back into a Cat player who's able to extend. ZywOo is saving them. Rob's not making the flank towards long just yet. ZywOo does it all for them.
It's our first Blast event on LAN, and we are excited and we prepared good, so hopefully we will take one of them down.
With a back turn, he does grab his kill. They're going to spill out the hut together. Wycadia is not missing a beat as he finds all three, nearing on 30 kills for the young gun.
Flames put the lights off, but this game is going to put the lights on as we get into it. It's Vitality going up against Eternal Fire, and both these guys were having a nice chat in French before this, so I have no idea what's going on or what they're trying to do with this. But I'll start with you, Apex, because you got a chance to go all in, depending on how confident you are with Rops on the team. You going to give it to me?
Well, yeah, we don't have that much money on the bank. It's been a rough Christmas, you know, so we wanted to spend some money for family, so yeah, we want to go all in on our wager.
Okay, I expect that. Now, Maja, you got a bit of bank to play with, but you can match them. Surely, come on, you're going to give us a challenge.
Unfortunately, no, guys. We're gonna keep the.
Why?
It's like this, bro. Like this.
Who decided this? Who can we go and tell to change their mind?
It's all the team, I think, and also the boss. Every people on my teams.
They do want to keep some money.
Yes.
Apex, do you think they're making a wrong decision? They should challenge you, right? They've had some good games against you.
Yeah, I mean, they're favorites. They beat us twice last year, so I mean, they will get some free money, but they're scared to spend 3K. I mean, yeah, I didn't expect that, but that's life. That's how it is.
Hard times in the Eternal Fire camp, but there will be no challenge this time around. But we will now see Vitality taking on Eternal Fire.
$100,000 match here between Team Vitality and Eternal Fire as we get ready to wage war between these rosters in the Blast Bounty finals of Season 1. This is bound to be a banger. I mean, Apex just said it on the stage. Last year, both matches between these cores was won out by Eternal Fire. They won a BO3 in the quarterfinal of EPL. They won a BO1 back at the Copenhagen Major. Now, to start off a fresh year, we've got fresh rosters for the two of them. And even though Maja won't put that measly 3K on the line, this one is still for $99,000, Harry.
Yeah. You know, I kind of share in Apex's surprise that Maja didn't offer to throw down the extra cash on this one. But, you know, I think that's Maja paying the respects to Vitality heading into this one. You know, as you said, both these teams making changes, both these teams hoping that one roster move can bring them on that path to greatness. And, you know, when you take a look at the kind of signing that Vitality picked up going for Robs, you've got a real proven firepower piece here. Almost a reluctant star of past interviews or anything to go by with Robs. So, you know, a very high-profile signing there. On the other side of things for Eternal Fire, it's trying to bring up a kind of new age of talent from the region with this Jota signing. He's had some good games. I think when you look at the boots that were being filled on both these squads, it's kind of different situations, right? Jota coming in for Calix, he's done a serviceable job thus far, but I still want to see exactly what this guy is capable of.
Yeah, the Jota move is more like banking for the future for me, right? They've had Calix, he's had his time in the limelight, he was a solid role player, but I feel like they wanted new heights, they wanted new peaks, and bringing in young, fresh blood has proven to be a helpful move for Eternal Fire in the past. Look at Wycadia's addition, the firepower that he's added to this team. So I actually think that, I don't think anyone's disagreeing with his roster move. It's an objective upgrade. If Jota can play anything like he did in his previous roster of Sangal, we saw them with a couple of showings last year as well. So very cool pickup, and I don't need to sell you on Rops in this new Vitality squad. Look at the smiles on their faces. The vibe for this team wasn't perfect last year. Apex even said it. It was hard playing events without a real roster. Well, now Vitality have exactly what they desire, a real roster.
Yeah, and if that was meant to be, you know, one of the pitfalls of this squad, one of the reasons why you would see them crumble on those route to finals, why when you look in the trophy cabinet. It wasn't the worst of years for Vitality, but it was far from what it could have been. Even looking at the individual star in ZywOo, someone who had his worst year on record at the end of 2024. Now that is still placing third in the Worlds, but the standards are very, very high when you're ZywOo, having never placed worse than the second best player in the world.
Yeah, that's a pretty high bar. I mean, the standards for Vitality are high as well, but that's why I think the ROPS addition is so exciting. He said in an interview recently when he joined FaZe, it felt like they could win anything. We certainly saw FaZe on glorious runs, had an incredible couple of years. ROPS at the forefront of that with some unbelievable playoff appearances, even in his departure in FaZe in Shanghai. Look at him in the playoffs. It was a different guy entirely to group stage ROPS. So when the pressure hits, ROPS performs, and I think that's what Vitality need, especially as a team that have struggled on stages, have struggled in the biggest matchups in the games they're supposed to win in front of crowds. So ROPS said the same thing about joining this team. Now it feels like we can win anything, and to be honest, I'd say that for Vitality, there's very high expectations. There's very little excuses. Ring rust off of a new roster is maybe the only one I'm going to give them, and that is what makes this matchup even more exciting against an Eternal Fire who are 2-0 against the Vitality core last year.
Yeah, there's going to be some familiarity there, right? But that's where I think the roster move shakes things up a little bit. As the Des were talking about, it's a different type of player that's been brought into this Vitality team, so changes have had to occur.
The vibe does look good, though. The armchair psychologists are out, Harry. They're reporting good things, smiles on the faces, jokes being cracked, and focus for Eternal Fire, who... we talked about this before. Not putting the money on is less to me about the money, right? And less about
especially
the
in this instance where it's only 3.75k.
Yeah,
so
it's more about the mindset of thinking we're good enough to beat this team. We're strong enough. We can win this matchup. And I want Eternal Fire coming into this game thinking that there's no reason that we can't win today, because the proof is in the pudding.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with you. I think you want to come into this with a winning mindset. As we touched on, it's a series that Eternal Fire have won twice over. So, I would have loved to have seen them go for it personally.
And of course, it makes this game over $100,000.
Yeah, which would have been really sweet for the numbers.
Yeah, we won't turn our nose up at
now
99.
It's almost $100,000 game.
98,750, something around that. It's not chump change. We'll say that much. It's more importantly, Harry, as well, a spot in those semi-finals up tomorrow as well. As we start to filter through all the teams remaining in the bounty, we cut down so many bounty hunters across the first couple of games, and now we're just left with G2 and Spirit, and the winner of this and the winner of Na'Vi paiN. So there's a chance we have 1, 2, 3, and 4 in that top 4, ready to go tomorrow.
Yeah, the thing that's so insane with that is, these teams from the first round that came in with big prices on their heads still being in the competition does make each stage of this hit that much harder, because these guys have comparatively very little in the bank, and you don't have to look any further than a Vitality for that to be the case, right? They came into this event with 60k on their heads. That's now risen to $3,750 in the bank and an extra $3,750 on their heads. What that means is when these teams start clashing in those semis, in those finals, suddenly you're going to be going into matches where teams stand to lose and gain everything on the result of one best of 3. And I think that's so cool for the stakes around these matchups.
Yeah, especially when Spirit are even saying we're going all in every single game, no matter who we play, right? Like Vitality say they match them in the semis, for example. That's going to be 20k each in the bank, both put in, on top of their 80 grand on top of that. So it's going to be some serious money we're playing for just a single BO3, or in the final day, a BO5 in that case. This is definitely heating up here at Blast Bounty. We're liking the new format, we're liking the new look, and we're liking these new rosters as well, finally getting to prove themselves on LAN. The Des said it earlier, this is the start of the season. It's the LAN stage, it's the studio, it's when stuff gets real. I even remember when we saw these guys play back at Pro League in a quarterfinal akin to this one, there was a lot of smack talk, Harry. Maybe you remember it. People shouting across the booths. Xantares, Maja making some noise. Apex certainly sending it back their way.
Yeah.
There was some rivalry between these squads, a very tight-knit matchup. It went the whole 3 maps. It went for a couple of overtimes as well on map 1 and map 3. So it was a hyper-competitive game between these squads, and I expect nothing less today.
Yeah, one of the things for Vitality is every team they've gone on to lose to have been guys that go on to reach the finals, and that's even the case for Eternal Fire back at that EPL.
Ever since Cologne, right?
Yeah, that was ever since their Cologne win last year.
EPL.
So, you know, I guess if that trend keeps up and Eternal Fire win today...
Got good news for that. Well, it's a new year, Harry. It's a new year. We'll see if Vitality come in with a fresh face. All right, I think we're getting locked in, folks.
All right.
Fist bumps, hands, getting clapped. And Stretch is coming in for Majra as he tries to lock into this game. We've got a big BO3, if you're just joining us, $100,000 matchup, quarterfinal here between Team Vitality and Eternal Fire. We begin on Anubis. And we begin on a T side for the Turkish side.
Yeah, Eternal Fire's map pick here to open up, and I think it's going to be important that they start this one with a bit of pace, with some wind in their sails here. If you're able to catch Vitality a little bit sleepy, put them on the back foot early, that would be great news for Eternal Fire. They look for this mid control in the pistol, looking like an A-split taking shape, but maybe this is all a ruse, as they've actually taken a temple routing all the way through the spawn. So,
wow,
trying to come at this from the unorthodox angle of wrapping in through heaven. It looks like Apex is ready for this. It's a heavy lean over towards the A site. Maja and Wycadia might have opened up, but there's still this double main play left to get past. It's only Rops left standing. Clean tap on the first man in. They've given Rops a couple of chances here, but as that bomb gets planted, the opportunities for Rops to find his way back into the round should follow with it. A wide swing as he's forced a lot of these awkward 1v1s out of Eternal Fire. But nothing connects for Rops, and that's the end of the line. Eternal Fire start this one strong with a pistol round locked in.
Not every day you see a site split from 3 positions. They're coming through camera, storage, and CT, and A main at the same time. So a surprising pistol for Eternal Fire catches Vitality off guard, despite the stag. Vitality pay the price of that swing in middle. Pistol going the way of the T's. And we know how rocky CT Anubis is. We saw it yesterday in that Spirit matchup. Both teams really having trouble putting CT rounds on the board in that game. Looking at 9-3 halves, 10-2 halves. Was not a pretty picture, so Eternal Fire already off to a fantastic beginning here on their map pick. It does feel wild to see Rops in the Vitality jersey after so many years. Joined FaZe exactly 3 years ago to the month. And basically did it all. Even said recently in interviews, it's hard to set new goals, right? When you've won the majors, when you've won the biggest events, how do you have something to aim towards? But hey, do it all again in a second roster. And if there were a roster for it, you'd like to feel Vitality could be that squad. Always a pace breaker though, getting a tech round after the pistol. Eternal Fire can't even chat about their future rounds.
Yeah, I think, you know, one of the cool angles about the Rops move is, like, for the longest time, the only IGL you've seen this guy achieve a hell of a lot under was Carrigan, right? It was back when he was in Mouse that Rops truly got activated. Then they dragged him out of that Mouse squad, and sure, like, he briefly played under the leadership of Dexter, which is wild to consider, but then, you know, linking back up with Carrigan. So I think it's going to be very interesting to see what he can achieve under Apex. But I think in terms of how those two captains that Rops has fallen under now match up, I think they are similar in some ways. I don't think Rops has even echoed that You know, Apex is someone who likes to be... he's both a captain, an IGL, and a leader, right? And I think those are like very different things. But Apex is the type of guy who likes to try and rally the troops, likes to try and get everyone activated. You see when Apex is giving his speeches in the timeout, he's given a lot of room to flex there. And I think, you know, Carrigan was very similar back in the FaZe squad.
I think attitudes are a very different beast in these comparisons though, right? I think Apex to a degree is going to hold maybe more accountability, or maybe I'm just thinking about being harsher with words, right? Like, how will Rops react to that? How will he handle that? We know Apex is a leader who wears his heart on his sleeve, for example. I think there was a lot more buddy-buddy between Carrigan and Rops.
Actually, I think that's, it's an interesting angle. And I think Carrigan as well is someone who likes to put the accountability on himself more often than not, right? Like, whenever they've exited a tournament early, he'll come out and he'll say, like, yeah, you know, it wasn't gelling for all of us, but also I feel like I let the team down. Whereas I think Apex likes people to know when they've done something wrong. And considering, you know, this was a squad that would struggle in high-pressure moments, I think that's almost, you know, I think that's what they need.
Yeah.
But here we are, that little tech pause out of the way. Rob's back in. And so currently, it's Eternal Fire with a pistol round secured, but that's all that's been played. They stuck that landing by triple wrapping the A site through 3 locations. So we're already starting this off at an interesting note. We have the force buy back in for Vitality here. They don't want to go down easy. They want to make the start of this game hard for Eternal Fire.
I like the buy, definitely do. The smoke immediately gives it away. You wouldn't do that on a full eco, so Eternal Fire know they've got a scrap for this one. Seeing both these rounds, double A main for ZywOo and Rops. What a terrifying twosome. Let's see if Eternal Fire can clear them out, or if they even want to. Making sure no moves have been made early, holding the extremities. Like that wider molly as well. It means no one can stand in front of the molly as they often do and still get a bridge peek off. They have to play back. FlameZ hits his Deeg onto the in-game leader, who's got a call from behind now as Vitality get aggressive.
Move gets punished though. Wycadia and Xantares ready for it. And they're going to be 2 players that have to keep this pressure on. Not be afraid to bail Eternal Fire out. They're the 2 you want shining bright to open. And Xantares is certainly living up to that hype right now. A stellar 4K put forward there to regain control over that 4v5 for Eternal Fire.
Yeah, we were talking a lot about Vitality coming in, but you absolutely cannot ignore Xantares' presence in the server and our expectations for him today. He was the reason that Eternal Fire were able to win that game as clean as they did against Falcons. I said clean, it was overtime, but they pulled that match back. And Xantares put on just some phenomenal T-side nuke rounds to eliminate Falcons and the new Nico project. So it's so great to see him here on LAN as well at a top event.
Yeah, he went 14-3 versus Nico in that series. So it wasn't even close between the 2 of them.
And this is after only just entering the HLTV top 20 players, after such a decorated career, after being on Big, who hit #1 in the world in the online era. We never saw him in that top 20. He's finally there, number 15 last year. And I think he is only going to level up. Someone who's adjusted to CS2 very well.
It just feels insane for a guy whose career spanned over 10 years that you're only just hitting this point where he's found that level of success. Considering how long we've spoke about Xantares, it is wild to think about.
Well, I think that's a good point because it draws back talking about the Turkish scene and how for the longest time we always said, man, why can't we get this dream Turkish roster? Why can't we get Xantares, Woxic in the same squad playing together? There was clearly beef, there was clearly stuff going on. You know, Woxic went international. Xantares always stayed in the Space Soldier side of things. We never got the dream Turkish team until this Eternal Fire squad was put together. And sure, it was a rocky road when they first formed. We were getting chopping and changing, bringing in X-Flab, putting him out, bringing him back in, putting him out. They couldn't make up their mind, but this is the dream Turkish team. And with Xantares playing as well as he is right now, the last 12 months. I think we're in for an explosive year for Eternal Fire. They go 3-0 up, they convert their pistol win, and now Vitality come through with guns. Deep breath for Rops as this game truly begins. And he's going to be tested immediately. Interesting to use this set utility to take main control. It smokes the T's off just to give them this storage space. But 4 players are here, so Eternal Fire do want to go.
Yeah, so much of this round is hinging on Eternal Fire actually winning these A fights. Because if you look at Magic, he's at no util from the get-go. And at first, I thought that meant he would want to go in early, right, and lead the charge. But he's instead left to his own devices. I think this mid lurk is looking to come in very, very late and cut down rotates. So for this plan to work for Eternal Fire, they've got to get past Rops, and they've managed that. 2 players on the fast rotate through camera. There's still this slow-burning Magic lurk taking place, but they have to stop this spillover through the connector. Awkward TK there for Mezzi. I don't know what just happened. But it meant the Magic collects his 1 kill from middle and everything works out swimmingly for Eternal Fire. What just happened with double agent Mezzi? I don't know how that went down.
I cannot tell you. Maybe he was, I think he was in camera judging by the death position, so maybe he was holding behind ZywOo and ZywOo stepped into his shot when he was aiming for Magic. That's the only explanation I can give off of the death position. So that is a little awkward there for Vitality. They get cut down. I also like the execute for Eternal Fire. Typically, you'll see that set piece be, Molly backside, smoke, heaven, flash. Because they were contact with 4 players in main, the first thing is a flash. So Rops just gets knocked off his ankle immediately before the heaven smoke, before the Molotov, before the positions are cleared. So it goes from the whole map being quiet to 3 players being in the A site. Eternal Fire with a little pocket strap for the first gun round.
It's a very nice idea. And you really did see it at its best when they get past Rops so cleanly.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was going to say, I thought he was behind him.
Got nothing for you. So there was blood on the wall, but like, yeah, I don't know. That's not an ideal start. Suboptimal, you could say. Just kind of kills ZywOo. All right, Flamesy's got a...
Mezzi said, Spinks is gone. There's room in the team for some friction. And I'm looking to bring that. I'm looking to bring that same vibe.
Bosh.
So immediately he's caused a rift in the trust of Team Vitality. They put their best man on the job to try and reel in some of these A main plays. ZywOo, only armed with the Deagle, gets the spot off at least, calls for these rotates back in, but it's the pace from Eternal Fire. They recognize the room they've been given here. ZywOo with that Deag over in heaven, going to struggle to get involved. It's Flames on this rotate in that might make all the difference. That Hero M4 nails 3 for Eternal Fire, and suddenly what was feeling like a done round has been called into question. It's only Wycadia left fighting, trying to bait the peek out that rifle. He's dealt with the big item, but Mezzi's D gets revenge. And Maja once again on this late lurk out through middle. Vitality have seen this one before, and this time they're ready for it.
What a heroic play for Flames. In a round, Vitality have no business winning. Eternal Fire go back to an easy A contact with an entry, and Flamesy comes through with 3. It's Maja, who is in the best position. No, they're checking on timing. He could absolutely shoot ZywOo in the back of the head right now. Which route does he go? Back up heaven, 18 seconds. It feels like a save right now. It feels like a save, but he's caught him off guard. Mezzi covered by ZywOo. They do get it together.
Yeah, heads up from ZywOo, right, to push and take main away. It meant that even if Maja dealt with both players in the site, he just didn't have the space to win that round, the time to win it. It's this stellar 3K out of Flamesy on the Hero M4. And there you go.
Let him know. It's begun early in round 4. The series destined with Smack Talk. Xtaz on the mic after they win in Eco. Eternal Fire back to business. And the Woxic Orb makes its first appearance.
Woxic wasn't ready in time. That was a good chance to punish, and he knows it. Not going to be given that again. It at least means Magic can kind of work his way up over towards Dark, look to take this control. It's been a similar look in a lot of these starting rounds for Eternal Fire. They're looking for a few key pieces of real estate early.
Vitality also got that spot. They saw the AWP, so they can play accordingly. Not give him a pick in water, not go for an A main aggress. Forcing Eternal Fire to make the next moves. And some util trading in con as Flames pulls back.
That's
he gets blocked. Mezzi, again, kind of kills his teammate in a way. He blocked him into that position, and Flamesy couldn't escape. Now Mezzi's got to make up for it. Back at the B-bomb site, ZywOo gets stuck in as well. This util is buying time, but it won't stop the inevitable.
Oh, ZywOo, awkward spray.
Oh dear.
And now it falls just to Apex. The captains clash and Magic comes out ahead.
Great trading, but this round's done.
Rob's looking like he actually wants to attempt this. Hangs around, sees if anything's given. Kid dropped in at the back of the site, so he does still have some time to work with the Zrops. It's all hinging on this first fight. Shooter with the spot. Molly's going to burn him out of position, but that flash buys precious time, and Rob's unable to capitalize. Just has to run for the hills. Eternal Fire gifted a free opening on that routing out through Dark. And they're quick to capitalize. 5-1 up as a few awkward missteps for Vitality. But Mezzi, most notably, has gifted over a big lead to Eternal Fire to open up this series.
I mean, it's awkward in two ways, because one, Flames uses his smoke flash, and he could actually have held the smoke, and he probably would have got that kill, but he escapes, or tries to, and gets blocked. So a couple of crucial errors that have absolutely let Eternal Fire start off strong, probably regretting their lack of gamble on this game. It's gone to plan. ZywOo's Orb with its debut on LAN in this year.
I mean, even though we've been saying, right, there's close to 100K on this match, the bulk of that falls on the head of Vitality, so it's Eternal Fire who stand to gain a hell of a lot if they can keep up appearances like this. Mid has just been a constant source of success for Eternal Fire. Once again, they've got to play it deep here, having to expel a very small amount of util for the space they've taken. This time it's Antares, though. Not Maggia left lurking around in middle.
Leaving B so weak, rather. They know exactly where this is going. Seen these setups a lot, but Robs has no support. ZywOo's still scared of the camera, and as he looks away, they start to crawl in. Oh, that's an in-game leader.
Maggia is fired up right now. That is a wild transfer hit from Eternal Fire's captain. Might have played it safe on the stage when asked if he wanted to all-in this game, but he's bringing the all-in to the server. That is a crazy double kill to find.
Yeah, also an ugly whiff for ZywOo, right? Like, just standard shot right in front of him. Those are the ones that you rarely see ZywOo miss. That's the first AWP he's bought this year, as I said. So we'll write it off. We'll give him time. But at the moment, it's Eternal Fire seizing it. 6-1 up.
You know, we talked about Vitality coming into this as 2024 being a bit of a weird one where it could have been so much more for a team like Vitality, a squad that have been known to fumble in those high pressure moments. And with the signing of Rops, that was meant to be a bit of a turning point there, right? The vibe's supposed to be better. They're meant to be able to have, having Rops in your team, you have a big game player right there. And so I think just for this team going forward, for the start of their season, they don't want those old problems to turn up again straight away at their first tournament on LAN.
Yeah, I wouldn't even look at losing this game like a match of pressure, really, for Vitality. I'd say it's more teething issues, right, with a new player and facing a deadly team, a team that is underrated because of their lows, but man, when Eternal Fire on their highs, it's a very difficult team to stop. And giving them the 6-1 lead, the momentum is very hard to break. And again, a weak B bomb site setup, only 2 here right now. As Eternal Fire have shown A play after A play. It allows a fast flank. Vitality have pushed A main, but they're really relying on Flamesy and Mezzy to hold the line.
Here's the exec taking shape. That flank's still not getting activated for Vitality, so it's not going to come through quickly. You need kills out of these B defenders, or else this round could be written off. And it's only the one and done from Flames. Vitality start to arrive now, but if they're not gifted a kill quickly, this... Oh, well, there it is. ZywOo, no accounting for that. Even tried his hand at the second wall bang. They still lose Apex. They go tit for tat with Eternal Fire in the post plant. Rops' flank taking so long to materialize, and it looks like it's never going to come through. 1 for 1 as they first pull up to the site will not be enough for Vitality to look at this round with interest. Instead, they try and save, hold on to the AWP, hold on to the M4, play the long game, but even that AWP gets removed before all is said and done.
Again, a rusty shot for ZywOo.
The 1 kill he's hit on the AWP is a chance wallbang.
Yeah. My, oh my. Not the game to begin for Vitality. I feel like this must be a frustrating start to the season for Rops because he's been left on the wrong side of the map in the majority of these rounds. Kind of late retake that's not really winnable unless you're up against that pick. Mezzy caught by a well-placed Molotov at the back of the site. And crisp for Xantares and Madja at the forefront of these openers has made life very difficult.
Well, even the way that you win that round, I think, is super reassuring if you're Eternal Fire. Usually it's some crazy ZywOo wallbang doing the impossible, you know, ZywOo magic type shit that opens up those sort of retakes. Those rounds come from nowhere on the back of ZywOo doing something dastardly, but he gets the wallbang kill and it leads to nothing. In fact, it leads to worse than that. They didn't even save the AWP.
A bit of a hole dug here for Vitality. The only round they've won was actually this round. A saved M4 on an eco. They've at least got a buy around it this time.
Yeah, I'm also starting to wonder, is Flames regretting the middle finger? He threw that out in the 1 round they won, thinking it was going to be, oh, this is it. This is where we really get going, boys. But that has just not been the case.
Hey, they're not screaming back. Eternal Fire are dialed in, focused for this one. Not going to be able to find Flamesy in this corner, but Oscar looks a little curious about this position. It's the flash that works. Woxic avoids it and finds that pick.
Something else that just feels wild, though, is like that's one of the first early info plays you've seen out of Vitality. This game thus far is largely hinged on them having the right reads, the right gambles, the right stacks, and these site holds just haven't been up to the task of repelling Eternal Fire.
That would be horrible.
They finally tried an aggressive move here, and it's not panned out. They've lost Flames early, and so even that's going to give them pause about going back to aggression in future rounds. Eternal Fire are in huge control over this game right now.
Yeah, the desk may be a little surprised of this map coming out. It's not been the go-to for Eternal Fire recently, but look at the util sets they're throwing. They've got some cool ideas on this T side. Even that Molly to get them into con. It blocks ZywOo's line with the AWP. Now they're creeping into B. The bomb has middle, but it drops back, and Rops gets caught on the flank. Bit by bit, Vitality crumble. And Eternal Fire with 5 alive, looking to put that bomb down and lock in an 8th round. The ideas have been really cool. They've won on both bomb sides, right? They've done A-pops out of you know, nothing, where they're contacting A main and Vitality don't have that info. They've won it into double, triple stacks, but they've also had succinct B executes right there. It's all con control. They don't even split B. They just get into con from the B main nades and then execute out together.
Yeah, this is super impressive from Eternal Fire. It's been a very well-cooled game put forward from Madja. He's brought the individual performance to it as well.
Oh my God, that's
He's looking so sharp right now, is Madja.
That's crazy.
No, I think, you know, you get Madja at his best when he has looked into what an opponent brings to the table, when he's really been going over the map. I mean, we all remember that stunning game put forward back at Copenhagen start of last year from this guy. And he said, you know, I went and watched a bunch of demos. I felt super locked in to that game. And that showed in the individual performance he brought to the table. This is an unshakable T-side put forth from Eternal Fire. And for Vitality, all their gaps, all the holes, the problems are being really accentuated by how Eternal Fire are playing this.
Yeah.
It's a variety of paces, a variety of looks. As you said, they're not falling into a tendency of exploiting one site over and over again. The uncomfortability goes deep within this Vitality CT side. No one feels particularly comfortable. No one feels particularly useful right now. And so it can be very hard to get out of these sorts of spots in a game, right? It's so much is riding against you right now. And the best they're hoping for is 4 rounds on this CT side. And even that is wishful thinking, right? These buy rounds as they're coming through are getting weaker and weaker, it feels like, for Vitality. These AWPs aren't in play, and even when they are, they haven't been an issue.
Oh dear. Oh my God.
Even there, where you have a play to try and open. Oh, Xantares with the turn in mid. Everything's getting countered. Robs with the aggression over at main. He could uproot this round if he finds the bomb. Match has been spotted. He doesn't have to commit to this fight. He does not have to commit to this. Robs is going to try and battle forward, and Magic Core getting aggressive. It's all left onto Woxic. Chases down Robs for control over this bomb, but he can't get a bearing, can't get a beat on the guy, and so Robs makes it happen. Finally, another round comes through for Vitality. After a drought on this CT half, it's Robs with the aggression that brings them some success.
I mean, Madge is feeling confident. We've already said it. There's no doubt about that, but that feels like the most unnecessary fight in the round, right? He gets out with a second chance. He even drops the molly. Dude. And then he re-swings. Like, what's he hoping for there? He has his teammates coming in lane to save him. And that being sat back on rug, someone climbing up, you're going to win that fight on top every time. So, feels like Eternal Fire bit off more than they can chew. But they got the teeth to do it, Harry. They've got a great half ahead of them, 8 rounds minimum. It's just whether you let Vitality back in, because you said unshakable for Eternal Fire. For Vitality, it has been shaky. We had the Rops whiff on the flank. We had a couple of missed shots for ZywOo, some blocks for Mezzi. All can be forgiven if Vitality land with 4 rounds on the CT side. That will be enough.
Yeah, I think that's what's going to hurt the most for Eternal Fire. They had the chance to just keep this as a flawless T-side, never letting Vitality in. If they pick up the final 3 here and suddenly have a bit going for them, heading into that second half with the T-side ahead of them, it's a whole different game. So Eternal Fire cannot let up. There's a bit more attention paid to middle this time for Vitality. It's been a constant focal point for Eternal Fire. So they want to try and fight for this early on.
Yeah, flash setup to send the SMG in, but with the AWP on a long angle, this could still get dangerous. Apex can only swing door side safely. There it goes. He jumps around the corner, but Xantares is too clean with it. Gets a 5v4, gets out. Eternal Fire able to group now. And they've just gone through this con smoke every single time. They've not, again, the same block on B. Vitality looking uncomfortable as Eternal Fire set up for a set piece.
And you've been feeling shadows of that all across this game. No one feels comfortable in their position. They try to force a fight down into Xantares, but that's not the guy you want to be locked in with. Xantares, they go to him, they get put in his cage, and Xantares collects, immediately putting Eternal Fire back on the path to victory here. If there's one guy it's seeming we can rely on, it is Xantares. A beautiful sequence to open up, right? This shot onto Apex. It's the instant flick back. And then a gift of this double kill walking into him down in dark.
Lantares, man. We always said he was great online, but the crazy part is he always did that with 60 ping. Put him on land. It's a different beast entirely. Arcadia runs in through the main smoke, pulls a bit of a bluff. Eternal Fire getting loosey-goosey in the last round, but they can afford to. Can EF pull it back from a man down? Hard mode now. Xantares 17 and 5. 20 kills in the first half would be a pretty nice score. Let's see if he can drag us there. Gives away the nades. Focused on the fight. But the flank this time is well timed. Can Vitality get behind them?
Oh, that's really awkward.
Okay.
But it is controlled. Rop's able to regain control over the AK there. And Xantares has also been picked up. We haven't really yet to see what the rest of Eternal Fire are capable of here. It's just Jota and Woxic left in this. Woxic throwing up on the boost, but look at the stack for Vitality. They've got everyone over here. Bomb down in the water. This is not an easy round to try and get back into. 40 seconds left as Vitality shoot for a third.
Yeah, they need this round, so they're just going to say, don't throw, let's just win it. Be boring, wait it out, there's 30 seconds. Vitality will call it the bare minimum, 3 rounds on this CT side, unless something unthinkable happens. Surely not. Woxic overwhelmed, and that is the 3 the Vitality need if they were to stand a chance on Eternal Fire's map pick. Eternal ferocity as the Turkish side refused to go down without a fight. A 9-round T-half on their map pick to start this quarterfinal against a new look Team Vitality. It's a matchup Eternal Fire won both times they played last year, and they look to start off 25 with a similar showing.
Yeah, it's spearheaded with a great performance from Xantares. Magic in there is the unlikely candidate right behind him.
Oh no.
No stars emerged yet for the squad of Vitality. That's going to have to change in this second half. Not a bad start in the pistol. An awkward TK lobbed into the mix. Sees Vitality with one hell of an advantage that they will press to the fullest extent. B site opened, and Wycadia left in an unwinnable clutch. 1v5 with the dual Berettas. His best course might be planning for the future here.
Whole W gang winning again for Vitality. I like the run boost to get a player quick down dark and covered by Mezzi. Team kill does them no favors. So getting back on really, because this is the same score we saw Spirit pull the map back against Heroic yesterday. They were 9-3 down. They won a pistol round. They won that game at the final hour. So don't count out this new look Vitality from doing the same. They've just got to stick the landing. I feel like these rounds are the most important, right? Like getting that conversion. Eternal Fire at force up would be nice to see those MP9s feast. They're going to take it conservative. Get guns out in third.
Yeah, one of the things that felt a little bit underwhelming after that first half was how often Vitality were left flying blind. So I want to see if Eternal Fire are a bit more active in the early rounds here, trying to get involved. Seek out some of these, you know, early openers from the Vitality squad. And I also want to see who climbs the scoreboard for Vitality, who becomes that defining character, because the start of this series, I can tell you one thing, and that's that it's not been ZywOo.
That's not really a star right now. You could argue Flamesy because he won one round.
To some extent, you would say it's him, but yeah, we need someone to really step up and take the reins of this game, because for Eternal Fire, that's not been a problem Xantares has had. He's been so dependable.
For Vitality, it's daytime. There's no stars in the sky. But give it some time. I'm more interested as well to see how Rops is going to be doing on this T side, right? He said it was an easy fix. We definitely saw him kind of reining it in by the end of phase. I feel like some of the T sides for Rops in phase in the last 6 months of the year were really uninspiring. So many saves, so many rounds where he wouldn't be getting involved with his team. I think about like Mirage Ramp, not even like doing aggressive lurks in Palace, but just playing at the very back of Spawn, waiting for massive mistakes that just weren't going to happen. And I'm sure these are all things that are going to get drilled out of him in this team, in a new environment where you can sort of reinvent yourself. So I'm hoping to see that from Rops getting a lot more involved on the T half. He claims it's easy, and so let's see it. And I don't think there's many better maps to get involved on T side than Anubis. Been seeing him paired with ZywOo in a lot of these rounds.
Here's a very aggressive move from Eternal Fire. They're not disappointing in bringing that to the table early. They've taken all of mid at the opening of this round.
Full reset though. Scared of that AX egg. All fake.
Once you've gone that deep and there's no contact, you know that Vitality are gaining a lot of space elsewhere, right? So they quickly dismantle the triple mid fall back into the A setup, but I think you're going to get more of that aggression now. And I like this calling from Madra. I like how proactive he's trying to be. I think this was the biggest hole in Vitality's first half, was that so often they were at the full mercy of whatever Eternal Fire had planned to do in that round. And Eternal Fire don't want to give Vitality that much room or respect. Now, you know when you're going up against Rops on these A-lurks where he's going to be hiding out. This is how he likes to play it, but still, he's made it expensive. There's success found all across the board in this B hit in the meantime. And so the triple push over at A might have been for naught, unless Wycadia can be the difference maker. Great timing on this flank. Gonna blindside Apex as the first man in. They know that Xantares is going to look to come through dark, through the water position, and so flushing out Wycadia early gives you a lot more breathing room if you're Vitality.
Yeah, great double swing there. They get the nades in, they go for the fight together, knowing they're on the clock. You don't want to give Eternal Fire a chance to reset and collapse on you in a 2v2. Vitality forced the important kill, and Mezzi with a couple of swing frags in that round on the B-bomb site put Vitality on this T side.
Insane redemption story for Mezzi if he's able to be the defining character of this second half. As he starts to rise up the board alongside Flames, it's wild to think the guy who went from TKing early on, blocking his teammates over at the B site, might be the one to restore Vitality's stature in this map.
Yeah, sure.
I'm kind of surprised they were caught off guard by Robs there. I feel like if there was one position you've got to be checking when you're up against him, it is up on top of Ruggs, waiting for the push out A.
That is made for Robs. Well, they learned the hard way. And we have an AK saved with some bits and bobs behind it for Eternal Fire. Xantares towing the line of aggression. And he's going to get boosted up. You typically see an AWP do this, but Xantares is a bit of a laser beam. Oh,
Really good timing on that nade, though. That's immediately given them a moment of pause.
100 damage. Oof.
Not only has the nade softened you up, but now you know Vitality are holding this, so it's not like you're going to just get info there. You will be fighting, and you're already wounded. When it's Xantares on the hero AK that would be throwing his life down on that fight, he decides against it. They've heard Apex down here in dark. They're going to try and swing him together. That is really well handled from Xantares. Has to adjust mid-spray. Makes it look easy.
Stops the exec as well. They were about to go there. 3 players ready in main with the bomb. Denied, and Rops stops the lurk from getting aggressive. That makes the whole round awkward for Eternal Fire. They know the back door is open. Vitality might just walk in. It's going to be mid for now. Still left completely unprotected. 40 seconds. They can split either site right now. One of these site players needs to back out. Mezzi will. So it is going to be that A hit.
Mezzi has to be loud on the rotate, though, if he wants to get to his team in time. And so Eternal Fire have this info ahead of the curve. They can start to bring players around. It still relies on Woxic offering up resistance. This will not be easy as he's sandwiched between camera and main. So Vitality navigate this one well. They learn about where their AK is. They find success over towards the A side of the map, and then they just play to avoid Xantares, who's nearly 20 kills deep. It does you well to stay out of this guy's crosshair as this gap continues to close.
To be honest, the more we watch Anubis and the more players get, accustomed to it. I say custom, it's been in the pool a long time, but the better players get at it, the more you think this map does need changes, because even though I actually like the idea of having a T-sided map in the pool, it does just feel so constricting, so restrictive for the CT side. There's so little you can get away with against a good default. That's a great example of a good default. Vitality, really passive lines. Robs changes his position. He's not playing the rugs. He's playing on the stairs. He has the A push. He can cover con. They can hold back middle. And Eternal Fire feel desperate to get a kill early because they only have 1 AK. So there's just so little options that are reliable on defense here. But hey, Valve got to fix train first.
Yeah, I think now that you're going to have a more complete buy, there's a few more options open here to Eternal Fire, whether that's supportive util in some of these A pushes, whether that's faking the A main push and hoping that draws attention away and you try to take control over, B main. You've already seen them find success on like that mid push. They didn't get challenged. They got a lot of info from it. And I still like that in every one of these rounds, Eternal Fire have been the ones trying to make those aggressive moves. That's kind of the nature of the CT side here. You do it a bunch and you hope it just works out once.
Yeah.
Right? Because every round is worth so much on this CT half. Let's see if the Vitality train can be stopped here on this T side, as it's picked up a lot of steam. There's some of that early util lobbed in over at the stairs, but it's just the nade to poke. And no one from Vitality offers themselves up to it. This is a bit more standard 2-on-2. This limits some of the early moves you can look to make, so it might be a more of a stagnant round here for Eternal Fire as everyone looks to hold their ground. They've only been running into this Vitality default so far, so they're hoping that someone can find success in this opening fight.
Oh, Flamesy has so much room right now. He's got 2 smokes down on middle. He's not going to move with it. Xantares in limbo for the meantime. Vitality have used all of their HEs trying to get early damage off. Try and find a pick in A. Again, looks like they're surrounding this B-bomb site, ready to drop out of middle at a moment's notice. Flamesy goes to get that bomb. Apex looking for the B contact. Oh, missed Molly. They're not going to get out the right side. The smoke will fully block Vitality, and Mezzi gets lost.
I mean, this is where Eternal Fire have to lock in, right? But they've been delivered a 5v4 thanks to Xantares on that AK. This is the round you have to convert. There's that opening kill that you've been waiting for all half long.
Big Molly and escape.
Being able to reconstruct this 2-man defense, even a third player shuffling over. If they can buy a bit of time, Xantares is about to pad out this A side of the map. Woxic and Wycadia don't offer up a single fight. They wait for their teammates over in camera, and Eternal Fire play that round perfectly. They min-max every advantage they're given. And so Vitality, first time the default is tested all across the map. They don't find that opening kill, and immediately it spirals out of control. Eternal Fire finally stopped the streak of Vitality.
Yeah, Vitality really think they can elicit another mistaken A main, right? We've seen 2 pushes through that position so far. They're faking B, they're showing presence in Dark and B main. But then they're pulling back for a late A hit, and Wycadia plays it perfectly. Gets out, gets a molly, calls for a really heavy rotation. No mistakes on the A side this time. And that saves Eternal Fire in a very important gun round. Without it, this could have been close to even. Nice setup, boost over the smoke. See anyone entering main. Rops might be in a world of hurt. No way, he creeps under, but Woxic catches something, a slither. It's just enough to find another 5v4 for Eternal Fire.
Ooh. I mean, winning this round for Eternal Fire could tee you up to take the map. So if the last 5v4 was important, well, this one might be for the whole match. Woxic opened on that AWP, now tries to keep them guessing as he takes this mid line. Vitality still haven't lost hope over this A site. But his shots continue to rally through. They know that AK is still there. They expect the AWP is floating around. They just don't have any real estate anywhere else on the map here. All they have is middle and A main. That's all the makings of the A split.
25 seconds, they've got to get going, they've got to get moving. Flamesy coming in through camera, we need a crisp entry from him, and that's exactly what we're waiting for. Woxic on his own in the middle of the open, nowhere to go. He's just got to fire off, 2 shots connect. Eternal Fire are biting. They're coming back into the camera. They're not waiting. They're not relenting. Mezzi just gets in heaven in time, but I don't know if ZywOo can escape their grasp. 1v3 for Mezzi. He starts strong.
First kill goes his way short. Oh, that's a clean follow-up onto Maja. And now Jota, new man in the jersey, feeling all the pressure. Tap on the bomb, but Mezzi knows he wasn't sticking that. It's the commit this time from Jota as Mezzi calling his bluff, swinging out, can't get an angle. And so defuse held. Jota with balls of steel just commits to that defuse and robs the round, robs the clutch out from Mezzi's nose.
He is so open to heaven in that clutch as well. The balls to stick that bomb. That is a perfect post plant for Mezzi, but he peeks from the wrong side of the site and can't catch a whiff. Woxic double. impact as well. And ice cold from the new boy on Eternal Fire.
Plant there gives the chance to Vitality to still bring something into this round, but that's a gift that won't be given again unless they turn this all around. Mezzi, can he be a difference maker? 2 quick kills over at the B site. The rest of Vitality poised for the A hit, and Wycadia here alone will not have support. He's got to win this battle all on his lonesome. Here they come, and it's an awkward swing for Wycadia. A crazy call to bring in against the map-defining round, but Mezzi barreling through that smoke over a B is enough for Vitality.
Yeah, of course, enough of a kerfuffle to get Eternal Fire out of the bomb site. If Mezzi dies there, that's going to be a very ugly round for Vitality, but just throw him in and get everyone out of A. Wycadia having trouble, certainly, on the CT side.
I mean, you know, it's a nice kind of counter call there. A nice idea because this game has been slow and respectful for the most part. Both teams kind of giving each other a good degree of runway to set up these plays. Eternal Fire having started to shift away from some of these early aggressive moves as the game has gone on. A punishing hunt in at the close for Flames as well means that no guns saved forward for Eternal Fire.
Through the lurk smoke and just catches the nade out.
It's the sort of play that works to get you that one round, but that needs to be the turning point round, right? That has to be where you start to pick up some pace on this T side again, because I don't think you catch Eternal Fire sleeping twice over. That's just the type of play they haven't had to deal with yet. Money now broken, so the gap's going to keep closing up. It's a handful of SMGs and pistols adorning the ranks of Eternal Fire.
Zoe's been mortal in this game as well. It's got to change if they want to long it out. Rob's different position every time on this A lurk. This time back against the wall. He's been close box, he's been rugs, he's been stairs. Trying to stay unpredictable so Eternal Fire can't consistently flash him if they want to get aggressive. Regardless, though, it's Vitality with a contact B. 4 players just making their way in. They're going to get blocked. That's the last bit of util for Eternal Fire. Not the Vitality, no. But it's all the more reason to pad the defense. 4 players in the site. This is going to be quite a scrap.
And it's a round where Rops might be largely left out of the picture with only 40 seconds. Oh, hang on a second. The kills come to Vitality. A bit of patience goes a long way. Eternal Fire right into that crossfire. Now it's just Santares. Wycadia moves in, but it's too little too late here as he arrives. The site's already been taken. And Vitality have him in a box. 2 rounds between these squads now. 1 rifle round as Eternal Fire have got to dig deep, or else that advantage, that cooling from the front that's been afforded to them up until now goes out the window, and suddenly it's a tie game.
Yeah, that 9-3, forget about it. As long as you win the pistol, it really does make all the difference. Just gives you that extra bit of breathing room. You can afford a couple of casualties. You can afford a missed clutch. Vitality now are within touching distance of stealing this map right back. Who's going to save Eternal Fire from devastation on their pick in the series? Robs looked like he wanted to go. He may still. That molly is not deep. He can path behind it, so he will. Woxic, nice line, hits his shot. Oh, boost up. Haven't seen this. Antara's trying to get cheeky. It feels very constricting with that smoke down. Can't get a good view, and he's very slow. So back to a passive setup. Play that 5v4. Make Vitality work for it.
I mean, Woxic's AWP has actually been a huge driving part behind the success for Eternal Fire in this second half. He's done a great job of just you know, digging deep for that early kill in the round and then falling back into these more passive lines. He's not overextending. He's not taking it too far. He's constantly forcing Vitality to play from the back foot. And this round's no exception. An early pick on a Rops. And an untraded 4v5 sees Vitality just have to group here and commit to a site here. It looks like it's going to be B. Matcher in the site. They've got Xantares nearby to shore up the defense.
Oh my God.
Blind on Flames, but he's committed to this push. Sent into the Lions' den. And these Lions got claws and teeth. They're all battling back. It's only ZywOo. 1v5, but he's making it happen. Hold on a second. Is ZywOo onto something here? Has the spot to Xantares. The ball was well and truly rolling, but Xantares puts a stop to it.
That is some of that classic ZywOo BS though that you're talking about. Just smoke shot the first player or the second player through, but too many targets, not enough time. There's 15 on the clock. Eternal Fire able to run it dry. And that is map point for the underdog. Great save on the spray for Xantares on that broken smoke. Does Vitality no favors. Yeah, sigh of relief for Matcher. ZywOo in a 1v5, you don't count yourselves out. This has taken a lot from Eternal Fire to set themselves up to close. They got 3 opportunities.
I think now's the time where, you know, if you're Eternal Fire, you've got to watch some of these risky early moves. Last time they were in this position where they could have looked to win the game, it was Mezzi running a smoke that complicated matters. So you're going to be burning this util early. You know that Vitality have some limitations heading into this round. Eternal Fire look to immediately put a bit of pause in the Vitality ranks, have them worried about these extremity positions. Arcadia keeping pressure on. Over at this A side of the map, stops Rops from making any aggro moves. He's also left there solo this time, right? That Woxic Orb trying to reposition and keep Vitality guessing. He's teed up in middle.
Yeah, he's not been going for openers. He is letting them come to him. Playing pretty passive positions on this CT side for the most part. Vitality take A main. And they're the ones waiting now. ZywOo has to hit that. He can't. Rops walks into the crosshair of Xantares, and he is so reliable. 26 and 10. Magic cools off, sees 2 at the front of B. Eternal Fire know the default is not done. 40 seconds. Vitality have to pick their site, and they've got to pick it now.
Even regrouping here, like regrouping without giving info is a big problem. Flames has no choice but to run a little if he wants to meet up with his team. And so even that is just drip feeding more and more info to Eternal Fire. Xantares, as a result, ready for this lurk in through middle. Eternal Fire might have taken them a moment to put a stop to this, but now it's only ZywOo between them and the win on Anubis. Manages to drop into the site, a chance for the plant, but they charge at him. Knife pulled for Xantares. He wants this personal, and ZywOo stabbed to put a close to Anubis. Eternal Fire do good on that 9-3 lead. It might have been labored, but they lock in their map pick to open up this series.
Eternal Fire looking on fire as they sweep up their map pick of Anubis. Tries Vitality might to claw their way back in that second half. That red-hot start for the Turkish team paying off in dividends. And Xantares, he's looking simply sublime.
Yeah, I mean, we beg the question. He took down Nico in the online stage. We then beg the question, can you do it against ZywOo? Can you come in here and give us that 1.4 rating, 105 ADR that you were requesting heading into the game, Maui? And he did that and more so. A fantastic showing from Xantares and a great start to the series for EF.
Truly dominant in terms of his space-taking abilities. Xantares there showing and adding insult to injury with the knife at the very end onto ZywOo to win it all. Man, he is simply sensational. Like I have so many superlatives I could throw at him, but I feel like the clips are going to do the talking.
Yeah, let's rewind this back to the first half, because one question we posed coming into things, how are Rops and Flamesy's CT positions going to be faring here? What did we learn from that first half?
Well, we saw that it was Flames to relinquish his site defender on the A bomb site. He was actually switching towards Spinx's position in E-box, and honestly, it didn't really look that good for him, if I'm being real with you. I wanted to see him in these kinds of rotator positions, into these kinds of, more active spots, but all in all, I don't think I liked what I saw, and even Rops on that bomb site, I mean, it's the position he played on FaZe, but it wasn't too pretty either.
No, I feel like we saw some growing pains in that regard. Obviously, it's going to take time, especially on a tough CT side like Anubis, arguably the toughest CT side in the entire game. So for flamez not to feel super comfortable, for Vitality maybe to struggle a little bit, that's to be expected. But I also do want to give credit to EF for exploiting it and making it look very, very good in the end.
Yeah, I mean, there's one highlight for flamez in this whole game, and it is when he's actually going back to the A bomb site. And flamez, I want you to just hold up the number of the finger for how many rounds you actually held your own bomb site. Like, I'm really curious. How many times did you actually hold the bomb site you were supposed to defend? Give him 1 second here. Give him 1 second.
He's calculating.
You know, yeah, he's thinking of the number. Oh yeah, once. That's how many times they held B, unfortunately.
Oh my god, you are a cruel, cruel mistress, Maui. Yeah, because the rest of that half, things were looking pretty ugly for Vitality, right?
They're constantly playing catch-up. They're constantly playing catch-up to the point where EF were dominating. EF was charging on the T side. It was them controlling the tempo of the game as well. And it felt, as you said, it felt like Vitality was constantly trying new setups, constantly trying new out-of-spawn calls. I saw some players rotate. I saw Apex and ZywOo, as an example, trying to flash Apex in towards middle and be aggressive in that regard. But every single time Santaris would punish it, EF would punish it. And it just felt like no matter what they did, EF was just one step ahead.
One of the reasons that I feel like Spinx actually left this team was because it was so hard for him to mesh with Mezzi on that B bomb site together.
Okay.
And we saw the confusion between flamez and him. Sometimes Mezzi blocking flamez, the lack of proactivity.
Killing him.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, Mezzi PK'd at one point in this game. I mean, like, so... Was Spinx right? I mean, I think time will tell, but honestly, it's just one map so far, but this is kind of all of the ugly parts of Vitality rearing their ugly heads.
Okay, so we've done the ugly, we've done kind of the bad. Should we flip on over to the goods and take a look at Eternal Fire? Because you demanded it from Zantaris. I'm curious to see what number he did end up on, but it must have been pretty damn close to your design.
I mean, he was in the T side. He probably even exceeded it, actually. It was disgusting in this one. Madger and him both connected to find so many openers, so much great spacing. I would say that Madger actually was kind of the unsung hero for a lot of this game because he was putting flamez in the hurt locker early on, and that, again, new position for flamez. He's trying to play a more active role. It is usually the star spot. It's where Donk likes to play, but look at, he's catching the better of him with utility and timings.
The thing is, not all kills are equal, and I think Madger had an awful lot of impact in that first half as well, and I think Santaris, we can praise him, we can glaze him, we can do all those fancy words for him. He had a fantastic showing, but it was also the moments he came alive. Whenever Vitality were winning around, then the following round, Santaris would stop him again.
Yes.
He would punish them again. Here's the round where they are stuck in towards this area. Santaris, a nice quad kill. He gets triple right on towards the bomb side. 4 kills in the entire round. Every single time Vitality felt, okay, we win a round, maybe now our comeback begins. Santaris would just punish them instantly. So in my books, you know, not all kills are equal, but the sheer impact he had in the first half, he constantly kept them in arm's length throughout the entire game.
I think it's a very good assessment. You mentioned the shots that ZywOo was missing quite consistently in that first half. Should we have a look at one of these where Madger, I mean, he's just so fast in this.
And look at the scoreline as well, you know, it's 5-1, Vitality finally win a round, and then instantly Madger comes in and gets a nice double entry. But let's be honest, ZywOo gets the first kill right here. Worst case scenario for Vitality, they get a 4v3. Best case scenario, they get a 5v3. Most likely they win that round, it's 5-2, no money on the side of EF, and all of a sudden we have a complete different ball game at our hand. I'm not gonna pinpoint this game down to one missed shot from ZywOo, but one shot can really alter the course of a half, and it did in this instance. Nice by Major to punish it, but ZywOo, where were you?
I mean, the air quality is good in Copenhagen, honestly, so there's really no excuses for him. No, honestly, I mean, the missed shots from ZywOo were so uncharacteristic in this game, and I feel like I just wasn't watching the same player, but again, it is the first map that all of these teams are playing on LAN in 2025, and so I'm not going to jump the gun just yet, even if I want to say that, you know, ZywOo isn't always the best big stage player. Like, he should be good in this environment.
It's an isolated game, and isolated in this game, it wasn't great enough. That could easily change in 10 minutes time when we start map 2.
Yeah, tell you who wasn't missing a beat though, that was Zantaris. Let's take a look at round 11 because he gets a kill on mid, then opens up the site, and basically everything he touched turns to gold, Jacob.
Yeah, and I said it, you know, this is the round where Apex is getting a flash from ZywOo. Somehow, some way, I think Santaris is spotting ZywOo with a flash in his hand, so he pre-dodges it. Again, flamesy and his mate Messi tries to come in and retake that space, and Santeris is just punishing it. To me, that was the final nail in the coffin for the first half. At this point, they go up 9-2, and regardless of whether or not Vitality would win that last round, it would still be a perfect start to the game for Santeris and a perfect start to the game for Eve.
All in all, I mean, Xantares was damn near flawless there.
Yeah.
I feel like it's so difficult for players in CS2 to just hold lines like that with an AK even, and for him to nail 2 people that are oncoming like that, it's just perfect stuff. Like, mechanics are pretty much undeniably excellent.
Yeah, we can see with the round distribution that was just at the bottom of that screen. Obviously, the T side is favored when we move on to the grounds of Anubis, you know. Did anything change for you moving into that second half with Vitality? Because obviously, you know, they won the pistol, they converted a fair few rounds. I feel like it still wasn't well choreographed, though.
I'll tell you one thing that didn't change, and that was the reason why Vitality could never make the full comeback, because I do think that flamesy and Messi stepped up a little bit, you know. They had moments in that second half where they made the game somewhat close. Messi in this clutch as well came very, very, very close, making sure this game could be super, super competitive. It's a 1v3. It's not an easy one to win for Messi. The second kill right here is absolutely fantastic. Unfortunately, I don't think he's aware where the bomb is planted, because up until this point, he's played it to perfection. Yota is realizing that, listen, the bomb is not planted for Messi right here. I'm just going to stick it. Messi's not going to win it. Now, Messi played well. I'd say that flamesy came alive on the T side, but ZywOo never came alive. And I got to revert to that point. Had ZywOo came alive with the other 2 guys, we would have had a game. But fact of the matter is, Santeris won 10 out of 11 duels against ZywOo. He went 10 for 1 against ZywOo throughout the entire game. So he shut him down single-handedly. And that is impact, right? That is one guy, one star turning down another.
I will say, to Eternal Fire's credit, when you have that much of a lead, I really like the theory behind what they were doing on the first couple gun rounds. They were going for these really gambly pushes. The one round they had 3 guys A pushing into canals. Another round they were just going for stacks. But then as the half went on, they just started playing more default, more spread out, just kind of almost standard. And for whatever reason, that is actually where they found the majority of their success in that half.
You had a little bit of a bone to pick in terms of how Vitality were approaching that T side as well, just in terms of how they were clearing out some of those positions.
It felt like the read of the game was a little bit difficult for them. And there was a couple of occasions where Voxic would take up a new position and a player from Vitality would just walk into his crosshair. Again, that's either Vitality reading the game wrong. It could also be credited to Voxic for, you know, making it up and changing it up and constantly be fluent on the map. But there was a lot of occasions where it felt a little bit too easy to get that first kill, and Vitality didn't have the class to play 4v5. Robs came, I guess, somewhat alive in that second half as well. He was struggling in first. It was a little bit better, but that's my whole point. It felt like they were coughing throughout the entire game. They did something, you know, throughout the matchup. They put a couple of rounds on the board, but overall, they never came together and came alive at the same time, and you can win then.
I feel like flamesy had some impact throughout that. I mean, probably the most impactful on the side of Vitality, but yeah, as you guys were just saying, nobody really to help bolster the offense on that second half as well.
I think Pimp really nailed it. It just didn't feel like they were connecting across the board and just giving up too many kinds of picks and everything. The default working out as well as it did for Eternal Fire just shows how strong the core is, really. The fact that they have their protocols, procedures also ironed out, that Woxic is changing his position practically every single round with the AWP. All of that combined to just put Vitality in a position where getting onto a bomb site was almost so difficult every time, and it was really just against the most standard setups, I would say.
Well, Eternal Fire looking on fire on the first map at least. That was their map pick of Anubis going down, which means Vitality's pick lays in wait. We're going to be diving into Mirage after this break.
An incredible first map coming out from Eternal Fire. Maja, that was something special on the T side, and it was a fight back on the CT side. Just go with me now between your mindset on why you picked Anubis in there and what you saw as the reason for it.
Yeah, I think they had Robs on Anubis, and they had to switch some position because Robs is used to play on A a lot with FaZe, and Flames was the A player from Vitality last year. But now when Robs come, I think that they give the position to Robs A, and Flames came on B, a new position for him, and it's not an easy way to, not an easy spot to defend. So my mindset was to pick Anubis because there was maybe. They need to work a lot on it to be good, and accordingly they pick CT side. We start T. I think we did a super T side. Just one mistake about low buy when we just go a small amount, like 3 people on A only, and we was 2 lurking, me and Wikidia, and I think the mistake was only one mistake on T side, but on CT side, like you say, we fight back. They play well, I think, but I say to Jota to keep utility on B a lot because they're playing a lot of slow. Yeah. So I think the one that we won on B, we just used good utility in the end, and that's why we success to win on Anubis. But it's not over. Obviously, it's Vitality. There is 2 other maps, and we will do our best.
Maja clearly doing his homework coming into the chosen ground of Anubis, and an A+ after that result, taking on the series 0-1 for the side of Vitality. They're bringing in Mirage to the mix. Eternal Fire obviously choosing to start on the CT side here. What do we know about both of these teams moving into this ground?
I know Santeros will not be able to shut down ZywOo in the same fashion we just saw on Anubis. He's not going to go 10 in 11 duels against ZywOo. I don't believe that at all. So that will change, and I think that will open up the playing field a little bit. Again, it's always hard to say how much was the Santeros winning for EF and how much was it EF, the game plan, and Maja setting up Santeros. We don't really know, but as a matter of fact, I think the playing field will now be evened out, even to a point where I expect Vitality to win on Mirage, given that they have so many different playmakers. You think of Flamesy on Mirage, always impactful. ZywOo, always impactful. You'd even argue Robs back in the days, always impactful. I still only see one big playmaker within EF. Obviously, Santeros did a great job, but can he do it over the course of 2 maps in a row? Maybe.
He's going to have to do a lot because teaming up with Jota on the A bomb site is probably one of the last connections that this team has to put together to have a competent defense, because Jota coming in for Calyx, I mean, Calyx and Xantares had played with each other for quite some time at that point, so the chemistry was all there. But now with Jota there, he does look a little bit green on the position. Not sure what sort of moves he can make, wants to be directed by Xantares. So not only will Xantares have to live up to what he did in the previous map, he's going to probably also have to command his teammate, his rookie teammate actually, on that bomb site with him.
Definitely agree. It's something to look out for, how that synergy on the A bomb side is going to turn out. And in connection with that, Santeros and Voxic as well. We have barely mentioned Voxic's name throughout this entire series, and I think he's going to be needed. And our presence on Mirage, very much needed. And our presence versus ZywOo, given that ZywOo will wake up, which we all expect, that's needed. And I think Voxic is the player to me when I look at EF. If he can come alive a little more consistently and be the backup to Santeros just sometimes, then EF becomes very, very interesting.
Well, we're about to see how it is indeed going to be panning out. Eternal Fire versus Vitality on Vitality's map pick of Mirage.
Yeah, you're hopeful that this is where things can turn around for Vitality. I want this series to be a 3-mapper with the heat that Eternal Fire brought to open it up. And now that we head to Mirage, one that is more untested for Eternal Fire, I think there are going to be ways in here for Vitality.
Sure.
We just need that star, man, because Xantares is having no issue putting in big performances for Eternal Fire. That's kept up now between rounds 1 and 2, which started online. Here in the studio on LAN, he's popping off. For the side of Vitality, we don't have that clear star player yet in a team that's adorned with so many potential stars. That is a big problem. And so we need Robs, we need ZywOo, and maybe throw in a Flames. Suddenly, Vitality are cooking with fire.
Yeah, that's a crazy game for Xantares, and we're going to see that confidence immediately come through in this pistol as he jumps into middle. He had a near 3 KD, 130 ADR, 8 multi-kill rounds. I mean, this guy was an absolute titan. So on Mirage, expectations similarly high. Apex out from under. This could be dangerous if he loses all these grenades. He gets his molly out, but the smoke will just fall in the way. Maja spotting them out middle, trying to keep them at bay as Vitality look to split.
This is Xantares wanting to take all the fights he can to open up.
Triple B or Xantares, what do you prefer? It's two rough options. They're just going to walk back under. I think at this point, Eternal Fire know exactly what's going on. Oh, Match has missed this. This is a weird flank, and he's missed it entirely. Flames could be on an interesting lurk here. That's a shot to get some revenge.
All right, that's one way to deal with Xantares. Still, there's these dual Berettas. Jota holds the line with a double, and Wycadia just trying to buy some time here. Mezzi looks to chase down this last man, but reinforcements arrive. Wycadia does his job. And Eternal Fire pull up with a pistol round to open up map 2.
That really is a deadly setup. Two Julies at B with a jump spot bait for the balcony, and then Xantares in connector, forcing kills in middle. Unstoppable, even if Flames hits this. They just go right into the jaws of death. And a pistol in the pocket of Eternal Fire. They start as they finished, strong. Just got a deagle here on Mezzi. So even though it may be an untested map for Eternal Fire, who knows what they've been setting up in the break. A new player getting acclimatized. Jota did struggle in the one time we saw Eternal Fire run this map the other day online.
It was versus Fluxo.
So not really the top opposition, but surely a map Eternal Fire has put some work into behind the scenes.
Yeah, and I think early days for Jota, right? We talked about him coming into this, about how it's kind of playing the long game with this guy, taking a younger player, fresher face to the project, not swapping in and out players that have already adorned the Eternal Fire jersey. I think it's a good move. And I think short term, his whole reason for being here is to reinvigorate the squad. Eternal Fire went from an astronomical rise and all the potential in the world on Copenhagen to a disappointing end to the year in Shanghai, and all those expectations, the weight of it proved to be too much. And so I think as long as Jota can bring a breath of fresh air to this team in the short term, that could be enough, and it certainly feels like it's working for the likes of Xantares. Wycadia also giving us some great games thus far. This one's nice and clean up against the pistols. No worries yet, as it's smooth sailing to open up for Eternal Fire. Yeah, I think, you know, start of this year, midpoint of this year, that was Eternal Fire at their best. And that was their first real time having to deal with the expectation of being a hard-hitting team. And those were new challenges, new issues that crop up when you start going into games no longer being the plucky underdogs. And so I think, you know, Jota's change at least has forced Eternal Fire to look in the mirror a bit and rediscover themselves again. A win over Vitality to start your year would certainly be no small feat.
No, not at all. And to do it on Mirage as well, because when we talk about the two events Eternal Fire were most impressive in last year, which was the Copenhagen Major and Pro League, this was not a map that they touched. They actually lost it almost every time. They only won this map once at both of those events over BetBoom, a singular game. They lost it to everyone else they played. So Mirage was not a piece of the Eternal Fire success story. So if they can change that now against a new look Vitality, who we know can play Mirage, now that could be interesting. Vitality, though, up against the bonus round, more than favored on this B hit. Maja just gets decimated, domed by the Brit as they come flying into the bomb site. Wycadia, no cover, no room to move. Xantares can cut down ZywOo on Catwalk, but even that is not assured as ZywOo hits him and puts Vitality in the picture for their first. Dinner bell rings and ZywOo comes running for the kills. Not letting anyone escape. Apex should have this one if ZywOo doesn't. Either way, he's dead. Surely. Surely.
Oh yeah, he is massively screwed. There's the push in from Flames, who's keeping up his strong performance from the first map. He was the one guy worth shouting about, the one guy who kind of had those moments where he could change the tide.
And that was in a new position, as Matt just said in that between-game interview. And to be honest, yeah, Flames, he had some good rounds, but you could definitely see the uncomfortability between him and Mezzi on that B-bomb site, the blocking of each other, the repositioning, you know, getting exec'd on a lot in that previous map. So in general, the position is new, and you could see him not looking his usual self. This is where you hope that could get flipped on its head.
Oh, 100%. I think some of Flames' best moments in his career have been on this map.
Absolutely.
In a variety of different jerseys too. Always one he's felt very at home on, even now finding a timing down here in mid. Wow. Xantares just clotheslines him straight through the connector and looks to take that straight up fight in middle.
He got a spot and he just hunts that kill down. He doesn't let him get into ladder. And they even spam 2 players through the mid smoke. Look at the health on ZywOo and Apex. This round's dead before it begins. Re-smokes in, and Vitality on the clock. Getting ever closer to this A split. Eternal Fire don't buy the fake smokes in middle. Vitality walk through the fade. It is this A split with Jota trying to cover the lurk. Apex putting pressure on, gonna get hunted down. He heard the first steps. He's not ready at all for that push. In the site is Woxic. There are layers and layers of defense in A, and there is no breaking through for Vitality.
I mean, the speed at which Match has been able to get this team on the same page is very impressive, right? I think that's my big takeaway thus far from this series, right? You're feeling some of the teething issues for Vitality. Meanwhile, for Eternal Fire, these rounds have had a very clear game plan. No one's afraid of making a misstep. It's clear, like within the individual moments here, there's still a good degree of freedom going to the individuals for Eternal Fire. Even that move to go and hunt down Apex over in Palace. That's not necessarily something you say in the moment, right? You have a very small window of opportunity there. And so a good realization for Eternal Fire that they can chase that kill down.
Could have been a nade on the money there. Vitality stacked on ramp. And they don't have the utils along this out. They just got to go.
Glad that they've gone back to something a bit more group, though. The early defaulting is worked for them on that previous map, but here they've struggled to get too much results out of it. This time it's something more standard, more grouped, but it's been split up here by the util. The molly down over in Palace, and Woxic just has an open sightline into ramp. It's all about Woxic. That AK pulled, no AWP needed. Woxic puts his best foot forward in defense of this A site, and there should be no hope for Flames. AK scavenged. But he's really got his work cut out for him. Woxic's been hot on the repositions here, looking to constantly keep them guessing. And there's that team play again while he's busy hunting down Woxic. Maja swings out spawn side and puts a stop to it.
Yeah, I don't like that pace change from Mezzi. They get out ramp, they get stuck Tetris, but then after the molly comes in Palace, and I think it was Apex getting blocked, Mezzi just swings in alone. Robs isn't there to trade him because he's still holding default. They knew Woxic was there, and Apex is blocked by the molly. It allows Woxic to get 1v1s. A few seconds delayed for Mezzi could have allowed his in-game leader to trade him. But Woxic gets a big 3-piece on the site. And Eternal Fire are running rampant right now in a hyper-important game. We've talked about the stakes, Harry. It's not just the money, $100,000 on this line, a spot in the semi-finals, but the winner of this match is getting number 3 seed as well. That means they pick, in the draft show tonight, their opponent. They choose one of the top 2 teams that they get to face.
Yeah, and in doing so, the other cool part there is they inadvertently decide the other matchup, right? So in picking their opponent, they decide who plays in that other semi-final. There's certainly some gamery that can go on to try and figure out, well, who would we want to play in a final?
I think you just don't pick Spirit. I think that's probably the rule.
I think it might come
like,
as simple as that as well.
Save it to the end, wait till they all in and hope for the best. But yeah, either way, I mean, that means potentially if the favorites win today and Na'Vi find that other game, you know, we could be looking at a rematch from that EPL final. We'd have to see how things shape up. But it's a very powerful position to be in to win this matchup. Whoever you are, be it Vitality, be it Eternal Fire, and right now it is looking like the latter in full control of this map again to kick things off. And as we've already said, it's on a map that we've not seen EF have the best success in. 4-1. Got a PC swap here.
Feels insane, but I'm going to say it. I think if Eternal Fire plays Spirit, they win.
Why do you think that?
Because I think Xantares in his element right now, and so seeing him go toe-to-toe with Donk would certainly be sick.
That's fun.
But I think also, one of the things we talked about even in that Spirit game from just yesterday where they played versus Heroic is like, Spirit show a good degree of respect in these games, and they like the slower look. And I think thus far they haven't been punished to the highest degree for that. Meanwhile, Eternal Fire are playing super confident. They are always making moves. That's kept up on both maps. That's kept up in every game you've seen them play. This is Madja trying to reinvent the team a little bit with the new blood coming in, and so I think that would be a very interesting matchup because you have a team that's playing a slower, more methodical, more default heavy style and then reacting to the successes that they find versus a team that will be pushing you, will be prodding you, will be trying to take those early advantages, and I don't know if Spirit would be able to do much about that. So I don't know, that's a ballsy prediction for me in the tech timeout. Why not? Now's the time to say them.
It's a spicy prediction. We'll see if it comes true. We'll see if Eternal 5 even win this one. We've got a quick PC swap, so we'll throw it over to the desk with the question, guys, who would win between Spirit and Eternal Fire?
Harry, you've given us quite the conundrum to be discussing whilst this PC is quickly switched out.
So, sometimes when you're casting the game, and I can say this from experience, you get really locked into what you're doing and you forget to zoom out sometimes. You forget the whole macro picture of what's going on in the world. And unfortunately, that has befallen Harry. Very frequent symptom of recency bias. Andy's now Spirit would win. Spirit would win.
Yeah. Don't know what he's eating. Don't know what he's
I'm just
potentially
love you, Harry. Love you, Harry. I'm just
inside
kidding.
his body. But no, there's no argument to say that Spirit would not winning against EF. I do think that I get where Harry's coming from. You know what we've seen from EF so far.
They look good
on Anubis. Beginning of Mirage as well. They look like a proper Counter-Strike team coming in to play. And I mean, yes, going toe-to-toe against Vitality, that's one thing, especially considering the roster change. Spirit is going to be another. But with the way they're playing right now, you'd be foolish to say that they can make a game out of it.
Yeah, obviously the winner of this also takes 3rd seed as well, which is very important because tonight we have another one of the draft shows and they get the first pick.
That's
so
the conversation. Now, EF versus G2, with the way Eternal Fire is playing right now and with what we think we know about G2, I think that could be a very interesting game.
I feel like if this EF were to face off against G2, the firepower is there for Xantares. I feel like him versus Mobs, it's even enough where I'm not going to say it really favors G2, and I'm going to say the teamwork, the game planning, that looks better for Eternal Fire. The way that they handled them on Anubis, all of that, the way that Madger in that interview with James Banks after Anubis said, yeah, we were going to target Flames because that position is hard. Like playing E-Box is probably, even though Stars play it, it's probably the hardest position on the map, okay? Like understanding how you cycle utility, understanding the fact that they can run through your smoke at any second, like that stuff is terrifying. And so he has to get the reps in Flames. And I think Madger came up with a great idea. I think he would do the same versus G2.
Yeah, we saw obviously the pistol round just going down there, but I'm curious to see how this map is going to be unfolding. I hear that we do have the tech issues sorted, so Harry, Hugo, back to you.
Desker on the clock, they got to get their flame in quick, Harry. I liked your angle.
Look, man, everyone.
You're probably wrong.
CS unfortunate, man. Keep it all locked and loaded, ready to go.
You never know. Anything is possible.
They all laughed at me.
I do like the recency bias.
They laughed at him because he told the truth.
Yeah, sure. I'm all for the recency bias. I'm all for the Xantares POV locking in for a great series here.
Bro, he's so locked in.
The Turkish goat.
He's so locked in. Sure, yeah, that is the noise.
Connor can do a way better
to a degree.
Yeah. We're getting back in, folks. It is Eternal Fire Vitality. It is map 2.
He's even gone back to the kitchen paper towel instead of the
classic.
The kind of microfiber cloth is what he was running before. Xantara is always a guy who had sweaty hands.
Where he's holding the mouse with the towel over it. Does that not cause some friction?
Would to any normal person, but not to the GOAT.
I want to see if that keeps up. Does he do that in a round? He does have very sweaty hands, I hear.
Yeah, like that's all an assumption. If he doesn't though, you wouldn't need the towel. So
yeah, I think it's a safe assumption. Talking of GOATs, we need more from ZywOo in this series. There is absolutely no doubt about that. Disappointing debut on Anubis for ZywOo. And it's kind of now or never with their backs up against the wall on their map pick. Vitality have got to get back in ship shape.
yeah, I mean, because here's the thing, right? Like, I think if you're Vitality or if you're looking at this game and you see the struggles, you can say, as you did actually earlier on, Hugo, you said, well, you know, they are still a new team. They're figuring things out. They have that at least to kind of fall back on. But here's the thing. This was a squad that struggled in those high-pressure moments, in those high-pressure environments when the games really started to matter. This is where some of the stars of Vitality would go missing. And I don't think it helps from a morale perspective to start your year off that way, but also it's not like after this event you have a solid month to go and game plan and get ready. It's like, no, the tournaments keep coming. You know, the stakes keep escalating. It all keeps rising as the year goes on. And so I really don't think you want to start on a sour note. I think it would be a very different story, say, if you lost this series, but you kept it super close, super competitive, and your star players are feeling good about it. But I don't think you want to leave a series with ZywOo and Rops both struggling loads, and it's all kind of loosely held together by Flames and Mezzi with a couple of impact rounds here and there. I think that is a very odd way for the years to start for Vitality. You know, I think there is this idea, though, that for Apex, he's someone who is a bit of a slow burner with talent coming into the squad and how long it takes to hit its full potential. But it sounds like we're getting back into things now. Eternal Fire, a map up in the series already, one map away from moving into those semi-finals and claiming the $63,000 bounty on the head of Vitality. And even then, I'm rounding that down. So, Eternal Fire in the driver's seat, a sick sequence of nades over in middle. Sees Flames head out of the round early.
That's knowing the pathing right there. The Vitality are going to walk down that wall and try and get into connector quickly on an eco. They hit those nades right on the money.
I think when you do that, as you say, like that's knowledge in your prep work and your pathing of the opponent. That just shows that all the time and resources you've dedicated in the build-up to this game have been worth it, and it's felt worth it all day. They've had some really good reads over Vitality. So this little D ground going to struggle to find much of an impact here. Already a man down, not being given fights over in middle, which is what Vitality were hoping for. Instead, it's Eternal Fire just holding on to the extremities, and so as they try to take Con away, they lose ZywOo, they lose Mezzi, and Rops, that final man to fall, as the Deegs gets brushed aside, and the lead continues to grow for Eternal Fire.
Stars are shining here for EF. Gun round for Vitality now. While they won their first into a bonus, it petered out very quickly with a contact A. No AWP either for ZywOo at the moment. They got broken early. It's Wok6 AWP peering down under. Freeing up Xantares to play a little bit more mobile and assist on that A site. He's always going to be running to the action. Donk-esque in that sense. Wok6 with an easy early shot, but a jiggle will bait it out. Xantares even looks to play ahead of the grenades. Sight against it. Ooh, Rops on the window lurk. Things you do like to see. Rops v Xantares, eyes on. Stare into that monitor. Oh!
Crazy catch for Wycadia, and there's the Wok6 AWP to extend that advantage one step further. Oh, everywhere Vitality go, it's just a disaster. It's only Flames left from this initial foray out in the middle. But him and Mezzi have made this interesting. 2v5, reclaimed to a 2-on-3. That bomb down in top middle, though. And Flames is the candidate who's got to go back and get him. What is that, Ana Zantares? Oh, God, it's disgusting.
He's a freak right now. There's no time to get the bomb. If you go for the bomb, you're not winning the round. That's the issue. Flames has to bait out players to chase him in middle. By the time he gets to the bomb, there's no time to find a site. So he is saving in the middle of the war zone in mid here. Eternal Fire, do it again. A quick 5-on-2. The Vitality may make interesting for a moment, but it is only that.
Counter-terrorists win.
Wycadia and Woksek. Just kind of random timing peaks in middle, right? After Wycadia clears ladder, just goes back, swings short as well. One by one, Eternal Fire take dry peaks with no flashes. It is a hard game to read at the moment for Vitality. I can't blame them for getting a little bit caught off guard by a very confident, aggressive, oppressive CT control of middle in that round. Vitality, I mean, not all on the same page, it seems.
Yeah. And it's like the story couldn't be more different for Eternal Fire. You know, Madja, he's not only is he loving what he's getting out of his teammates, it's just, it feels like every map he's getting something new. Opening game on Anubis, it was just Zantares, right? You could put him wherever you wanted. He was going to get you the kills, get you the space. Now he had onto Mirage. Zantares still very keen to be involved, but suddenly it's about some of these extremity players. Woksik on the AWP, flexing a little bit more. You know, what does that bring to the table for Madja to call around? Suddenly he's got this AWP who's able to just take charge and dominate the server. Wycadia in there as well, and Jota's been holding his own, no complaints. So Zantares might be the guy still looking to take all these fights, but there is not a weak link for Eternal Fire. And in that same breath, there is no star right now for Vitality.
One guy who maybe you would want to rely on is lurking out mid. That's a deke for ZywOo. Activated in an integral round. They're going to rush this B bomb site. Flames is coming up on the catwalk. It's only Wycadia right now. Woksik is a cross shot, but Wycadia is the guy with 2 on defense. The Flames cut down. It gives room for Zantares to get in the bomb site, and a missed AWP shot for Mezzi may let Eternal Fire back in. Again, Zantares does it all.
I just don't know if there's any stopping this. Like, if you look at that on kind of a raw level, Zantares, you could even say maybe plays it wrong. It's super aggressive. He's ahead of the rest of his team. If he dies there, it's a 2v2, AWP in the post block. There's nothing you can do about it. But this is the thing. He's brimming with confidence. He throws himself into both of these fights, and look at how clean it is.
The right players when you shoot him in the head, and that's exactly what Zantares was made for.
Like many other players, they would have just waited in market, played the 3v2, maybe take an early peek, but if nothing comes, you just wait and you play the man advantage. Zantares, meanwhile, going against the grain, wants this all to be about him.
It really is right now. Almost 30 kills on map 1. He's very close to that smoke, but this barrel could poke out. Zantares caught running back, and he's given a second chance. Vitality poking and prodding. They want this A site.
Oh, man! Flames just got destroyed. Zantares 180 Apex. Oh, God, it's all going so wrong for Vitality. But for Eternal Fire, they physically cannot make a mistake right now. Crazy flick from Woksik to open. Then matched by the 180 out of Zantares. Even when they're not looking the right way, they're still destroying Vitality. This is so fast, you can barely even register it in the slow-mo for crying out loud. There's the 180 from Zantares.
Dude, it's pixel perfect. It's like a turn bind. It's like a turn bind, Harry. Just 180s on his head. How do you beat that? On fire, our Eternal Fire. And burnt down our Vitality.
Look, all I'm saying is you've got to get in at the ground floor, get in early with Eternal Fire, because they are starting this season off strong. Fast pop into the A site, first time Eternal Fire really had to repel something this direct, this fast from Vitality. They lose Woxic early. That's an AWP picked up for this post-plant as the bomb goes down. A Hail Mary thrown in from Vitality. But this is what we mean. Nothing's going wrong. Everything's going right for Eternal Fire. Smoke spam connects, tipping the scales in their favor. Flames dons the AWP as ZywOo's Deagle's on the board next. They're still reclaiming these kills, and the no-scope connects for Flames. Left to Wycadia in the clutch, and he can't catch his bearings. Finally, Vitality break through.
He gets something, all right. It's about time. It's been a very quiet series from Vitality where Flamesy is just trying to drag them through rounds. He will manage at this time. A dig well placed from ZywOo and a bit of RNG going a long way. Vitality need the luck at this point in the game. After Xantares goes 10-1 against ZywOo in head-to-head last map. Vitality can't rely on their traditional star. He's really trying to collect the Infinity Stones right now. He destroyed Nico in this previous stage, getting himself to LAN. Now he's doing that to ZywOo. Can Vitality find a little bit of levity at the end of the half, akin to Anubis, looking for 4?
I mean, Eternal Fire will remember how even letting Vitality have a handful of rounds back on Anubis still made that a very close game.
Sure.
So you can't afford to let them back in now, especially because I think that just disrupts the sort of flow state Eternal Fire are in, right? We've been saying they can't set a foot wrong, even when they've done or looked in the wrong place, they still get all the success out of the round. And so you want that to keep up down the tail end of this first half. You don't want to feel like you let Vitality back in. This time they've been a bit more conservative about how they fight middle. Nade's still find good damage onto Apex, but this whole portion of the map is dark right now for Eternal Fire. Insane fight to try and take in middle, but it speaks to where his mind's at. ZywOo gets his name up on the board. And that's a keen opener to find on that AWP. Eternal Fire know about it now.
Oh, stat.
Another one back from ZywOo on that AWP. Xantares hanging out back at the spawn, but they've already lost so much control and their money is on the line here. This might have to be a very early save called. A couple of kills go the way of that ZywOo AWP. A feature the Vitality have not been able to count on in this series yet. And that's all it takes for them to find the round. Finally chaining together something at the end of the half. 2 rounds straight now for Vitality.
Yeah, they do need to live here, Eternal Fire. These guns are very important to stop exactly what you mentioned in Vitality finding a second wind at the end of this half. Never too late in this game. But Eternal Fire want one more rifle round to make things interesting on their defense. Nice to see ZywOo have impact on the AWP.
I hope Flames does hunt. He's been hanging around the ladder room this entire time.
Yeah, like they can buy whatever. He could die.
Yeah. Even removing one gun means it's just not a full buy next round.
It really does feel, I mean, it happens a lot of time where teams are going into the last couple of rounds or last round of the half where, like, physically, you dying makes no difference other than to your stats.
Yeah, I think it's one of these things where you're very, very deep in the game. Nothing's been working for Vitality. It would make sense to me if maybe they've lost track of the money a little bit. With
the only angle is like, oh, I don't want to give them an AK.
Yeah.
I don't want, like, they're actually getting AK CT is powerful, but I don't know. I think in that position, I agree with you completely. I would like to see him just go for a BP at any point once the round is confirmed. Doesn't matter. 8-3, Vitality looking for scraps as Eternal Fire sit confident. Good flash, good pace. Apex runs out middle, but there's still an AWP to worry about. Flick down for Woxic, as simple as that, and he gets out without a blemish.
Yeah, it always feels like Woxic has a higher chance of hitting the target when he's not looking at them. A very fast player, and another from Woxic's AWP. It's all left onto ZywOo. Got the ball rolling on the last 1vx we saw this guy attempt. It was a 1v5 go at it back on Anubis, this time 1v4, but the bomb has been located. Eternal Fire hold all the cards. Can ZywOo be the ace up the sleeve of Vitality? He's not ready for the deep push, so Eternal Fire, bit of revenge down the tail end of that first half. They run away with 9 rounds on the CT side. Eternal Fire came into this second map after a lights out Anubis with a tall task ahead of them to try and tame Vitality on their map pick and Mirage. For Eternal Fire, even at the best of times, this has not been a map that's been very kind to them, but the prep work heading into it has looked to pay off. They've come into this with hot hands and now a dominant scoreline at the end of that first half. A pistol round here would almost be good enough to lay this one to rest.
You think so?
And so Eternal Fire, they've got to lock in because they could do all the lifting for this series here and now.
Yeah, quad A setup though.
So Torres, first in, first to fall, fed to the Ropstall Berettas. So the first outing into this A site does not pan out for Eternal Fire. 3-man stack here for Vitality as well, with a 4th man nearby in the form of ZywOo. Rops with a swing. A swing that goes punished by Woxic. And that's going to open up the route to this A play. They've got Messi trapped in a box. He takes one to the grave. It's about as much as you could have hoped for Messi there. This was all teed up for Apex, but missed shots means ZywOo's going to be that guy. 2 kills, you'd think that's enough, as it's Jota left up in this clutch. And a big order ahead of him. 45 seconds left to play with. Toughest position Jota's been in yet.
Oh, I like the reset now. He recommits. shows again, and now he's going to go back to B. And I think he should know he might even have a bomb plant here, as Vitality don't want to jump the gun and play solo. Flames is going to start to move, though. He will beat him to the bomb site. The question is, does Flames commit to backside or bench? Yes, he will. He wants to fight for the round. He wants to risk the 1v1, but his position is unorthodox, unlikely to be checked. The stick comes in for Jota, and he should be a dead man walking. Missed shot!
Oh, no!
Jota's got a chance!
Low on health. Jota with the reposition. Tucks himself in up close and walks it over the finish line. Jota blessed in that 1v2. Missed shot from Flames. It's all it takes. And that pistol round that could have decided the outcome of this series, it's the most unlikely 1v2 from the freshest face in Eternal Fire.
And you came in saying Eternal Fire have hot hands. Not only is that absolutely true, but Vitality are ice cold. Fingers stuck on the lamppost. They're not making the bus in time. This is an ugly showing for Vitality. If this is the way that it falls apart on a home map against an Eternal Fire that are not a Mirage team, coming out with a clean win like this.
I mean, you just saw the celebration there from Eternal Fire. They know that winning that pistol has teed them up to take this series. Mezzi's Deagle and Apex's Scout, all that stand between them and this B site, but a lot of damage has been done early. You don't want that 1v2 to have all been in vain. Now's the time to capitalize, now's the time to do the damage, but it's Apex's Scout out on an island, softening them up. This has all started to come to a bit of a rough end for Eternal Fire as it's grinded to a halt in the apartments. They are giving these scouts the long-range fights, and they might come to regret it. Major in the clutch. It can't be another clutch up for Eternal Fire, surely. As Major looks to repeat the feat that Jota just put forward in the pistol round. Flames with the Scout, holds on, and Major creeps right into it.
I thought he knew he was Cat. I thought he had that info. Was he scared that Flames got a repos in and managed to get into the site? That's a strange one to lose. A very nice try for Major, but my God, Vitality may have just saved their bacon in this series. Hitting some important Scout shots and a Deagle to start it all off. Could be the start of something here for Vitality, but again on Anubis, the breathing room is just too small. And Eternal Fire want to force right back in with a B-pop.
That round felt like a very unorthodox, almost mistake for Eternal Fire, letting the Scouts have that much runway to whittle them down on the push through the apartments. Wouldn't be surprised if this one is far more direct. They barrel in, trying to get past Mezzi. Rops hold on, buying time for ZywOo to make his way over, but it's far from comfortable. ZywOo will get there, but not for long. Dead after the first, Rops is still hanging in there. Finally bested, finally dropped out of the round. And so that's the plant teed up for Eternal Fire. Vitality have to group for this retake. The nades have done good damage to soften up this site hold. Major's making a play. Sneaks past Flamesy in at the market, but he's gone right past him. Didn't turn around, didn't check for this. Now he's got the element of surprise, slipping into the market. Flames turns, Flames checks it. And so that miss for Major, that misread on Flames, hidden in the same smoke he played through. And the round is snatched away. Vitality slowly but surely trying to find a path back into this map.
Oh, I love that they just go for the B-pop like that, though. They managed to trade out really efficiently. That's a comfortable 2v2, where Eternal Fire really have the advantage, but a heads-up play for Flames. Checks his back and falls in to find 5 for Vitality. Feels like whenever we see rounds be won by Vitality, Flames is the guy closing them. He won the Force Buy in the previous. He's done it again on B. The depth for Vitality just not there yet. Rops 5 and 12. And they go again. They rebuy down to 0 with another B-pop. The molly connects nothing. There's no early info. They smoke it late and they send into the site.
They're thinking if just one of these times this works, that's enough for us to take the game, but Rops has repelled it. Xantares might be in there, but not for long. And now the reinforcements arrive, the cavalry here for Vitality just in time. ZywOo pulls up to lay this one to rest, and that is a wild shot for him to close it out on. Eternal Fire have had the freedom to take some risks early on in this second half. They've had the freedom to go for the ballsiness of this back-to-back-to-back force buys in the B rushes. But now surely normality is restored as this one is repelled far more cleanly by the Vitality squad.
I'll put some respect in Eternal Fire, right? It's a little bit of a slowdown you'd hope in these gun rounds. They're trying to get away with some gimmicks, right? Maybe they feel like they don't have the depth to win it out in a long-fought battle on this T side of Mirage against Vitality, but try to keep the economy down in the first couple of rounds so ZywOo can't get his AWP in yet. It will all come to a close though. Eco for Eternal Fire. And now the opportunity for this game to get a little bit more interesting. Some more back and forth. Jota looking for a dig out ramp. The rest are quad B, contact, and there's actually only Mezzy in the site. I don't want to prophesize anything on an armless round, but if there were a way, this would be it.
Yeah, support's going to be a long way away. Nice. That's an important lineup for Mezzy, who keeps this contained. The one man defending the B site makes it look easy.
Crisp.
And so a flawless round put forth from Vitality. 3 rounds between these squads now. As that gap, the early forces, it's all closed up. Eternal Fire risked it all on triple B rushes. But now they're going to try to take the pace out of it here as the guns make a return. What would be a sad state to think about here is if the best chance Eternal Fire had to close it on the back of that 1v2 from Jota in the pistol was not enough to get this game over the line. Because you're not going to have chances like that again.
Yeah, it's going to be hard now.
You've got to grind your way through this Vitality squad. Vitality that are having a second wind on their CT side.
No casualties for Vitality. They couldn't buy the AWP on ZywOo, but actually, if we look at the numbers, he often picks up AWPs, especially on T side. He's not actually often buying his own AWPs. He likes to scavenge them from his opponents, and Walk6 could be the weapon to grab. They're going to keep the pressure on this B bomb side again. They're jumping out. There's only 3 Ts here right now. Apex and Mezzy alone, rather. Back of bench gets a double, but Apex is here in the middle of the site as Wicardia pulls nades. The bomb has been lost. This round has crumbled apart for Eternal Fire on an overly eager B push, forcing a save at the minute mark.
Yeah, look, I mean, if the first 3 times they tried it didn't trigger a change in the game plan for Eternal Fire, this one certainly should. Because these hits have not been getting closer. You've not been able to replicate the same success you found there early on. You know, when they were first hitting B, at least they were taking the space. They were in positions to get that bomb planted. But these last few times they've tried it, it's not even been close. And so you might have looked to exploit the Mezzy Rops hold on that side of the map. But it's not working, and so new solutions have to be found here for Eternal Fire.
I wonder if ZywOo takes the free AWP. Right now he's hunting the kill, but CT side Mirage, not a bad place to have that. Looks like they're more focused on trapping this player on the A side. I'm not too worried for Xantares. He doesn't even have to swing, but he chooses to. And Rops kills him, I think, even after the clock. So that is not ideal for Eternal Fire. Great B holds for Mezzy on this CT side. He's done it time and time again. Okay. Vitality late to the game. Give us some intrigue in this series. Bounty on their heads. Eternal Fire trying to leave the day with $100,000 of value banked and bountied. Vitality trying to grow the stakes and send themselves into the semi-finals for tomorrow. As I said earlier, the winner of this match in the all-important 3rd seed position in the top 4. They pick their opponent for the semi-final. On fire.
It can't just be a B hit again.
It's getting desperate.
Surely not, like... The best chance they had to succeed here was in that anti-eco in the second round. Since that point, they've struggled to get at all close. Messi has been a rock. Rob's now here to help him out. And so that crossfire is set up. It's a drive-by for Imagine.
They need this kill.
It's given them something. Rob's out on an island here, but support moves in just in time. And so only Xantares left, put down 6 straight for Vitality as they repel another one of these B plays.
Does feel like the answer is inevitable, that they're going to have to go to something more default and take mid control and actually slow down the round, and then we'll see the depth of Eternal Fire on this map. We know they have struggled on Mirage. Final timeout even coming out while they're still in the lead. So getting a little bit desperate here. If this game longs out into the 20-ish rounds, they might be in trouble.
It just felt like they had the big grapple with fear very early on in this second half, right? As we were talking about, a golden opportunity after Jota's 1v2 to end the game there and then they kind of got strung out in the apartments. They were kind of fearful of success, trying to end it in fights versus the scouts. And from that point on, they've gone back to these B plays every single time. But the results aren't getting prettier. It's getting more and more one-sided. The B defense is getting shored up more and more as these individuals get switched online. So Eternal Fire, they've spent the entirety of this second half only looking to hit that B site. They finally have to look elsewhere. And so this is the round where they spread out. They look to take middle. Let's see if they're up to the task. Haven't had to worry about this yet, but that's a nice opening found from Woxic, who sits back on that AWP and waits for Flames to make the opening move.
Don't mind the Vitality tried to make a play in this round, but Eternal Fire finally moving away from their same setup. They look to default. They've got to punish any more moves that Vitality might make in a 4v5, and the call is, let's go for the gamble. There's no way they'll go B again. And you know what? Dare I say they're right. Eternal Fire with 2 outside of A. And the bomb in middle. That will put a lot of fear in Vitality, but is it enough fear to discount this stack? With an entry coming in the Palace, it only pushes them further into it.
They found Robs. They're really close to dealing with Messi. Once they've dealt with those two, they should have a clear idea that B is empty, but they're just going to follow through with this game plan. The A split moving on in, and Xantares is quick with the trade. It's going to fall to ZywOo. Now this series has been kept alive for Vitality by the strength of their B anchors. In this 1v4 clutch attempt, these are the rounds that ZywOo is supposed to bring Vitality. But misses the timing on a player getting out ramped. No info. Quick up does deal with Wycadia. But look at that minimap. Eternal Fire keeping him boxed in here. The best path is to fight forward for ZywOo. But a lot of time ticked off this bomb. And no fights being given over, nothing coming for free in this clutch attempt. ZywOo's saving now, even uncertain, as the nade from Xantares lobbed in, denies that AWP being carried forward. Eternal Fire finally move away from B, and they find instant success.
And we tune back into the Xantares show, the 3-piece as well as finding ZywOo on the save and taking away that AWP. This pick was huge. Jump spot, finds Messi on the stairs, and a crucial trade out connector. So more of that for Xantares is a good sign, as Eternal Fire show there are 2 sites in this map. Even Woxic reignited to go for a mid pick. He's flashed off. It's Robs with the second AWP up in the Palace. Looking for this entry kill. But it's just a little too short. Jota's been solid. That's back-to-back rounds. He's picked Rops out of Palace. A classic aggressive position for Rops on CT side. Denied.
I mean, Rob's even buying up the second AWP, sign of the times, right? Wanting to make a bit of a change here to some of the options open to him early on. Hope that taking the AWP could have given him an edge in that fight versus Jota. They've crept past ZywOo. He's not even aware that Xantares has made it this deep, and he's just missed the timing on Xantares, making it all the way out to the stairs. He's now in the position that could win this entire series for Eternal Fire. Xantares with it all to do, all to play for, but he's just not being given the targets. Flames with a reposition up on a palace, dropping down. Flames can't manage the third. And it is Xantares and Woxic spilling through the connector that look to make the greatest difference. Mezzi kept Vitality in this with the B anchoring. Now he's got to be just as flashy in defensive A. Missed shot from the AWP gives Mezzi the path. And the foot forward as Mezzi closes. Mezzi keeps Vitality in this on both sides of the map.
One-man army right now, and it is enough to stem the bleeding, to survive another round. Mezzi does it again, and they owe him everything right there. That was a very uncomfortable position for Vitality, a very unlikely clutch. But a bomb caught in the open, a missed AWP shot, that's all it takes with Xantares on his last legs. I think Eternal Fire are happy about the timeout as well. It's not theirs. They ran out a moment ago. Vitality give them a second of poise to catch their breath. But Mezzi puts Vitality one round within reach.
Yeah, I mean, the timeout makes a world of sense. It's a double-edged sword having the clutch come through. Only one man survives. They're all in here. Both squads are.
Is this really going to be Vitality dragging us into a third map after a 9-round half? It's one thing on Anubis. It's a different beast on Mirage. And that's with a pistol round for Eternal Fire.
Fast through Cat. It's a B split. A different look to these B offensives. Mezzi tucked in over a bench, and already Vitality have scrambled the rotates, but it might not matter. ZywOo now is to be the defining character in this defining round of this second map. If Vitality do want to claw this one back, they've got to put a stop to Woxic in this clutch. Commits to the plant, that's ballsy already. Goes looking for that ZywOo AWP, and Woxic is real fast with it. Now it's just Flames as the man to beat. Woxic could have victory teed up right here for Eternal Fire. All that's left to do is reach out and grab it. Woxic swings and Woxic wins. 1v2 clutch turns up for Woxic. And it's lightning fast, exactly what you want.
That feels like the least likely clutch of the entire series. That is out of nowhere. He plants in the middle of the site with two players on the other side of the smoke. Not only does he get away with it, he robs a sharp ZywOo with a Galil and finishes Flames. Those are the players you want in that 2v1. And Vitality get picked apart, parked out of the sky. The branch that holds this bee nest cut from the tree. And Vitality scramble. They have nothing, no utility. One kit, a FAMAS on Mezzi. This is a bruised buy for Vitality for their tournament life. For $100,000, Money Madger didn't even want to risk more of. Eternal Fire have brought the heat today. They have brought that individual prowess, a fantastic map from Woxic, a solid series from Xantares, maybe even a 5v4. Wicardia. Oh my god, it goes both ways. Flames gets a spot. Arcadia gets out. Xantares back to his con lurk, moving up behind the smoke. It's up to ZywOo in the site yet again.
And he well open. That is a huge head to find Xantares. Always a problem. He's always going to keep that pressure on, dealing with him early. That's a big sigh of relief for Vitality, but it's not over yet. Woxic trying to make a move will get pincered down in the connector. And so just why Arcadia remains. ZywOo will not let him in. And so that ZywOo AWP arrives in a big way. Is it just in time, or is it too little, too late for Team Vitality? One round on this game now. Overtime or bust for Vitality.
Nice!
It's not a pretty buy. It begs B-Rush, Harry. It's all we've seen on this T side. Eternal Fire, don't tell me you're going to do it again when it's all on the line.
Well, this B-hold's been getting better and better with each round that went by, and the whole reason that Vitality have made it this far is because of the strength of this B-hold.
What?
But Mezzi, the guy who's been infallible on this side of the map, falls first to open up this final round. Wycadia steamrolls ahead, plucked out of the round by ZywOo. But Vitality, this is uncharted waters. They've got to do it a man down in the retake. This B-hold has not faltered. It's not falling apart yet. And in the final round of regulation, it might all fall apart. ZywOo late on the rotate after a missed jump. Xantares aggressive, pushed up at the market. There's the lineup for Xantares. The fires that fuel Madge's war machine continue burning. And the final flames for Vitality fan out as Eternal Fire secure the semi-final and the $63,000 from the head of Vitality. The new season starts slow for this new look Vitality squad, but for Eternal Fire, it's bounty hunting season.
Oh yes, the Bounty Hunters finally managed to take down one of Counter-Strike's most wanted in a 2-map affair, no less. Things get down to the wire in the final moments of Mirage. But I don't know about you, Pimp. I felt like Eternal Fire were in control from basically beginning to end throughout this series.
They were the best team, no doubt about it. From start to finish, both on map number 1, also moving into map number 2. They were hands down the better team today. And I think it's a defining game for them as well. As we spoke about coming into it, right? Can they uphold that form that we saw from 2024? Can they perhaps even be a better team that we saw in 2024? I think this is one of those game-defining moments where if you're Eternal Fire, you've now proven to us, proven to everyone out there in the world that you can take down some of the best teams in the world. For Vitality, obviously you can always hide behind the excuse that we just made a roster change. Robs is not fully integrated. That doesn't take anything away from Eternal Fire. They work with far less budget, far less stars surrounding them, yet they were able to, as you said, Freya, not only win the game, but dominate the game.
Not only that, I mean, they have a roster swap themselves, so you can't even really use that excuse.
Exactly.
This was a humbling to Vitality, as Robs thought they were going to be competing for titles out the gate, and now Eternal Fire, this is a tone setter. This shows that they can punch up there with the best.
Certainly it does. We do have James Banks standing by with the wonderful Masha.
Thank you very much, Freya. Yes, all right, I've got Madge here with me after they secure one hell of a victory over Vitality. But you told me before you didn't want to go all in. Why didn't you want to go all in?
Yeah, the main reason was for the Valve ranking, just for the points. That's all, just playing safe. On my life, I'm like this. I'm playing safe on my life. So the same thing here.
Well, it did work out either way. And just for you to know, you banked 46,000, just over it, and your bounty now is 66,875. That is a whopping total to take going into the semis as well. Anubis, obviously it was your pick, but they let you have T-side originally. Do you think that was a mistake by them?
To be honest, maybe, because we, like, on T-side, we feel very confident. CT-side also, but T-side, when you start T-side, I feel like I have the more power, you know, the control of my teams, and I like that. So, yeah, starting T-side on Anubis is very good for us, and, yeah, maybe a little mistake, but, yeah.
Both games got very close though, right? There was almost comebacks from Vitality both times around. Was it good for you to go through that and not choke and hold your own on it as a team?
Yeah, like Mirage T-side was very difficult because I was planning on my head. I have the B plan a lot and I force a little, but I knew that even in the last round, like I wanted again like going B, and this time is payoff because the first round, one of the round he was playing alone and we didn't get the trade kill. He was bench, Mezzi. But in the end, yeah, the T-side was a little shaky. CT side was okay, but I'm proud of my teammate that we mentally didn't give up. We just keep focusing, and hopefully we get to finish against these pretty good teams, and that's all.
And talk to me a bit about Jota, because this Mirage was a standout map from him. Obviously the new guy coming in. How happy, how impressed are you with this man?
Bro, I'm very proud of him. On CT side, Mirage, he play really insane, and on T side, he get the clutch on pistol and a lot of important kills. So I'm very proud of him on Mirage, also on Anubis. But he's working hard. I love his ethic works because, like I said, usually I wake up first every time for watching demo something, but he came on second every time since like 2 weeks. So I'm very proud of him. I feel that he really wants it, and let's see where the future goes.
Well, the future of this game, as anything to go by, looks very bright. And I also just want to look at your planning against Vitality. Well, obviously, you kind of aimed at looking at where they might be weaker with Robs coming in and positions moving for the other players. Was that kind of just a whole game plan you created around him?
Yeah, all my game plan was like Mirage eating B because Robs first play short, then on Anubis it was the same, on B with Flames playing B. Yeah, I have a game plan on my head, and on Mirage T side it didn't really, I really get the price of it, but on Anubis it was really super for me. On my head everything was perfect. So let's see, we need to talk about Mirage T side, and I think we play really good Counter-Strike today, and thank you for all the fun, for cheering us, and hopefully we can show good Counter-Strike for the next matches.
For sure. We got very excited from what we saw there. Lastly, I just want to say to you, though, you'll have the first pick tonight in the draft as well. How important is that as you've now managed to grab Vitality's seed? That's a nice position to be in, right?
Yeah, brother, I think, like I said, like Mike Tyson and Muhammad Ali, it doesn't matter now. There is a Spirit and there is maybe Navi or paiN, I don't know. But there is G2 also. So there is just big teams, you know. So we're going to talk, obviously, and we have the first pick, like you said. And we will see what is the best for us against Vito, because the data is important, like the map pool, like, etc. So we're gonna talk, but now we're gonna eat because I'm very angry, and then we're gonna see. And maybe a message for my girl, for my kids, because they're watching. Sorry guys, every time I say it, but she's so happy when she hear her name, and I can't, like, for the father, I want to do it. So Daphne, Aslan, Jeren, I love you guys. Daddy love you, and that's for you. Everything is for you.
An awesome in-game leader and an awesome family man as well. Freya, back to you.
Never apologize for being you, Major. We absolutely love the wholesome energy, and I love to get a bit of an insight on exactly what they were thinking about coming into this match. Of course, James posed the question about, you know, why not go for that wager? Why not go for the extra chunk of change? Obviously, for Eternal Fire as a whole, the Valve ranking points are so important going into the rest of the season. Also, alongside that, getting third seed, getting to pick first tonight, that might give you an edge to make it to the grand final.
Listen, there's different ways of winning Counter-Strike games, and I think the fashion they won in against Vitality should make whoever they pick tonight fearful of Eternal Fire. And I think it's going to be G2, to be completely honest, but we can discuss that later. But the way they were playing tonight, the way they were conducting themselves on the server, Eternal Fire is playing at a level where every single team at this studio have to play up to the best if they want to beat them.
They just had clear game plans in both of these. Yeah. I mean, to hammer Flames in E-Box on Anubis, to try to hammer B as many times as they did, to finally break the seal on the final round, to take B finally. They clearly understood what the changes in positions were going to, how they were going to affect Vitality, and they went right for the throat. Like every time, they're just trying to hammer that Mezzi-Rops combo. Didn't actually work that many times. In fact, it was pretty much just the last time. But that's clear and great game planning, and I'm glad that they had a couple other aces up their sleeve. Mid-control working out fantastically for them too, of course.
Yeah, let's go back to the beginning of this map of Mirage, because obviously we saw Eternal Fire winning the pistol, then Vitality answered back by winning the first buy round. What happened subsequently though, Jacob?
Well, I mean, they answer back straight away, and they do it in a clean fashion. Of course, Santerra is getting the opening kill like he's been doing so many times in this game. He was, again, a vital instrument for Eternal Fire. Not as good as on Anubis, but still had a lot of impact. Jota as well, gotta give him a lot of credit. And see how much they're moving around, you know? They're constantly moving around, they're constantly fighting, and you win a clean round, surviving 5 players. You do that, you put yourself in a good position. Follow up with that, again, Jota goes in for a duel, and then I'm sorry, I was not familiar with the fact that Voxic was such a good rifler. AK-47 on the bomb side, very clean, triple kill right here, gets the first one, gets the second one, and he's not even giving them a chance to kill him, he's just instant headshotting his opponents. It's so impressive.
I mean, there's such a disconnect between Rops and the other players, though. I mean, you look at that side hit right there, and we have one player swinging out Sandwich, and Rops is just sitting, holding at Tetris. Like, you need to go with your team. You have no more nades. You need to be scaling with them. And that's kind of the issue identified during their group stage games. It's just that he's so far back so often. He's not used to this like mentality where he just has to go. Like, there's nothing else that's going to help you other than your teammate, and you need to trade him, and he's just kind of holding. Like, that's not going to win you rounds.
Yeah, it played out to be a rough T-side for Ops, to say the very least, right?
Yeah, I mean, they didn't get
07, he was 07 to start.
Oh.
Like,
He was 07?
he doesn't get mid control. He really just, I mean, mid control was something where Rops he was trying to jump up on the window boost and everything. He didn't know the angles. He didn't know where he was going to get peaked from. Yeah, it was clearly not his forte at all. Like, he's used to lurking A, and now that he's in these pack things, it's just like his spacing needs to be tighter with them. He needs to know how to play off of teammates a little better, because usually Kerrigan just leaves him to his own devices. He just gets to roam on his side of the map, control it, and he does a fantastic job at it. Like, I'm not going to take that away, but one of his strengths is, unfortunately, like, being able to be that good by yourself means you're always looking for your best fight. It doesn't mean you're looking for how to play off of your teammate in these micro moments off of each other, and that clearly hurt them, and the T-sides were the biggest struggle for Vitality all tournament.
Yeah, unfortunately, the end of the road for Rops and Co. as we do round out their season in the Blast Bounty Season 1. But we do have some departing thoughts, courtesy of James Banks and Rops.
Vitality will fall 2-0 to Eternal Fire after one hell of a game, and a lot of back and forth in there, some almost comebacks. I want to just start with looking at this Anubis, because obviously it seemed like they had a game plan kind of on both maps to exploit the decision of changes within Vitality. Was it very hard to adapt to what they were trying to focus on?
I mean, I think they just executed well. It was definitely hard to adapt, but I feel like they had a good game plan, first of all, and I think if we're a bit sharper in the reactions and comms, I think we can adapt better, and maybe it's a different look.
And in terms of being a different look, obviously it's a very new look for you right now, right? I'm still got to get used to this, but how do you feel overall it is in terms of the growing you've been able to do in a short amount of time, the changes that everyone's going through? Because it's not just you joining the team, right? It's a lot of positional changes as well.
No, I mean, off the matches, like back in the practice and the boot camps we had, it's been going really well. It's unfortunate that it didn't go so well today. I think we didn't show up in that sense, but I think the work we've been putting in has been paying off. And today it's just one of those days that I think Eternal Fire played really well, and we couldn't hit our A game. And I think next time we'll get in.
And in terms of next time, when you look at all the changes you guys have gone through as a new team, do you think that it'll just take a little bit more time than usual to fit you in and get the whole change working?
I have no idea. I mean, we'll have to see based on results, I guess. You take that. I think the online part of this bounty went quite well for us. But coming here, I mean, you just play one match and you're out, so it's a bit difficult to say. Yeah, I mean, we've only played a few matches so far. I think practice, we're putting in a lot of work, but yeah, we'll see how the results go, and I think it's going to go well in any case. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Rob. It's sad to see you go. It's going to take some time to get used to this man in a Vitality jersey, but he's looking damn good in it. We'll see him on the next event.
We will indeed. Katowice coming at us thick and fast. Where does that leave the kind of taste of this new Vitality in your mouth, though?
Well, it's just that they are going to have some more difficulty coming together than they first thought. Rops has the quote of saying that the way he felt when he joined FaZe the first time, instead of Olaf Meister, they were going to be competing for trophies right away. I still feel like this Vitality team should be one of the 5 best teams in the world without a doubt. Yeah. It's just that he needs to find a way to gel on those T sides. Also, it's just that he has a lot of confidence in himself, and I expect Rops to have a lot of confidence in himself. He said to play GG that fixing the T-sides is going to be very, very easy. That's the exact quote. Very, very easy to fix the T-sides. Well, I think we just need to see it. And I think that one person who also has a lot of work to do, and we were saying his name a little bit in a negative light last year, is Xtaz, because he wasn't able to fix the Spinx-Mezzi conflict on those bomb sites. He's got to fix these C-sides. And I know Apex has got it within him too. Like, I'm not saying they're incapable of doing it. I'm just saying that they need to prove to us that they are actually worth what they're being paid.
I don't think there's any argument against that. And I think the time they have to practice leading up to IM Katowice is going to do them well. And I think for everyone watching Vitality right now, because I agree with you, you look at the player material, you look at the lineup they're able to field, they're going to be a top 5 team regardless of how long that's going to take.
Yes.
All I want to see is progress. I want to see progress from this tournament until next time I see them play at IM Katowice. And if I know Apex right, if I know Rob's right, they will find a better balance of some of the issues that you just transpired for the rest of us.
Well, speaking of the roster moves on the other side of the equation, obviously we saw Jota absolutely lights out on Mirage. Let's talk about that almost unwinnable second pistol round that he somehow pulled out of nowhere. I love this one.
I can't believe he was able to do this. Yeah, this looked like it was going all Vitality's way. ZywOo was sniping them from full booth. They had a crossfire on the bomb site. Jota understands where one of them is. I think he actually, from the flash that flew over from Tetris, found the other. But this is where it's ridiculous. Like, Flames had him dead to rights, does 56 damage. somehow gets the headshot, but the reposition is beautiful, and Apex, he's just in the dark at this point.
I was just about to say the reposition is what I love about this Jota clip, because let's be honest, flamesy should have killed him 99 out of 100 times. We would never have this discussion. A little bit unlucky. Again, nice movement, jumping away, making it very difficult, getting the instant headshot on towards flamesy, but the instant reposition, he knows he's down to 6 HP. One bullet, he's gone. He has to find an off angle, and that's exactly what he does. So that is very well played by Jota.
I love getting to see that. I kind of hate getting to see that from Flames' angle, but I also love getting to see it at the same time. Obviously, Vitality, you know, they did answer back. They did string a few rounds together. Did you see any switch-ups then on EFT side to make sure they were closing this one out?
Yes. I mean, they definitely were just hammering that B bomb site. They lost 6 rounds in a row. I think 5 of the hits were towards B, just direct B hits too. And then they finally go for mid control. They piece it together. They're able to find some picks in middle, just kind of carving up the defense there. And once that happened, then they just kind of went back to this, actually. So finally, yeah, they're just holding for a mid take. And really, they had a clear game plan. They almost died by that game plan, but I'm glad that they recognized midway through the half, okay, let's try at least one other play.
But it's also very important for them to win this round 20 on towards the A bomb side by doing a bit of a default where you take mid control and you punish the aggression, because then you condition Vitality to once again maybe be a little less fearful of the B hit that inevitably ended up winning the game.
And you want to talk about the Woxer clutch that was served up to us? This was delicious.
It was delicious, and it was very calm and very cool to see Voxic find so much impact. It wasn't his AWPing in this game that stood out. It was the rifling, especially with the Galil and the AK-47. I love how instant he is on towards ZywOo, and see how he's keeping his calm right here. A lot of players will be pressured into an uncomfortable fight, and that's exactly what flamesy is hoping for, that he's gonna, you know, rattle him out like a little mouse, you know, but no, he keeps his calm, keeps his duel, and when he's swinging out, he's ready to fight from the get-go. That was beautiful by Voxic, and overall from the entirety of the map of Mirage, his rifling impact, I want to see more of that.
Yeah. Voxic, I mean, the only reason his stock ever dropped in the eyes of everybody in the Counter-Strike community is because of the online era. When he's on LAN, he is exactly what we want him to be, and the second time his stock dropped is when he couldn't switch to left-hand view model, okay? Once he switched to left-hand view model, his confidence with AWPing, rifling has all drastically increased. You can check the numbers. We'll pull them up sometime.
Yeah, I'm sure there's some facts to this fiction that you might be weaving, Maui. Should we talk about the last round as well? Do you think this caught Vitality off guard, like how fast-paced it was? Or I feel like they should have been ready for this.
They thought they stopped this. They thought that this disrespectful play was going to come to an end, and Madger just calls it again. Like, the amount of B hits he called was downright insulting to both Mezzy and Robs, but you know what? 7th time's the charm. I think that's how many times it took for them to finally get it to work, and it was off the back of a beautiful double kill from YKDI.
I was just about to say, you know, the entry and the path coming in from YKDI right here, take nothing away from him. That was beautiful. Instant on towards Messi, jumps out of the window straight away. Robs gets flashed, and he's still half blinded when he gets killed by YKDI, so it's also a testament to how well playing EF were. And sometimes, you know, Maui, you can call, you know, a B execute 7 or 8 times, but if your teammates believe that it's going to work every single time, well, it just took one right here to win the game.
Just shy of $67,000 bounty now on the heads of Eternal Fire, and just shy of 47,000 in the bank for them as well. Absolutely stealing that from Vitality. You can see the frustrations on the face of Apex as well. That is huge. I'm curious to see, obviously we got the reasoning why you know, Masha didn't take the wager earlier on. I'm very curious to see if he's at all tempted if you're going up against what I imagine will be G2 because they get first pick.
Yeah. I think they're more tempted considering the fact that it's them picking their opponent. They have this seed 3, you know, so tonight when we have the draft show, they get to pick their opponent. Maybe they would be willing to gamble some of that money. But let's just be honest and zoom out a little bit. For EF to come in and begin the season by racking up these wins, by beating a team like Vitality, by guaranteeing themselves that much money while still having a chance of going into the grand final, they may as well just have qualified for the major now. You know, there's no way they're going to drop out of that and not be in contention to be one of the teams on the Val ranking going into the major. So it's a massive beginning to the year for Eternal Fire, and it can even be better.
The stakes are so high for these kinds of events now because it's not all just an isolated RMR and qualifying for that. And like you said, Pimp, I mean, this finish already securing top 4 at the bounty is going to put them in a position where they're likely going to get invites for the majority of Tier 1 events throughout the entire season. And so I get it. I get why he doesn't bet the money. It does play some factor into the Valve ranking. And on top of that, Vitality having a great seed, great elo, all of that factors in too and should really, really bolster the chances EF make it and get some stickers.
Very excited to see them in the semi-finals, but we've got to see what other quarterfinals we have on the cards tonight. That's going to be paiN taking on Na'Vi, and I hear they have, what are you saying, Maui, the Chilean elite. We're going to be discussing all of that and more when we return from this break.
Welcome to The Bounty, a new, bold Counter-Strike format where every round raises the stakes. Here's how it works. The prize pool isn't just split at the end, it's distributed as bounties. Each team starts with a bounty based on their seed. Lower seeds begin with 0, but can still strike it big by hunting bounties from higher ranked teams. Win a match, and you secure 50% of your opponent's bounty as a guaranteed payout. The other 50%, it carries forward, growing the stakes for the next round. After each round, the lower seeded teams pick their opponents from the higher seeded pool. If they win, they claim their opponent's seed. In week 2, the final 8 teams bring their bounties to the Blast Studio. It's a face-to-face showdown with new twists. Teams can challenge opponents by raising the stakes with their banked winnings. It's high risk, high reward. Here's how it works. Teams use their banked winnings to up the ante. For example, if Team A has $50,000 and Team B has $25,000, Team A can only challenge up to $25,000, the amount their opponent has banked. Both teams have to accept the challenge. This is Counter-Strike like never before. Are you ready to go bounty hunting?
Oh yes, a brand new season, lots of changes coming into it, not least formats, but also a lot of rosters. We touched upon, the incredible news coming out of the Maz camp. I don't want to say incredible, it's more shocking news, right? Shuey obviously removed, Spinks coming in. We're going to dive into a couple of the other roster changes that have gone down as well. How has the news kind of settled for you, Jacob? Because we know going forward for Kado, we won't be seeing Spinks there.
No, I'm not a big fan of it. We just had a long break and everyone was arguing that, listen, we need the major to be the last tournament of the year so all the teams can come into the new season, figure their stuff out and use it to make roster changes. And I think everyone has done that apart from Mouse for some reason. Then they play one tournament, one online game, they lose, and all of a sudden hell breaks loose. Obviously, I am aware that it's not because of that one game against Bedboom. That wasn't what, changed the entire landscape of Mouse. But I will say they now move into the new season, making a roster change after the first tournament. They headed into IM Katowice, being forced to play with a stand-in. This is arguably the worst possible start to Mouse, regardless of what I think of Spinks joining the lineup. He's a great player, and I think that'll work out fine for the future. I'm not sure about Brolin as an in-game leader, but for Mouse as a whole, what a shit show.
It's definitely messy. A team that's really founded on what they considered friendship for such a long time. Also, this kind of rubs me the wrong way, where there's been a lot of stuff that's kind of floated around the internet regarding this, and all that can be said is just like, the move was made, they didn't really have an in-game leader, and so I'm just judging the pieces that are on the table now for MOUZ, and I'm seriously concerned about that, because Brolin was never really hyped up to be this secondary caller for any team.
No.
I think the roles maybe actually can help him a little bit, like he'll be more naturally inclined to take some of Shuhei's spots. Like Shuhei played Khan on Mirage for some reason, so like he kind of took that one out of Apex's book, but like either way, I just don't know if MOUZ found the solution here, because it's such a slight, it is a firepower increase, like don't get me wrong, but it's just that if you lose your structure, and one of the things we always praised about MOUZ is that they could outplay teams tactically in group stages. It never was really him on a big stage having bad calls. It was so often Exertion playing worse, Yimpat playing worse, Brolin himself playing worse. So that's what's concerning. I just want to, and I felt like they were on this great trajectory. Like their stage games, their arena games were getting better. Rio was great. The major they won in the quarterfinals. Like I didn't have any really reason to be concerned. I was so curious about the season, and now I'm just left scratching my head.
I think I totally get your point, Jacob, that I feel like this is just such a late last-minute decision for them to make. Like you've had that whole off period. I'm so curious as to why it took them this long to decide, which means that they're not going to be going forward to one of the biggest tournaments of the year aside from the majors, which is Katowice, without their full starting lineup. And I also totally agree with you. Yeah, maybe a firepower upgrade, but tactically, I'm expecting this to be a huge downgrade, right?
Yeah, it is disappointing. It's disappointing for us. It's disappointing for the MOUZ fans. It's probably disappointing for the rest of the MOUZ team as well. I said yesterday as well, if you're Jimfat, we know the rumors around him. He was pursued into sticking with MOUZ. I know he could have gone to Vitality, FaZe, G2. He could have gone anywhere. Like he's probably one of the most sought after players during the player break, and he decided to stay within MOUZ. I feel a little bit sorry for him. Another point I want to bring up is in the following of what you're saying with Brolin being the in-game leader. I think it comes down to Cyclone, how well he can work with Brolin and how well he can nurture him into that role. Cyclone, to me, is a good coach. Now we're going to find out if he's a great coach.
Yeah, no, I think it's a very good point to be bringing forward. Either way, Spinks very excited to be joining this MOUZ squad. I don't blame him. Obviously, I wonder whether he knew he wouldn't be able to set for in Katowice for the team. either way, he is going to be playing for them going forward. Just interested to see kind of role-wise how he's fitting in. Obviously, we've kind of got the answers of how Rops has been fitting into Vitality. Where do you see Spinks like bringing the most? What's his most value in this new Mouse roster?
One thing that's great is that he can just free up Brolin to be less of a lurker and more of a space taker in my eyes, because Shuhei more or less commanded that himself because he found himself fit to be in the fray, in the action. I really feel like that was always Brolin's strong suit. When he was playing back in his, I would say his prime in some ways, back on that Fnatic roster, they pretty much set him up to take space on practically every single map, even towards the end of that NIP roster, which was just messed up. Like, I don't even really want to get into it. He was best on the maps where he was space taking. And so on Mouse, he kind of became this secondary lurker, kind of a flexible rifler, depending on the round. And Spinks can just naturally take all of the spots that Brolin didn't like away from him. Brolin can get back into the aggressive space taking spots along with Exertion. And if they're both able, they're gonna be the twin attacks on this team, I think that's totally fine. I just don't know tactically if he can keep it up while he's in the fray and calling.
Exactly, that was going to be my question. It ain't easy to be calling and being the aggressor, right? Like, it's a very difficult
Yakindar tried. Yakindar tried.
Yeah, I mean, it's not easy to do it and having the fracking output you like to. And I think there's a lot of in-game leader who does it nowadays. Kerrigan, great example. Glaive used to do it back in the days. It's always been a meta for an in-game leader to create the space and create the surroundings to make it easier for the teammates. So Brolin would probably have to accept that his individual output will go down, but maybe he can find a way of combining a little bit of space taking with the big Zero way that we know from paiN, where he's still able to put up good numbers.
We had kind of teed up this conversation, obviously, for the series we had beforehand, Vitality taking on Eternal Fire. Vitality now eliminated, so I guess we can have a bit more of an open conversation about exactly how Rops is fitting into the shoes of Spinks, like position for position. How many changes have we seen so far? How many positions have we seen Rops, just completely slotting into?
So on CT side, a few of the ones that we've noticed so far, at least today, was that 1-for-1 on Mirage, it's perfect. They both were the short players, that's totally fine. On Anubis, Rops actually unseated Flames, who was playing the A anchor role, and now he takes that away from him. And even though Rops was fine as an anchor on that one, it put Flames in a very difficult position. So unfortunately, even though I think T-side, it works out kind of well position for position, it's just the style that they played. Spinks was more aggressive, he was quicker, he was more frequently in the pack, he was more comfortable in a pack. Rops is basically a one-man map control holder. Like, he's not usually the guy that's taking anything from the team, but if anything, like, one of Spinks's greatest attributes to this Vitality lineup is that on T-side, if Apex ran out of an idea, Spinks would just kind of push his spot on a timing, find somebody in the side of the head, and so frequently be a can opener for a first plan that doesn't work for them.
Can Rops learn to be more like Spinks? Do you think he's capable of that?
He probably could, but I don't think he will.
Okay.
And I don't think Apex wants him to either. I think it's more so the case of Vitality trying to accommodate a little bit to Rops' style instead of the other way around. Sure, there's going to be a balance in it, and we saw in Mirage, great example, where Rops was not with them. He was not activated enough. He was not there to trade out the frags, etc. And that's a balance they have to figure out as they go along. But I think it's a case of, just like we see with FaZe and Elise, which we're going to discuss later, it's probably more so Vitality trying to accommodate for Rops and make him feel comfortable, and then they'll figure out the rest of the pieces between them. You say that he's taking over some of the roles from Flames here as well, the CT side anchor roles. I think Flames wants that to happen. I know it's going to be a tough learning curve for him to begin with, but for Flamesy to be an anchor, stuck on the A bomb side on Anubis, I don't think he wants to play that role. So I think Flames is happy about the change. It's just going to take some time before it's fruitful.
Okay, give me a time frame. How much time do we give a move like this, where there's some position changes, some slots in?
Let's have the conversation after I am Katowice. Okay. If I see glimpses of improvement, I'm willing to give them more time. If I see the exact same issues and I see no improvements, or I see a team that is just blowing out of the water and not making the playoff, then we can start to ring the alarm bells.
The little issues I had with Rops in groups today was that his spacing was really bad. And I feel like that's something that is a symptom of you not knowing what your teammates are going to do before they do it. That unspoken level of communication and synergy is something that he had to work with FaZe on for years, work with Kerrigan, Frozen. Like, he's played with these guys for such a long time, and still it wasn't perfect, but it was better than what we saw today. So I would give them a little bit longer, actually, kind of like a liege for FaZe here, where it's about 2 months, and then I'm going to start being extremely critical. Like, today was a bad loss, but I'm not saying Vitality are out of the running to be a top 5 team by any means.
And just to follow up on that point, I think it's something we never get to discuss, but some players work better when they know what's happening around them. And Robs is one of those players. I spoke to Peter as well, Dupree, who was here last week. Same for him. He could never feel comfortable entry fracking. He could never feel comfortable pushing a smoke or doing anything if he didn't know exactly what was going around him. Robs is not a player like, per se, Monacy, who would function well in a mixed team, who would just go in and play his own game and it wouldn't affect him whatsoever. Robs needs to be made aware of what's going on around him. He needs to be sure that whenever he does something, then there will be a reaction and he can use that loophole, etc., etc. He's trying to figure out the game as it goes along, maybe in a bit of a slower pace than most players. Some players work well in mixes and some players needs the comfort, and we need to give him time to feel comfortable winning Vitality.
Yes, let's speak about Dupree's old team and the squad that Monacy was even rumored to go to in Falcons.
He'll be there one day.
They managed to swipe up Nico. I mean, I would be inclined to agree, right? If we saw kind of the friendship, the bond that Nico and Monacy were both forming, we know that Falcons, they were fighting to try and get him. But with the roster they have right now, obviously, they've gone for the tactic of, picking up the majority of the heroic core to get the ranking points needed to make sure they're at events. What's been your takeaway with Nico on Falcons so far?
He was overshadowed completely by Tessus. Tessus was just a way better player. He was the best
player. Or?
As of this tournament, yes, he
as
is
of
the
2025.
best. Yeah, as of 2025, I guess I'd have to give him that one, Pim. But overall, I would say that Nico's situation here is one where he might be trying to offer a little bit too much of his voice, as it did seem that maybe overshadowed how good of an individual he could be. It didn't feel like he was calling his own number as much. Tessus was the one player that I felt like, wow, you're using the autonomy that you have on a new roster and making the absolute most of it. But I'm just going to say, Nico's not in the hot seat. Kicksan's not in the hot seat. I think there's 2 players that need to be looked at the hardest when it comes to Falcons, and that is obviously Dexter, because Falcons have the resources to poach any Opper practically in the world, with the exception of maybe ZywOo right now, or someone that doesn't speak English at all. I feel like Dexter is likely to be the first person that, when this goes south, he will be replaced, and also Magisk, because Magisk has showed us practically nothing as an individual, where he said it felt like he was keeping his head above water on that Falcons team.
Yeah.
But even then, so many of his tournaments, he's showing absolutely nothing. Sometimes that's the life of an anchor, so I'm not being too hard yet, but I have seen so much more recently from Tessus, from Kicksan, from Nico.
I think there's 2 ways at looking at Falcons right now with Nico coming into the team. One is what's going to happen within the next 3 to 4 months. I think they bought themselves relevancy. They're going to be part of the tournaments. They're going to be invited to the tournaments. They're going to do just fine. Do I expect Falcons to pick up a trophy anytime soon? Probably not. But that's where the whole Nico signing comes into play. Not only do you sign the player that Nico is right now, you sign impact, you sign a voice, but you sign the law of attraction as well. Nico is also bought to attract more talent in towards Falcons.
Yes.
We heard the story over and over again, regardless of how much money they are willing to spend. We don't know for a fact if they're paying the players more than they should be paid, or if they're spending more money than any other team out there. But when you have Nico on your roster, other players will look towards that lineup and thinking, I want to play with this guy. Yeah. I saw what he did with Monacy. I see what he's done throughout his entire career. I think that with my own skill set, because I back myself as a player, if I bring myself next to Nico, we can make something work. So it's the law of attraction. In 6 months from now, Falcons will be a top-tier team, no doubt, if they continue to seek more and great talent.
Let's talk about one more roster change before we do dive into our last quarterfinal. That is Elige moving on over to FaZe. We obviously saw Elige, house sharing with Karrigan here in Copenhagen. They were playing alongside one another.
Eating hot pot.
What was your takeaway so far, Maui?
So far, Elige actually didn't look great in the last map he played versus paiN, so that's a bit of a concern. But overall, I feel like Elige is going to do just fine. He's got most of his roles back, most of the spots that he wants to play. Again, where I'm concerned isn't even necessarily Elige. It's Rain. Rain swapping so many spots to become the anchor to try to fill the shoes of Rops. That just feels so contradictory to everything that I have learned about Rain for the past 5 years of his career. He's known to be an outside rifler on Nuke. He's known to be a space taker. But now playing Pit on Inferno, I never thought I would see Rain in a FaZe jersey in Pit. Like, that just to me does not compute yet. And so overall, Elige, great brain. Karrigan, great brain. I think they're going to figure a lot of things out, and I give them a similar sort of leash that I would give Vitality right now.
My dad used to be a cab driver, and he was a cab driver for 45 years. And he was pretty goddamn good at being a cab driver. But at the later stages of his life, he wanted to change that up a little bit. He wanted to try something new. He ended up working at a school. He was not that great at working at said school. He was doing a decent job. I think the same could be applied to Rain. He's been playing the same role for forever within FaZe Clan. He was good at that role. Now in the later stages of his career, you know, a couple of years before he has to retire, just like my dad back then, he's now being forced into a new position. He wants to go into a new position and try something new. And there's something to be said about learning an old dog new tricks. That can be incredible difficult. You had something that was working with Rain. You then bring in a player like Elise that is a straight up upgrade. And I get that, because Elise is a better player than Rain. There's no discussing it, regardless of how emotionally connected you are to Rain in the story. Elise is a better player. It's an upgrade. Can you then still use Rain in a different department over at the school? Or do you have to take the loss at some point and be like, listen, we'll give him a chance. We'll give him 3 or 4 months. If it doesn't work out, you have to go out there and acquire another talent.
One quick thing. This would have been perfect if it was just a leash for Rain, okay? And you kept Robs. This would have been insane. It would have been a huge blockbuster signing, already was, but unfortunately, it just makes it so that there's too many moving pieces right now, so we'll give it time.
Well, speaking of a team that didn't make any roster changes coming into the 2025 season, that is indeed Na'Vi. They're going to be gracing the studio for the first time in our last quarterfinal of the evening. Now, a less than ideal finish to the 2024 season, not making the playoffs of the final major, the first one in Shanghai. So they're looking to turn their fate around. That is going to be taking on paiN Gaming. Now, paiN, second pick in our draft show, they chose to go with Na'Vi. Why do you think that they might have chosen them as an opponent as opposed to a Vitality or as opposed to a Spirit? It's probably an obvious answer, but tell them anyway.
Yeah, I mean, Spirit was never really a case. I feel like for paiN Gaming, I think they knew that Spirit right now is the best team in the world. That's the one everyone is fearing. I think between Na'Vi and Vitality, you know what Na'Vi's going to show up with. You kind of didn't know what Vitality was coming with. And Vitality also did look somewhat decent online, so I think there was a bit of recency bias heading into that one. paiN Gaming also have played Na'Vi a couple of times without success, yet to win a map against them, but there's been a couple of close ones, and at least they are familiar with the game. Also, to those of you who didn't watch Counter-Strike at the later stages of 24, or you may have missed it, Na'Vi didn't look that great during the major. Na'Vi didn't look great, in Singapore as well. So it has been a Na'Vi that's looking a little bit weakened, so to speak. So I feel like it was a coin toss between Vitality and Na'Vi, but most people probably would have picked Na'Vi.
paiN are trying to pounce on a perceived downtrend in Na'Vi's performance, and it's yet to be seen whether or not the uptick and correction is there for Na'Vi. I will correct myself. I thought they played each other in Shanghai. It was actually the Copenhagen major where paiN took this one pretty close. And so for Biguzera right now, he definitely just believes that he's seen a lot of footage. Everybody has seen a lot of footage of Na'Vi. And so if Na'Vi didn't go back to the drawing board, which unfortunately Biguzera likely has to assume right now, then he's going to be able to play the ghosts of the playbook from years last.
Now, Maui, one of the reasons I absolutely love sharing a desk with you is you come up with maybe the greatest nicknames of all time. I'm thinking of FaZe, the great procrastinators. Davideus is...
the Chilean Elige.
Tell me for why, Maui.
I have simply loved watching Davideus work for the last year. That was mostly on Red Canids, but he just looked like a space taker with a huge brain on his head. Like, it was so cerebral the way that he would go through a default and try to carve up a defense. It wasn't just throwing caution to the wind, swinging through every smoke. No. It almost reminded me more of Nerds, where he's just going to take a little bit more time, exercise all of the options that are available to him, and even sometimes take space, fall back, and then punish the reaggress from an angle that the opponents don't expect. So he takes a lot of individual liberties in where he positions himself across the map, and it's one thing that I have just simply found a joy. And when he left Red Canids, I honestly was like, what are they doing? This guy is a gem, and I'm glad that paiN got him.
If you watch him closely, I agree with you. You realize that he knows when to take the fight. He knows when to back off. And I think that's a great asset to have in a player. Obviously, he's not this youngster coming in with relentless aggression. I think that's how most people are being fostered nowadays, by playing Face It, by playing Pox all the time. Yes. Everyone is just going for this relentless aggression. I agree with you. He's a smart player. He knows when to take the fight. And he's a player that you can count on. If you're Biguzera, I think you already by now trust him an awful lot, knowing that he's not going to mess up your system. He's not going to mess up your strats, because the kid knows when to back off at the right time.
Maui, did you hear the tale of how Biguzera got Davideus on the team? apparently you just got in an Uber with him and just persuaded him on the Uber ride. Hey, you should come join us. Quit wrecking it.
Wow, like
Yeah,
a real elevator pitch.
No, for real.
Yeah.
And it worked. Couldn't escape, so I guess he just had to say yes. But, I mean, it's been paying off. Let's talk about the young star on the side of paiN. Snow, what has been a temperature check on him so far?
I mean, he's been interesting to follow for a lot of different reasons. One being the personality of Snow. Whenever he's online, he's probably the loudest guy in the building while having the smallest body size out of everyone. the amount of volume that goes out of this kid is absolutely insane. I think he brings great energy. He seems like a soldier for the team as well. He's willing to do anything that bigozero tells him to do. It does feel like a player you can count on in that regard. However, online performances versus LAN performances has been a bit of an issue for Snow. Obviously, whenever paiN is at LAN, they're playing better teams, higher caliber of teams, but I believe his average rating on LAN is around 0.97, where the online rating is 109. So there's a drop in performance. Now, online, during the stage 1, he was looking good. Please carry that form into stage 2. If you can elevate yourself as a player, being young as he is, that's the Snow I want to see.
Well, I believe James Banks posed that exact question to Snow earlier, so let's check in with him.
Snow, 2024 was your rookie season and it was halfway through the year. You started with Cologne, you made your first year of doing the major as well. So just how was this whole experience for you?
This experience have a lot of, how can I say, a lot of history for me and to me growth as a player and to evolution. So these events means to me to evolution and try hard more, grind more, and do more hard work.
And you have to do that, right? It's all about the grind, and you're so young, so you can definitely do it. I looked at some of your stats as well, and I would say at the moment online, you still play a bit better than LAN. Do you feel comfortable? Because I know you're so loud, you're so confident when I see you, but do you notice the difference? Do you know why?
Yes, because I think I have lived more different experience because like in major we play with the public, the crowd. Yeah, we play with the crowd, and my first experience, in the first match I was a bit nervous. So it's the time and I think match I can grow as a player and do better in LAN.
Exactly what we want to see coming out of Snow as he does join us here in Copenhagen for the LAN finals of Blast Bounty. Let's switch the conversation though to the leader of this squad. bigozero kind of lives up to his namesake, right? Because he does quite often put some impact in the fragging department as well as leading.
He's a fragging in-game leader, and he has been for quite some time. He's always the name that we bring up when we speak of Furia. You know, maybe you should get bigozero into your lineup. He got it all. He is not known to be a player that sacrifices too much for his individuals within the team. I think he's putting himself in great positions, but as of recently, he came out with a quote that surprised me a little bit.
Yeah, where has he now started playing, Jacob, which he's sacrificing for?
I mean, if you could name one position in the game of Counter-Strike that screams you are the supportive element of the team, be Mirage.
Yep. Oh my gosh. Jump spot simulator. bigozero started playing the game just this year as they picked up Davideus, as they're giving him some of the star spots. And I feel like this is where bigozero's really put to the test, because calling from the back line, seeing what everybody's doing on the radar, trying to process their communication, and then coming up with an idea, that's so much more difficult than just being in the fray, getting a kill, and just calling your own number.
And this is quite a hilarious comparison when we're thinking about being an in-game leader on the other side of the server in Alexi B, because he knows a thing or two about sacrificing, right?
I feel like he's made a career out of being obviously a smart in-game leader, but also, you know, putting himself in position where he's the one elevating the team around him. He will go in first. He will create the space. He will sacrifice. He will play whatever role necessary in order to elevate his star players of the team. He's also a guy that, together with Blade, of course, have built up a system within Na'Vi. He's a system player, so he understands that if I play a certain position, or if I do X, Y, and Z, that's going to have an effect over here. That's going to elevate my bit. That's going to elevate my JL. You name it. So it's a different approach, and an in-game leader that, for good reason, was crowned the best in-game leader of 2024. What a comeback Alexi B have made with Na'Vi.
I voted him for my number one, for sure, pretty easily, actually. I felt like it would have been ridiculous to put anybody else there. Alexi B's calls in the mid-round off of the staging that Blade has conjured up, I feel like so many times last year, I saw them get the better of teams that had way more firepower than them. And I'm not talking about people's placing on the HLTV top 20 firepower. I'm saying the reason they were on that list is because Alexi B and Blade's calls were helping them so much. So all in all, Alexi B had a bad rep before before for being maybe too much of a micromanager. Well, I feel like Na'Vi welcomed that at this point.
Speaking of that firepower element, where's Bit landing in the conversation right now? Because online, he's been looking great so far, right?
Very small sample size,
Yeah.
and that's been the case with Bit for the past couple of years. I feel like we see glimpses and flashes of him having his 2021 year where he was firing on all cylinders, but I wouldn't say he's inconsistent. He's just not, consistently at his best at all time. He started off well online on a pretty cheap notice as well, as we spoke about, Maui, already. I feel like this is going to be the first bigger test for Na'Vi, to see whether or not they're starting to trend upwards after the major or if they're still stagnated. So I don't really have any conclusions towards Bit yet, but he was off to a great start in stage 1.
Without a doubt. I mean, he completely put away Imperial Female. Those A hits that he was just holding on against consistently were just pure highlight material. So all in all, I don't feel like Bit is going to be contesting for top 3 in the world or anything like that based off of the Bounty group stage so far, but he has a great chance and honest opportunity to be the best player for them this year.
Anyone else that we should be putting under the spotlight for Na'Vi in this head-to-head versus paiN?
Yeah, I feel for me, Wonderful has been a point of conversation for quite some time. He didn't have the greatest of majors. I even saw some of the tweets coming out from him where he wasn't making up excuses for himself, but he was saying that, it's not always easy to perform and there's certain things going on within the team, yada, yada, yada. Wonderful is a great player, but is Wonderful the all player that is the best player for Na'Vi this season? I don't think so. And when you look towards his stats as well, they have declined a little bit. They have stagnated a little bit. By no means is he a bad player, but he has stagnated, and I'm curious to see if that's going to change or if he's going to stay the Wonderful he was the past 3 months.
I'm also very curious to see exactly what the pick and bans are going to be coming into this quarterfinal. Okay, a best of 3. What are the bans that we know for certain coming out of these 2 teams?
Well, it could be Train and Ancient
Yeah.
coming out. As much as you would want Na'Vi to play it, unfortunately, they haven't been going with it. All in all, I've liked the Dust 2 that I saw from paiN earlier at this event. Inferno could be interesting too, but yeah, I think they are going to be going with D2 here.
Yeah, no big surprise in that from paiN Gaming. I think they've looked very solid in Dust 2. David Dewis in particular have done a great job on the B-bomb side as an anchor. Nuke coming in for Na'Vi, that seems to be a stable pick for them as well. A lot of synergy, a lot of team play. Makes sense so far.
I'm curious where they're going to go with the last one. Again, I feel like Inferno could be let in here, but Na'Vi, they usually want to put their foot on the throat with the Mirage that made them such a dominant team in the previous year, and so they will ban out Inferno themselves, and that's probably a great idea. It does make the map veto look really interesting, though, because now paiN they got Dust 2, they got Mirage. Nuke, though, that's going to be them in the hurt locker, I'll say.
What's made them look so interesting on Dust 2? That's the side of paiN Gaming.
I think the CT side defense, first and foremost, from paiN Gaming. A lot of teams are struggling on that B-bomb side to stop the B-splits, etc. Davideus obviously have had a fantastic tournament so far. He's been shutting down that area of the map together with his teammates. I think the T side has been very slow, very methodical. That was the word we used the most when we saw them play.
Yes.
They play slow Counter-Strike on the T side. They sweat out their opponents. So if they get to control the tempo on the T side, and if they get to shut down the B-bomb side and have a good CT side defense, which they have had so far in the tournament, I think it's going to be tough for Na'Vi to break down on Dust 2. It's possible, but it's going to be a tough fight.
I also just love that they're willing to take space sometimes without a flash. They'll actually hold on to their utility. They'll just walk through a double doors
Should be
angle.
good for Wonderful then, huh?
And on it should be, but I feel like they just somehow have that idea of where he is on the map or where the opposing opera is, where the threats are on the map. And so they take the right amount of risk for me that if you're not aware of it and you're not covering everything on the map, like let's say Na'Vi are just going to triple 3 aggress long, that's exactly when paiN seems to find those timings to just walk out mid double doors. So just watch out for them. They're sneaky.
I'm very curious to see how this one is going to go down, but not before we throw things to a quick break. We've already seen one of the bounty hunters today take down Counter-Strike's most wanted, but question is, can paiN bring the hurt to Na'Vi? We're going to find out after this.
I don't think we have any pressure. We just play like another game.
Arch smoke, but nothing on it. Nice patience from JL. Oh, okay. It's the tree peek from Cadian. JL, a trio of op frags, instrumental.
The main message for us that we are trying to send for the other teams that we have the level to compete here, and we are getting better each day that passes.
It's an interesting time, that much is for certain. Snow, hold on a second, has just made one hell of a play. Snow!
Na'Vi going up against paiN, and this is where it can maybe get exciting depending on who wants to throw down some extra money in here. And I want to see more of that, but I know it does hurt the points of VRS, and obviously players might want to hold on to their money. Alexi, I'm going to start with you. These guys picked you, but I'm sure you're very confident. So tell me, are you going to spend that bank?
We're going to spend that bank, yes.
That's what I like to hear. There was no doubt in your mind you were confident you were just going to go for the all-in?
Yeah, I mean, we don't have too much to play with, but yeah, we're gonna go all in this game.
Big Zera, you picked these guys. You said, right, okay, I want Na'Vi. So surely you're confident enough to go all in as well?
Actually, of course we are confident all the time, but we will play safe and say no. Yeah. But thinking more in the RMR points, you know?
Okay. So you're thinking for the VRS. I respect it. I can't convince you, you know, like, look, they maybe looked a bit shaky in the game against Imperial Female?
I don't think he's shaking, but maybe I'm afraid.
All right, we'll have to see how it goes. It's Na'Vi taking on paiN. There will be no challenge. There will be no more money thrown down. I'll have to hope and dream for another game.
Who needs VRS points when you can get cold hard cash?
I mean, the other thing about this is you get more VRS points if you win more money. So it is still betting on yourself to be able to say you can do it. And we are talking about paiN, who took down FaZe at this event. They took down Gamer Legion on the way to FaZe. There were some really good performances here, and David Diaz was the best performer in both series. He was consistently a showstopper. I think he's been set up super well by paiN, and they're peaking right now, man.
Na'Vi on the other side, of course, another one of our favorites looking to retain their position. If anything, Vitality's head rolling down those stairs earlier this evening could put a tremor through the camp of Na'Vi. Obviously a $67,000 bounty being fought for by paiN.
Yeah, and that's the other part of this for people just tuning in. There's still half the bounty that Na'Vi have that can be made by paiN if they win this match. So still a lot to be earned potentially for paiN if they can pull this upset off to follow the upset of the day, which was Eternal Fire, of course.
But that upset, obviously, I think, you know, kind of there's precedent between Eternal Fire and Vitality. We know that they had pulled it off in the previous year, and when we talk about this one, it's not the case. You know, paiN have played twice versus Na'Vi in 2024, both times at very critical events in Cologne in the Copenhagen Major, and both times they fall flat.
Yeah.
So this is going to take a real uptick from paiN. I like the new addition. This roster looks promising for them. The fact that they're even here in Copenhagen is a win to start 2025, but me personally, man, I don't see this upset happening the same way I kind of painted Eternal Fire's possibilities.
I mean, a lot comes down to if David is going to put up 3 great performances in a row, because then that's the one factor that wasn't there in their last matchups versus Na'Vi. It would take a lot, but certainly that's a new factor.
And what do you make of Na'Vi's debut so far this year, Mo? You know, some said, like, was it shaky versus Imperial Female? But I think on an individual level, like, Bit dominated that series. It's just been strong enough in my eyes for Na'Vi to not really sweat this evening.
Yeah, like most other teams, they got better as the matches went on, and I think what's important is that, like, structurally they look sound now. So even, you know, G2 and them are both teams that improved as the tournament has rolled on. Teams like FaZe won't have another chance for that. Vitality, you know, lose a match here in playoffs, it's done. So I do feel very confident in the way Na'Vi have been playing, and they're a team from Shanghai that everybody wants to see re-achieve their form from last year. It obviously dropped off at the worst time possible. but they still picked up one major at least.
Yeah, you know, of all the teams that obviously want to peak at a major, it's a shame because the best we saw of them last season to round out 2024 was 3-4 events towards the end, which is exactly where majors used to be. But victims of the format. And this format also takes no prisoners. So folks, it's about damn time we go into another elimination game now on LAN. paiN and Natus Vincere kicks off on Dust 2. That $67,500 bounty for Navi looks real good as far as paiN are concerned.
It's juicy. I mean, we talk about VRS points for paiN. They're definitely eyes on the big prize right there. A lot to be gained. Can set you up nicely for the season. And the competition's already been thinned out. This would make it as thin as it could possibly be. But
nice flash.
Wait, hold on a second. I mean, you can't say it wasn't a nice flash.
That was as perfect as it could have been. Bit's going to start off his night with a bit of an awkward gunfight, and it's going to push paiN into the quad cap push. One drops towards spawn, taking fights onto car. CT comes up through that smoke and actually gets killed. Or does he? It's JL, in fact, who climbs up onto the boxes. Now stopping on the site, Davidus. Okay. 3 kills.
NT.
Very, very NT. Nicely done in contrast to how Bit started all of that.
Yeah, it was a little bit messy from Bit. A little bit too much mustard on that one, Bit. And that was Snow hand over face, shooting back. Didn't know what the hell was going on.
That's where if you're Bit, you just go, oh, dude, bad flash.
Flash totally missed, man. I mean, Snow literally didn't know how long Bit was shooting until he was unblind 4 seconds later. Navi still win the round.
No investment here from paiN, playing it safe. Rock that bomb towards tunnels. We'll be keeping a close eye on Navi as obviously Spirit get through their LAN match, and all roads point to the best of 5 grand finals. You know, we had this conversation on the draft show discussing just briefly who could even compete in best of 5s at the start of this year.
Yeah.
And me personally, I had Spirit on one hand and Navi on the other. And beyond that,
at the beginning of the year, I don't think so. But Navi hadn't won a best of 5 grand final in there.
No, I mean at the beginning of this year, like right now, who could play a best of 5 right now and look competitive? And it's like beyond Navi, I didn't really have anybody else in that placement. So.
Okay.
I hope for the sake of the...
You mean like even Vitality and FaZe?
Yeah.
Wouldn't be able to win a best of 5?
FaZe didn't even show up for LAN. And Vitality
Maybe
went
if
down.
it was best of 5s, Connor.
Oh, okay. Just need a little more runway. Speaking of runway, it's running out. You've got 30 seconds here, paiN, with your sea of Glocks sprinting towards elbow. As you'd anticipate, this one gets absolutely owned.
Yes, crushed. Good start. The map pool brought up between these two teams. Alex could be comfortable for paiN, but by that same token, Navi are going to be happy no matter where it goes. Big Zero has his work cut out for him.
Oops. Bit of a ceiling in the way there.
Do people know that you look like NQZ?
I think so. I think it's maybe starting to catch on, but he has the fresher buzz cut, so at the moment he's winning.
Oh, you're saying you used to look better than him?
No. Big Uzera goes down top mid, and Davidus not able to climb up from the Xbox. Man advantage here for Navi. We get a fallback through suicide. Contact out long. Has netted them a kill, and look at the attention it's drawn over. That's Emet and Wonderful trying to layer up and fight Kawez, but Kawez doing a good job of keeping his head down.
They did look for this exact reaction, and they would have preferred it looks like long control, but we now have paiN joining up for this. Snow still waiting on the tunnels there, so they're going to have to take some time for him to get comfortable. But they know that the adjustment's going to come off Cat. There's no one pushing, and Kawez has pick control, so... In terms of Snow, he's got to play it really cool here. If he dies, it's way too easy of a round. But if he gets a kill, nice. Oh, then they're talking, Snow.
Snaps down onto Bit, who's the headshot machine. And as he sits on a third of his health, it's going to be Wonderful to just try and crouch back into the site. JL comes running over. Snow still a little hesitant to get activated. Good kill back from NQZ on the corner. He gets rushed, and JL's got the space because Snow is still at a distance. Back into the AK, huge health advantage. JL misses, and Snow gets all three.
Yes, go off, Snow. That's a flurry. Beautiful stuff, man. In lower, his position was so key. He knew the pressure was coming towards him. Cal West telling him, we have pit, there's no one pushing long. They double swing off of the site. And not only does he deliver his one and make it a viable round, he delivers two and then wins the round with the clutch. Nasty spray transfer. I'm honestly surprised JL doesn't play that one from long, holding to see if he's going to come off cap, because scaling to get the bomb is actually quite difficult.
Right.
Tried to play it confidently, got pieced up for it.
You know, maybe called off of the incredibly low HP that Snow had to work with, but
sometimes playing standard isn't always right. But you know, you get the headshot angle in pit. You have Snow, who's on a limited amount of time.
10 HP is enough. Snow posts one for paiN early. Obviously, economic costs of the last round leaves NQZ limited. We've got a scout out on the field, double Galil here for paiN, so it's not an ideal state, but still one they could very well win with. We get this emphasis coming back from Na'Vi onto the catwalk, and is it because Alexi's gonna flash them in? Starting to look like it. No eyes on long, no pressure from paiN. Here surely comes the flash. We'll see if eMAT gets around. It's a frag grenade first. Doesn't seem to have noticed.
Doesn't need to overcommit. He could still know that they're in the corner, but you usually want 2 flashes for a play like this, but a nade first, that's gonna work.
Wonderful.
It pulls Davideus out of anti-flash. It's really beautiful tactic here from Na'Vi.
Davideus does get the headshot there. Has to be noted. eMAT dropped to 8 HP. And, falling down. This is perfect from Biguzera.
Oh.
One bullet would have won that.
Maui was talking about this timing that they try to find out of mid, but it looks like Na'Vi were actually really careful about that.
Well approached by eMAT, hanging on to barely any health. Alexi blinded, but not fully. He gets one as he gets taken down. Wonderful here on the corner. Almost lining up a double kill. NQZ's got this catwalk push happening. And what's left here of the CTs won't make it in time, but do they have time? Bomb's got to go down here in the cover, so the smoke is key. JL going for a jump shot, but that's not where the bomb was being planted, and it just gives a free frag for Biguzera to scoop up.
Yeah, they have this molly to bifurcate the offense, but Imma, is he going to capitalize? He will. MQZ goes down, and they know Biguzera's on cat.
Quarter HP for him. eMAT working back to the cross, low himself. Bomb planted, of course, kind of behind that box. So Biguzera tries to take somebody down before they get that retake on site. And well done here by Na'Vi to just instantly respond. Poor JL ends up looking a little foolish.
Yeah, some couple of silly moments here in this game, but round's won. And again, it's this tactic by Alexi with the HE first is, you know, pushes a player into anti, then their guard is down a little bit. They think it's a low grenade round. There's no second nade right after. Perfect timing. Best way to kill Davideus is blind.
He still hits that headshot, but eMAT keeps fighting. Body bags another. And pulls off the clutch. Scout again for NQZ. Doesn't pull the trigger on the jump. Won't pull the trigger on the second. Won't pull the trigger at all. eMAT fast pace and incredibly hot start, has to be said. 10-1 alongside Wonderful's 7-3. So looking like Na'Vi are bringing 2 stars to the start of the show tonight.
JL and Bit both look a little off today, so maybe I wonder if the plan for paiN is to try to take advantage of this, knowing that they play together in future rounds. But for this one, they'll go to the full strength side. 3 players here waiting. I guess Wonderful is just below Ima. But in a great position to support. No long will be taken. This will be a very tough ask for paiN.
There's been a couple moments here where they just kind of forego long.
Oh, it was actually, okay, just saw him in time.
Only needs the sliver. And that nade, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's a baddie.
Square on 4 players.
Easy cleanup for the Biguzera sprint as he gets sectioned off by smoke, even lining it up. So down goes that scout. Hasn't even been fired yet. Needs the fresh magazine. Of course, bomb is still on the ground, so Got to scoop that up, JL. Carving a path in through the tunnels and just nothing but the comfort zone until Kawes comes in with a chance. Very small chance, and at least a message back for Ime, but Ime's not too worried. He is absolutely off to the races early.
Not the most inspired start here for paiN, unfortunately. And this is even with Na'Vi having a couple of players missing shots. They still... Again, structurally is what I was talking about. Form-wise, going to be off and on, you know, sometimes, but structurally they look super solid. They look like themselves. Tactics have been nice. Rotations have been good. And they'll win long one more time.
Vincere tries to take the op out of spawn, but not fast enough.
They've got a real obsession here with trying to win off Cat, it feels like. Oh, that's Smokes.
Thoughts? Opinions?
Interesting. It's, you know, it can create a distraction, but if LexiB pushes it, then it does the opposite. It just informs Na'Vi so much that this is a fake totally. They don't have to worry about it. Now, if this does turn into a Cat play, I think it'd be surprising, because you can see the smoke pulls Imma towards CT to worry about mid B. And now they'll come long late, so they're trying to sort of double fake with this smoke. Problem is the setup they don't gain too many advantages. They've got LexiB's attention. He's a fine angle here.
Op on this doorway, though.
Yeah, he's got to be careful on the angle. He would get opt.
Lexi very much locked into the left side from paiN's approach.
They're trying to keep this dead simple, but...
And QZ's on a further angle. Now they're worried about the corner, trying to clear out. Alexi gets good contact, and Vincere on the trade frag. Wonderful's time limited here. He's got to get up into the boxes, and he does so with a kill and a turn towards long. Snow's going to find his entry off of Catwalk, but it pushes it onto the sniper of paiN, shooting at corpses as the flash comes out from spawn. Tough challenge to cross. He's got 5 seconds to spare. Has to get over. They try to face him, hit him in the face, and JL's going to end this. Na'Vi go up 5-1. There was a solid approach, but it really, in my mind, comes down to Wonderful and those 2 clean M4 headshots.
Completely saves the day. Wonderful in this position. He's realized he's got like a 3-4 seconds while he can take this duel. But if he doesn't take this duel and just jumps on the site, there's a chance he doesn't get anything. So really smart to maximize that amount of time, and just barely gets caught jumping back to the back of single box, but that's not enough of an opportunity for paiN. And a lot of this round is won off of the time delay for Na'Vi, from Alexi pushing the smoke, and also pushing the smoke, getting onto the right side of door, but then not just pushing through long and assuming that they are faking it and they're entirely not falling for these tactics.
Just the right amount of caution from a guy like LexiB.
It's actually pretty impressive, right? You know, for like 30 seconds, no one's coming long normally. So that was a real risky move from paiN. But yeah, these tricky ideas are just not paying off right now. Na'Vi looks shrewd.
Shrewd?
Shrewd?
Shrewd? Shrewd?
You know I know.
And you know I know you know. You know? Right now, paiN don't know much because it's just a group up on Xbox.
Finally, a mid-B test.
Yeah.
I mean, it is 3-2 again.
We'd seen that Vincere walk out when he tried to get the better of Ime falling into CT spawn. You said the desk brought that up?
Yeah, Maui brought up that they try to find these mid timings. Here's though,
another.
it's just a full exec.
Easy for Ime as he extends to 16-3. 7 rounds into this game, folks.
I think a real problem with paiN this match is that you're seeing a dead quiet map for many seconds in a round and then an instant exec afterwards. You see them work a part of the map, then pause for a really long time. And I think in that moment, there has to be some doubt for Na'Vi in their setup. You want to catch people rotating. You need to make them suspicious of something. And there's actually a chance that if Snow can push them into CT, there's a plant in store for them.
Just enough pressure to get that CT player back into spawn. You get a bomb plant and an M4 in hand. It ain't the worst outcomes here for paiN. Can Snow do one better?
Okay.
Finds Emet on the approach. Tech9 to the catwalk contact bit, able to clear Snow's teammate. He only has 12 HP. I'm going to call this one impossible. Pressure on as they get ever closer to the bomb site, taking to the top of the boxes. Even Snow trying his damnedest to peel somebody off of this. Finally, they'll swarm through him. Tough job at that point, but again, even finding an opening there, tip of the hat to Snow. It's an extra bomb plant and cash for paiN.
Yeah, it's nice. They needed the money, one extra kill, and that's a real round, possibly. But yeah, again, I think that, you know, if a team's playing really well, really fluid, in those very silent moments in the round, they're still working the map in subtle ways, multiplying their presence, leaving suspicion in different areas, and I feel like paiN are missing that aspect of their T side at the moment. Sometimes that can mean that the communication isn't super smooth. It's really good to get a timeout going to make sure everyone's on the same page for the next round. But you got to be thinking 2 steps ahead if you want to beat Navi.
Maybe Navi on a worse day, but right now, I mean, man on screen, Romanian powerhouse.
Yeah, Imma's owning at the moment.
And Wonderful. Wow. Hits it. Isn't rewarded with the frag, but NQZ just a little too slow to the fight here as we get a very mobile Op and Wonderful. Read him like a book. You know, he's happy just sitting on an angle hunting down the mid play. Since when did the wildlife fire back? You know, it feels like Navi are very content and confident in just allowing paiN to play out their game. Like you said, a lot of dead air, but we haven't seen any lower pressured moments from Navi. A couple of cap flashes where they come peek and prod, but nothing ever too risque. And right now, Wonderful will miss timing as he becomes flashed on the, again, consistent cat approach.
What a find.
That's the headshot they're looking for. Big Uzera locked into this cubby in mid. He's got a duel in hand, but he's versus Ime, and Ime is not missing his chances.
Alexi B has long for Wonderful, so he can set up a play.
He can just go into the pop-up, finds Snow with ease, able to cross into the elbow. NQZ low is the third player in. He misses his shot, but surfs up a distraction. Deep peek in from David Duas, won't find the other two coming up from spawn, and so this silent approach from Navi surely starts to catch them off, but missed shots from Ime. Finally, a little slack offered over to paiN, and they will thrive within that. 3 kills to David Duas, who has all his health, and Alexi B called back from long. This man on screen, the new piece of paiN, posts a 4K.
Yeah, man, that's a massive round. It's been only headshots, clean round out of David Dang, dang it. Dang it, Bobby. Davideus. God dang it.
Davideus. With the double deuces in round 8. Wonderful bringing a scout to an op fight.
And we see how expensive some of these rounds have been. Navi are without money. Now these mid-time inks have, I think, a bit more power in their punch.
Here's that walkout we were talking about. Oh! Good trade from Ime. Also offering an AK. Or is it?
Okay.
Read like a book.
My goodness. How important was that kill?
Bit's gonna come searching the same hardware.
Oy, 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 oy.
Why'd we have to watch that one?
That's the one time he's missed this game.
Taps bullets through a smoke, and I mean, that's actually a critical kill. Hold on, no jokes right now, because Bit finding that AK in hand, that's now 3 weapons for Navi.
I mean, yeah, JL, I feel like he's going to think about pushing tunnels at some point. There's a smoke in his hands, but that's not really useful. If he throws it from his side, they're going to know exactly where he is.
Another slow moment from paiN.
If Bit comes in, clears the tunnel for him, then he's freed up a little bit. Alexi B has some timing, but yeah, if paiN don't work in these moments,
if only Alexi had any kind of util to hold them back. He's going to have to bank on some nasty scout shots. His 2 teammates feeling very stagnant at the moment. Sat comfortably inside of the B site. Alexi, pop up, time to hit him, and he misses. So that is a door blown off its hinges by Snow. paiN come through despite losing a couple players out middle who jostle for that control of the AK-47.
Nice. I mean, Na'Vi really believed this time it would be B. And it was a moment where they could have, Na'Vi themselves had lots of time to go and get information back, especially considering their lack of weapon advantage, but they didn't really move. So that's day saved here. Oh, we have to watch that back?
From third person.
Oh. Always wide swing. I mean, didn't start too great here for paiN, but this half is now real.
Yep. They've worked for it.
Please dap him up, please dap him up, please dap him up, please dap him up, please. Oh, no. Oh, okay.
Cliffhangers.
Jesus.
This is one of those moments where Na'Vi better sharpen up. It's obviously a timeout called by Blade for the record, so coming through. Before things get too wild.
$10,000 or dinner with Blade?
I'll take the VRS points.
Good answer. That's what Blade would have done too. Very smart. Now you get dinner with Blade as well.
Oh, God. Winning.
Before things get too crazy?
Yeah.
What were you going to say?
I can't remember.
Damn.
Don't worry about it.
Damn, I hit you with a nasty hypothetical, had your brain working.
Hey, dude. Overtime. Possibility of a paiN upset, Dust 2. Put forth by a couple consecutive round wins. Took them time. 6-1 to 6-3. And a challenge on what could have been the approach, but will be found out to be an empty smoke.
Again, they can play out a slow round, but Na'Vi know how to hold their utility, especially if paiN are not going to implore a single fast strategy this game. You can see that as the time keeps going. We still got 2 smokes here for Na'Vi. They still got a molly to work with. Some utility starts to come out. And finally, will we get that mid-B round?
It's looking like it. At least Biguzera comes out to the cubby again.
You know. They don't see the double swing. I wonder if they're even worried about that. Snow starts to expand towards the B side, and Imma getting peppered.
Again, right? Biguzera trying to make that happen. He's not the only one here. 3 players out mid-doors. Bit gets smashed by Biguzera, and it is a world of hurt inbound for JL. Finds timing, but misses.
That's what I'm saying, test B right now.
A couple missed shots from JL serves up as an invitation for paiN to put that bomb down, but the health bars still remain low, and Alexi can't do anything just yet about getting Xbox control. He's going to try to strike NQZ down from the top after dealing with the help. An assist offered by Snow, and it ultimately just ends up costing him.
And there's a save obviously here for Wonderful, so they do it.
They're gone.
They go for the mid-B. There's a little pause in the play. They have Imma actually caught off guard in CT spawn, but far back, so they know that he's not going to swing through the smoke. And for whatever reason, Na'Vi's setup was having one person on the left outside of the door, no one in the box behind him, no one in the window ready to peek. JL just having to worry about tunnels as well, so obviously a flawed setup, but I feel like it's about time we had this play coming in. We saw shots missed from JL, we saw shots missed from Bit in this game already.
And we almost had a free opening kill, but Biguzera will snap onto Bit instead. Oh, nice shot. We didn't see that one while blind.
Like if Bit's in the site with JL, they can really play off each other a lot better. Conversely, if JL's outside the site with Bit, they have a better chance of trading effectively. So a little of both.
JL clearly disappointed with himself for not, at the very least, getting that kill along the walk-up middle. A player with no gun in hand, need I add. Wonderful gonna go back in for the cat peek. Ooh, would have seen something, but a flash comes out from Suicide. That should make him nervous. He will peel away.
Yeah, Wonderful almost never sticks around after his pick plays. So I'll head back to this position, which is still great. There's been opportunities off the perch to get a op kill. Here comes another. Oh, yeah.
But again, not too adamant about hanging around. So reposition. Wonderful will straight up take long control, keeping eyes on doors instead.
Yeah, I mean, look what's happened here. I think this is an apt time for Imma to switch over to left side mid, because if not, it's Bit who's actually supplanted A this round. Swapping up is interesting because it could be a mid B, but also just a fresh face having Imma play over here, having the game he's having.
Yeah, 18-7. Why not put him into the hot seat? Bit firing down from spawn. That is info for David Deus, and smokes ahead of him. 35 to the clock. It's going to be a late burn from Cowes on long when needed. Alexi gets bested by the big Uzera headshot. Wonderful, preoccupied with the bomb site. Q's up Bit, and a great reaction from Wonderful to shut down the pitch. A bit of a rascal here in Snow as he peeks deep off ledge with bomb and fakes once. No immediate flank. That bomb definitely could have gone down. As he crosses, he tries to take that fight versus the Opper. A second fake to elicit the jump up, but nobody bites on it. And Wonderful's had enough wall bang from downtown for his third of the round.
That's a nice shot, Wonderful, and the shots have been great overall. Again, the reaction on long, that was a very hard shot to hit. It wasn't, you know, it was more of a tracking shot. You don't really want to risk it on a flick, but it was like just the right amount of speed where I think he took a bullet of damage, but angled it perfectly. Really well done here from Wonderful this round.
Tried to put Ima into a playmaker's position. Speaking of the Devil, 313 util damage. NQZ can't get the better of the mid-peak. And just in a head-to-head, in terms of op impact, I mean, it is 100% online, full systems go at the moment from Na'Vi. I mean, Wonderful's on the brink of surpassing Ima, and we know how good of a first 6 rounds he had. And there's nothing stopping him from getting 20 in the first half alone. This is one of the first times we've actually seen Bit get down into lower tunnels. I kind of called out Na'Vi for not getting too aggressive in their setups, and they're going to sprinkle it in the final step of the first half. Emed does not fade away. There's also been a lot of pullback from Catwalk, not this time. Emed stays close, but as Bit pushes into the tunnels, that's going to give away his position. Cowes gets the kill onto the B site, traded by Bit, but now they know that's the B anchor dead, the lower player done, and the cat push finished.
But they don't take mid control, which means, okay, they have to get the kill. Big Uzair cuts him off, and that's a free plant, and that's probably a free round. Last round of the half, though, we're going to get an attempt where we normally wouldn't get one. Full kit, op in hand, Wonderful, and a 1-on-4.
Gonna be tough to cross those doors though. NQZ scoped up on it, no doubt. A threat from the site that could at any point be peaked. But to go for that window peak now is to offer Wonderful a kill before he has to go for this critical cross of the doors. And this should be the end of him. He'll lock in versus his counterpart, but at the end of the day, it's a 5th round for paiN. Well called. They took their sweet time with a lot of those rounds, but it paid off once they got going.
So heavy, dude. It's like actually like couldn't help but feel it. Forgot we didn't go on camera. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's the one thing. It's the elasticity in the song. It's just tight. It's like yeah. Well, I think it's just too big. Yeah. That's one thing that your class won't have. This class has like seamless class. Oh yeah, it'll be like a little brick. Yeah. It's the oyster bracelet. Like also like the
For who? Yo guys, we got hot mics at halftime again. It's happened a couple times this event. Please make sure that's not gonna happen again. Yeah, we got hot mics at halftime. I'm getting tweeted about it. Yeah. Clean rebuttal from paiN as they trailed that first half 6-1 at one point, Mohan, but then finished up 4 of the final 5 rounds. That's, I think, Biguzera's game plan coming to fruition as they started to test different elements of Na'Vi. Out of the gate, eMe was just the best player in the server. Wonderful continued that trend to try and catch up. But I mean, a round's a round and a fresh start in the second half here for paiN as they only trail by 2.
Yes, it's a very viable game. Now we switch over to CT side. And T-side definitely had its problems, but I think paiN don't have to think about him anymore. Headshot to kick it off is nice as well. As you can see, Na'Vi have their eye set on just some late mid, or maybe more specifically just holding for any kind of aggressive pushes.
Smoke in mid keeps Biguzera in the dark. We get that peel back from the Cat players. No long play. No long play whatsoever for paiN here in round 13 until they take up positions on Car. But without knowing that early info, everything's scary over here. So Kawa is going to try to come clear it before anything actually draws them back to sight. Dangerous to leave it open, but they reclaim it at the right time. eMe up first, falls down into spawn. Guess what? Not A. Davideus able to find first blood. Snows on the recovery. Missed the first couple shots, but he ends up getting a double nonetheless. Here's JL in the sight. Switching guns, he gets bested. He's not on his game.
No, he's definitely off it right now. And eMe, he's still in a position to clutch, honestly. But Skawes, timing peak, perfect. Snow saves it from the window. And JL getting caught like in that position, it must have been an accidental key press, I want to say. Like, you know, they could be in the window peeking back into tunnels. Your team's execing mid B. This definitely looks a little awkward. I think he's also trying to like beat the timing here, but there's also the option to go to the door. Strange moment. Again, they'll have to move past it. I mean, his knife is nice. It's nice.
Yeah, but a pistol round is nicer. Oh, do Na'Vi suddenly have their hands full tonight?
I mean, eMe, eMe in the last 6 months has really, recused himself of a lot of the criticism from when he joined Na'Vi and, even during their major win and all the way up until the end of the first season. His improvements have brought him back and beyond where he was at on Gamer Legion in a lot of senses. I mean, he's not that super, in one carry of the team anymore, so the stats won't match up 1-to-1. But in Tier 1, yeah, it's pretty unreal. He definitely has the power to be able to win a game like this these days.
Good, right? Wanted to be brought up as the secondary caller within the team as well. And I remember that. Like, it did feel like Blade he really kind of thought he had all of the right pieces. And I feel like he built up each of them individually, one by one, before he could start to create complexity within their interworkings.
I had my own doubts with, Blade, because Blade chooses him. And then when he's integrated, there's no matchup to like who he was before. His roles didn't really make sense at all. How he fit into the system didn't look good on its face, and the stats weren't there. But again, then you look at what he's become, and that contrast. It is the feat of clay that makes the goal of the image precious in that sense. Blade has done a lot to integrate him. Alexi as well.
Hello, Bit. You got somewhere to be, buddy. Straight out into the mid-peak and straight down at the hands of Biguzera. Now, it is followed up with a JL exit. Doesn't react to Snow, taking pot shots at him from backside. Snow attempting a double, and he'll nail it. Goes into the mid-support as well. He knows his sight's under pressure, but Biguzera finding Alexi. I mean, this could not have fallen flatter for Na'Vi.
Yeah, I mean, this has to be about Biguzera being suspicious of some kind of lurky play out mid. And he catches him off. Obviously, that could have been a moment where Bit waits to smoke out, but I think he actually wants to try to take a fight into CT spawn. But Biguzera has his eyes peeled for that. He is so ready.
Wonderful has no bomb and no road to a clean save even. So we'll keep eyes on him, but this clutch attempt nigh impossible. Man, what a contrast in the kill department when you take a look at the Na'Vi scoreboard here. 20 on EMS, 17 Wonderful. Mo, where's the rest of the team tonight?
Yeah, I don't know. Alexi has 3 kills, but we haven't seen that many mistakes out of him. JL and Bit, on the other hand, it's definitely been a messy one. And we're not talking about day 1 anymore.
No. Ooh, Wonderful. Good reaction to at least kill Cowes too, but that's majority alive for paiN. A total shutdown of a rapid set pace by Alexi B. And this moment here from Snow, he just finds JL with the frag grenade, makes his kill all the easier. Best C-man, an awkward duel, and just enough vision here for Biguzera to catch Alexi's back as well.
And talking about integrating players, you have to give it up to Biguzera as well. When people play with Biguzera, they play well. And Snow is somebody who was sort of an uncut gem in the sense of coming out of the academy, being extremely young and having a big role in opping, but not really understanding rotations that well. Basically being good at hitting shots, confident in the clutch, but now looking a lot more refined.
Yeah, here's another test for him. Nice tracking for the JL double. NQZ gets his. Smoke at the feet of Snow. 40 health on his name. NQZ with perfect support and an absolute shutdown as paiN have taken momentum and a lead.
That double stack peak is, the way Snow has played the B side the last 2 rounds are ideal. Over the smoke, he helped make sure that JL could get out of the tunnels. If JL gets out of the tunnels, gets 1 kill, and then occupies the attention of the other B player, there's a potential that that mid B hit still comes in, delayed. But instead, he covers his teammate perfectly. This round, plays off the double stack. We've talked about it a million times, but it's so key to find the timing just as they're exiting the tunnels, which means you need to dodge the first flash. If you don't do those 2 things, then you will get overrun on the site. And Snow makes sure that he stops the problem before it starts.
Hot damn, you absolutely love to see it. This is now 8 of the last 9 rounds, all with paiN's name on them. Perfect coverage usage as well on the pillar there. I feel like section off the exit of the tunnels to really deal with the climb up.
This is a moment where if he's sitting in the window and he's splitting his attention between mid and B, he can get flashed and be out of the fight. And then his teammate can't help out. So, yeah, again, perfectly played site by paiN so far, or by Snow.
What?
Okay, JW.
Oops. The timing and the peak all look good until you started jumping.
Boing.
Boing. To the moon he goes. Can it be recovered? I think so. But it does live mid, open for the taking. And that is why paiN are going to get active elsewhere. David Deus into the tunnels, supported by Snow. Nobody down there to stop them just yet, but you do also see the T's encroach.
I mean, the double benefit of not going too far.
Come on, JL.
Yeah, whoa, JL sees nothing, which means if they go into a mid B, Snow will have 1 fight early in tunnels, and it's a much easier hold from mid. The thing is right now, paiN are not playing anyone on the site. They're doubled up on long control. I would really, I'd really prefer to see Biguzera holding this down for Cowes, but Cowes taking more of an active position here, something like Goose, to fight against the site. Instead, it's going to be a plant and a retake here for paiN.
It's surprised by the lack of fight.
Oh, and this is where this setup can go wrong.
Yeah, that's not ideal. Caught with a grenade out, deep peek off of the bomb site. Bit's going to start getting his name into the kill feed for the first time this evening. His 7th and 8th queued up. Well-timed peek out from Biguzera. That one will catch Wonderful with his pants down. However, there is no follow-up here from paiN, so they'll offer Na'Vi their 8th. Just a walk up from the catwalk, Mohan.
I think, you know, if you have long, we saw Na'Vi use the setup well. You have long control, you can play Goose, you can play on the ramp, you can play default and spot early, but if you play without any information, then that's how David Diaz... Dang it, Daniel. Damn, Daniel. That's how David can die in CT spawn.
Oops. Awkward.
Right, this is because they don't know what's happening on A.
Yeah. Couple awkward instances in that last round from paiN. It's not the end of the world, though. They can get right back to winning ways.
Oh, it's not. I mean, they had one lead. They had tunnels covered. That was nice. But leave it to Na'Vi to find the gap.
From long control to the fallback into the site, Biguzera looking to support his Opper as they do get closer on Cat. Na'Vi.
That nade, though. Oh, wonderful.
Not bad at all.
Down to 46.
He's ahead of where that nade landed, but he starts to peel back. As will Biguzera. Now doubling up onto the ramp alongside his Opper.
Looks like we're somewhat light on grenades here towards the A site. One smoke goes out. Now they're down to 3 flashes.
It ain't the best.
Yeah. At a minute, Na'Vi could use this to the hard to count grenades, though. Wouldn't know. No tunnels push this time.
Biguzera drops down into middle. Another
they had a cache of them.
Damage nade from him. Great util damage coming out from paiN's in-game leader. Wonderful wants to pull a player off the B site. It could serve as the activation to get that bomb in. Challenge on this smoke. And Biguzera is going to start raising the alarm for Snow. Nice window peek to deal with Alexi B. He is down with nothing. That is the bomb as well, so it'll slow down Wonderful. Devadeus into the double kill as he gets a good foothold on platform, and this B site is impenetrable.
It's just great CS out of paiN right now.
Emed diving into the site, just trying to get to the cover. It is desperation from Na'Vi.
I wouldn't be testing Snow at the moment. They're so impressed right now with this play. It's just been so careful. Him and Davideus have played off each other beautifully. This is early damage, unconfirmed damage with their grenade, but it shies Na'Vi away from the cat take. They do a great job of delaying out mid. That's the other half of this. Even if you don't get the kill, blowing up that mid B smoke, putting spam down, making sure that the attack is disjointed as soon as Alexi says go. That's their goal. They did a great job of supporting the 2 players in the site.
And you've got the money wobbly here for Na'Vi.
So surprised to see paiN taking over now in this game.
It's a miss Molotov, but it just welcomes Bit into the angle being held. Also, shout out Biguzera, looking like Alexi B with the frag grenades he was throwing last round. 2 players tagged to half health, and that third nade that popped open the CT smoke that we saw cause a bit of a ruckus for Na'Vi to deal with. So just keeping the pressure up from the util. Absolutely has his opponents on their toes as they go down 4v5 in round 19. CT smoke thrown out, Biguzera to play close. But I mean, this double up inside of the B bomb site between Davideus and Snow. Do you really want to test it? I would think not. A challenge to NQZ seems far more simple to win out on. He is 8 and 10 on the op. But he transitions over towards long. We've got Kawaz instead on the ramp. Not that he's performing any better. Here comes that pack. Almost lining up, but not quite. Missed chance from the AWP as JL goes on to the deep angle from sight, looking for that follow-up frag. Now, you don't want these CT rotators to get clipped. The op shot takes JL down to 20. It is awkward.
They want to punish them in spawn, but it's not working.
Snow's gonna find the headshot. 2 CTs along the wall. Deep peek out from JL.
He's so
got
low.
2 kills to his name now, trying to power up. But as he peels back onto the elbow, he beckons in the long play, trying to catch him off. He will not. And that is paiN with a 3-round lead and the money of Na'Vi bottoming out now.
Yeah, I mean, and it's not Na'Vi, like, obviously Na'Vi are not getting the rounds they want, but it's full credit to paiN for how they're playing these situations. everything's perfect. And I love that Cowes is now on the site in this situation to trade down a material. Look at the contrast between the previous round where they're all rotating out of CT. Way less safe of a position. So paiN are actually they're surmising way better spots on the A site. B site looks rock solid. I don't know where Na'Vi can get in.
Maybe Blade has the answers. Hopefully for Na'Vi's sake, he will. Final timeout by Na'Vi. A singular round on this T side so far.
Yeah, they're getting outclassed. paiN have a lot to be proud of. Big Zero's got to be really proud of Snow at the moment. This is not just a map where he's top fragging, but a map where almost every single round has a quality play in it.
I want to give Big Zero a bit of props for that reason as well. He's currently picked up 6 opening duels throughout this game on 14 of his frags.
Ooh. Oh, nasty. A headshot on the cross with a scout.
That could be the kickstart for Na'Vi. Is that Blade's big game plan?
Yeah. I don't know if he could take credit for that one.
Hey, wonderful. Give him something to think about.
And this will be a nice test for paiN. And they hardly have, you know, a gun disadvantage besides that scout. So.
I love the activity, though. We're going 2 players pushing off catwalk, coupled with the B players both here on mid. This is all of paiN taking back control of the map. If they can leak through the center of Na'Vi,
man, yeah, like, Na'Vi are getting quite spread out, and
they're not going to be expecting this because you've got that top mid play. That could have been the extra one.
This is weird. This is weird. There's 2 going tunnels, right? They know that. But the bomb is still outside of A, and Big Zero is going to be running to try to cut him off, but I don't think he knows about the A players yet. And they don't have info on the bomb. This is a very weird round for Na'Vi. It might work because paiN have no idea what they're doing, but I don't either.
This is a fun round, man. Both teams trying to synthesize the understanding. Trying to piece together this bigger picture.
But who's got the better spot now? They don't know. Big Zero's in spawn behind them.
Right? The fact that all his teammates left and he decided to go further, but you can see him now rattling off calls. Everybody on high alert. We've gotten that 3rd piece added towards long. Big Zero, where are you going?
This is the best way to go. 20 seconds. They have to commit to A. Now, there's no one from paiN moving over, so maybe he actually didn't hear this.
Snow's not going to find anything on the cross. Scout peek. Comes in. That is now Big Uzera confirmed. And he's not working with the most amount of health. Do the T's come to fight him? Yes, they do. They sign up for the trade frag. And it opens up eMet to go right back onto site. JL and Bit above Snow. Catwalk retake starts to come through. Thrust forward by Cowes. eMet, Bit both activated. Kill a pop. And it's Devadeus into the clutch versus eMet, who keeps his head down. And he'll catch him off.
Oh, and he took some damage.
9th off of the back of a slow long play where nobody knew what was up.
Yeah, that's well fought. I mean, it's really credit to Wonderful for checking the flank when it's 20 seconds and they don't have site control. A lot comes down to him trying to support the bomb going up, but he gets the first shot of the round. And then when they go back to fight long, it's really smart from Big Zero to understand that they're going to try to fight him instead of just run away. But he can only get one. The double swing is perfect. Na'Vi play off each other, and they survive this one.
Ooh. That's one of those zany rounds, though, that surely doesn't instill any confidence in either team. That one is back and forth. Wily and caught. They blow open the corner smoke and catch Bit. Down he goes, 9 and 14.
Ooh, a lot rested on that tactic, didn't it? Cowes, does he only have a USP, or he's picked up a AK? Okay. Upgrade off of the fallen Bit.
Just good. I mean, look at the Galils across the board here for Na'Vi. That was the 1 AK-47 that they had in the round.
And this is now a much more normal setup, and Big Zero has a full kit of utility to support Cowes as well. If he's going to crack spot like this, he might be throwing his flash and then layering it with Big Zero. We'll see how the attack comes.
There's that point of contact, smoke down in front of him. Big Uzera slides into the car. That's the bomb confirmed, but eMet gets the better of the duel with the Galil. And Cowes is going to kill him in an instant. Nice headshot out from this lip of Pit. We've got multiple players trying to unearth him, trying to drag him out of this spot. The off covering from sight. A beautiful move from Wonderful. And it's coupled with the cap pressure coming through to pinch. 35 on the clock.
Ooh, a smoke goes down on the site. That's going to block off all the sight lines from Wonderful. A flank coming in as well. So much comes down to Snow.
Alexi B keeps eyes behind. Wonderful honing in towards sight.
Oh, where's Snow gonna go now? He has to run from this op.
Alexi's looking to join up with that op, trying to push forward because it's Alexi's hands that'll be busy with the plant. Here comes Davideus. Perfectly timed peek on the flank.
The bomb gets dropped.
Wonderful dead, and we've got paiN one step closer.
Oh man, they earned this one. They shut down the play from Bit, that same sort of fast tactic that he tried on the mid B play. They try out long. Everything goes excellently, and Kawa staying alive that long in pit and getting his first kill was enough to ensure the long flank works.
Ooh, a bit of frustration. This move is slick from Wonderful.
He was just trying to get shot at so his teammate with a rifle could get the kill. I think either one works.
3 map points versus a busted up Na'Vi buy. That last round had shades of the round prior, but this time paiN seemed in more control. And it's not often you see Bit express frustration, but dying with the AK on long corner, a clench of the fist, as he has to accept that he has no impact in round 21.
Not just round 21, it's been a rough game. Too much rest on Imma's performance, on Wonderful's performance for Na'Vi.
Yeah, I mean, 2 of the 5 in the 20s, nobody else even with 10.
We're not seeing a great match out of NQZ this game, but there are more players online for paiN. That's 100% certain.
Absolute total turnaround. This was a 6-1 game for Na'Vi. 6-1 to 9-12.
Yeah, wild. The recovery in the first half was already impressive, but they're clearly the better team now in the second.
Biguzera peels back towards long.
Oh, they're going into the similar setup, right?
Yep, and the mid peek comes through to the success of Na'Vi. 5v4. That's JL low, but he can peel back. Quick glimpse down towards tunnels. He'll find no additional pressure just yet. Corner peek in a moment. Ina, bad timing as far as he's concerned, but Biguzera, it is there to a T. He spots bodies towards Gandalf, and he is right on the brink of this retake. Not ideal with the MP9 on cross, but they're still flustering Na'Vi in this post plant, and they opened up the door for Snow to come and join them. That SMG gets the better of the player up close. We go 3v3 with JL still low, and he's going to try to time that CT flank. He is running up towards this bomb site. They're going to hear him on the approach. Beautiful dig back from Bit, and it is all NQZ. As time is of the essence, he clears those boxes, but he will not pick up this one. Na'Vi survived the first of 3.
Yeah, okay, they get away with that, and this is another situation where paiN, they make this weird adjustment. We have Biguzera giving up way too much space towards A, running all the way to long, and then as soon as one extra player dies, that's when your odds just plummet. So this is the move from JL to once again punish Davideus inside of CT spawn. That's how it happened the last time they made this cat execute work. Na'Vi hit 10 off of it, but this is a round where actually both teams are quite low on economy. Almost no utility left in those final moments. I don't think any at all. And now paiN have a very difficult situation. In terms of closing this game out, it's unclear what they'll even be able to afford.
It's going to be absolute bare bones.
Yeah, they're thinking
right now it's 5 USPs.
Yeah, they're just bringing this down to round 24 when the pressure is at its apex. Na'Vi have made a career out of comebacks like these, starting slow, still winning.
And if Alexi can maintain the reins of this situation and pull off an overtime at least at 3-18, that is what it's all about, keeping your head in the game. God knows a lesser man would be shattered at that scoreline. But he's got a camp that relies on him. And this recovery's got to keep going. They forced it.
Spending all their money.
Damn. That was a very late call because we saw them over the shoulder, still USPs as
That's pretty unreal considering the amount of rounds they just won. So, all right, it would take a mistake out of Na'Vi.
Yeah, oh my God, he got stuck on the box there while blind.
Oh, they would have loved to get that kill. It's still a way worse situation for paiN, but it's a scary moment knowing that they forced. This setup is crazy.
Especially with the flash in the front.
Yes, so if this is a position where if they throw a setup smoke, a lurk smoke, and Indus isn't cleared properly from JL, okay, they'll spot it at least. Get him out of this position.
Yeah, Snow scurries back. Hangs on to his flashbang. 4 players
You
out
Oh,
can't
mid.
play 2-3 here if you're paiN. You've got to do something interesting, but instead the exec's coming in.
Here's that one flash. Goes off in the middle of the pack, blinds 2. He tries to extend, but that third player still had full vision. And Bit's going to find a multi-frag as the B site absolutely falters.
Forcing off this timeout. I mean, they had some interesting outs, I guess, for like opening kills, a mid scout, the B setup if they caught a full attack coming in.
Right.
But outside of that, nothing. No adaptations mid-round. They just went and played positions as if they had really good guns, but they didn't.
I feel like it was almost maybe a really late call because even that setup, paiN 5-7 in the front of the tunnels with the flashbang, right? Snow had the flash, and then Devadeus in the back of the bomb site with the Deagle didn't have it.
That's true, yeah.
If he has that flash, then I feel like JL in tunnels is a sitting duck.
Yeah, I think you just drop it back. It's the better gun to have up front, but I think what the idea was JL throws his lurk smoke in B, then Snow just swings instantly because he's not going to expose himself to the tunnels when he does that. But you're right, they should have at least thrown the flashback.
Man. Wasn't the most active we've seen paiN get. You know, contrast that to the round they go down 4v5 and then all 4 players group up and walk out through the mid doors and try to make something happen together. This was far more passive and it nets them nothing. Na'Vi gonna lap that one up any day of the week, and look at the buy it leaves them with.
Yeah, that seems like a mistake, the way that they bought last round, just considering the total game plan really wasn't there, and like their buy was terrible. So they didn't have any amazing ideas to support that, and now they're in a similar spot.
Oof.
It's clutch time for paiN.
To close out versus Na'Vi is a daunting task, but Big Uzera's got all the experience. Sitting in the consequences of their actions. With MP9s, a Deeg, Bombus Scout. They hang on to the utility out of the start of the round. Snow right now is completely on his own at this B site. Obviously, bomb sat outside long. Na'Vi gonna take their sweet time with this final round of regulation. Who blinks first?
And this molly right here is why it's really hard to hold Cat late into the round. But it's obviously a great place to attack when you're low on guns, trying to reclaim middle.
They put a smoke down in response to that Molotov. We hit 40 seconds.
It looks like they're going to try mid B again. We've got the smoke up. They still have options to do either thing, but...
Door smoke's finally starting to fade. All of Na'Vi behind these mid doors. Another CT smoke goes down on Catwalk, and they keep bodies behind it. If Na'Vi try to challenge through, there's a bomb in position. They have no vision, but they still puncture out from Catwalk with that double entry. Big Uzera, fire on your feet. And the JL headshot is the saving grace that should thrust this into overtime, barring a hell of a clutch out of Snow.
If there was someone to do it, I think it would be this kid on your screen right now. 26 and 14. In a 1v3, you have to try. Snow, it could be the clutch of your career so far. Getting into avoiding overtime.
Comes charging around that long corner. Contact to the back of Goose first. That's 2 bodies confirmed. Blind in the reload, not ideal. Na'Vi gonna push us the distance.
Yes.
They get through that T side by the skin of their teeth.
CT side looked fantastic out of paiN, but a weird buying decision in round 23 leads to 2 rounds where it looks like their odds are through the floor. Of course, Na'Vi are going to find a way to capitalize on this moment, and again, this is one of many comebacks that they've made with this lineup.
I'm not even upset with the call either. I think playing behind that Catwalk smoke could have bode even better.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, they forced Na'Vi late round to come through it.
Alexi eats his own flashbang on the attempt to take over blue control, and it is enough to fluster the fallback here from paiN. Heavy presence coming out of Na'Vi for the pit control. Wonderful dives into it. He will hang on to that as everybody else leaves.
It's actually a rare moment where Na'Vi take long control and fall back. Like last time we saw them do this, they were very slow about figuring out what site they wanted to go to. This is the round that Biguzera took the top of middle control, and Na'Vi still ended up winning it, but it wasn't your typical round.
Wonderful versus Snow with an op.
The problem is, I think, when Na'Vi are trying to do this to draw more attention to the CT side.
They tried to go double up, but...
Wait, which kills are better?
Yeah.
Davidea is finding both players pushing into tunnels.
I'll take the double.
They're lucky it wasn't the bomb.
Snow gets caught on an angle that Wonderful punishes him for holding. Cowes with a bit of pressure on him. Biguzera climbing, going for the jump spot, makes his point of contact. Wonderful's going to test this. Or is he?
I think this got to be a good move from Cowes, right?
He's stuck here. Oh, and he will find the opper down. It's going to be a desperate attempt on half health for the two remaining members of Na'Vi. Flash for Biguzera to peek out with. And that's both players caught out in the open. They're fighting, but they'll be bested. It's a quad from Davideus.
Yes, in overtime, man. He joins the scoreboard, and he's actually had still a great game. Even though this has been largely about Snow's impact and output, Davideus has quietly gotten into the 20s, I think, with that one. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, clean one. Show me that tunnels push. Just a perfect timing, finding them on the entry.
That's a Snow I remember.
Double op setup comes right back out from paiN. Snow refusing to be deterred by a single loss to Wonderful, who now switches up his position, and he's gonna go hunting for NQZ. Oh, good thing he threw that flash.
Look at NQZ rattling off a bunch of comms at the moment. Oh wait, no, Wonderful's peeking into him anyway.
Oh,
and then he gets one hit.
Davideus again, but only a single frag this time.
Mid push gets shut down.
Cowes wins his over towards long, but it's just too much. Na'Vi already, their teeth sunk deep to the flesh of this B bomb site.
Unfortunately, we talked about awkward individual plays, and NQZ has had a fair few of them as well this game.
Yeah.
More kills overall, you know, than someone like Alexi at the moment, but still, those moments add up.
Molotov to back flat, not the worst. Alexi's Molotov doesn't actually hit the ground. They follow up with an incendiary to sight. This is bomb beyond the halfway point. Two players to the left. Alexi straight down beneath it. And he's got Wonderful to help him end it. Na'Vi find the better of the timing. And yes, if we're going to highlight some awkward moments from JL, then NQZ's got to be studied in this last round.
Yeah, if we think about the Snow CT sides on B, like him and Davideus have been a really good duo holding the site. But at the moment, they try to use the off to strengthen the setup, change it up a little bit, and it doesn't even net him a kill.
Snow can't be faulted for this last round loss, but by virtue of putting him on an op on the other half of the map, that's why NQZ's on B instead.
True.
And that is why Na'Vi get right through it. Demet gonna challenge Blue Box. Biguzera getting the better of him. Cowes denied.
Okay.
Maybe JL shouldn't be made fun of because the headshots connect here in the third round of overtime. He gets that double entry on long. You see the quick scatter back from paiN, trying to pick up positions in A.
Yeah,
NQZ will be at bat again.
Yeah, looking finally warmed up now. Not firing on all cylinders, but maybe good enough.
At least the engine started.
Yeah.
Had to give it a crank or two. But JL's double puts them in this 4v3 advantage.
We've never seen Na'Vi, even when they get take long, they don't just use that alone. Wonderful's been great from the pit. Another kill on an op.
Yep. He bested Snow from the same position. He'll get the better of NQZ this time. So putting Wonderful in that pit has net you impact in 2/3 of this overtime. And he will make sure that that impact is felt. Davideus dead. Snow climbs up. He will not find a multi-frag, and Na'Vi have the edge after the T side in overtime.
Yeah, they got the lead. And they earned it, man. They definitely did. That was the first time. They don't overuse long T side and just try to crawl up every single round. I appreciate that out of Na'Vi's T side so far. And here, it's a couple of great shots and awareness out of JL, as well as Wonderful. Whoa, that's a huge flick. I thought he was holding that spot. Not an easy one.
paiN really trying to keep an AWP on that back plat position. to try and maintain vision on long, and all it ends up doing is offering opening kills in round 2 and 3 of overtime.
And you can see the advantage of Pit, and that's why T's want it so badly, even if they're not going to use it to take long initially. Such a powerful line to grab. Want to get that thing fianchettoed.
Blade opts to use his one timeout in overtime before this CT endeavor begins. Na'Vi ain't no chumps, and they are showing resilience this evening. Alexi B, 4 kills, 20 deaths, and still trying to keep this cart on the tracks.
Wow.
It will be wonderful.
Weaving through those flashbangs.
On the brink of 30 kills. Has officially tied Ime after the phenomenal start that he had, and Bit will find his. The secondary op coming out from Na'Vi as well as they hit OT, and these ops will absolutely peel paiN apart.
And these kills are just getting easier every round, unfortunately, for paiN.
And QZ late to the party here, carrying the bomb in the distance of the smoke. Wonderful off angle from the car, going for a reposition, an attempt from Snow to catch him, but he will find Sanctuary on site before the T's can show themselves at all. He's got this. Oh, another one from Wonderful. 31 frags. Oh, make it 32. 4 kills to guarantee double OT at least.
He's lit up the map. The perfect plays here from Wonderful. Even the moments where he's getting caught off guard, he's hitting those shots. So he's looking extremely sharp at the moment. And now Na'Vi only need 1.
It was 3 map points for paiN in regulation.
Yeah.
Na'Vi wastes no time in OT.
They might have fumbled it with some awkward buying decisions. They otherwise had an extremely consistent CT side on full buys. They were outdoing Na'Vi. They had great setups. They were good on opening kills. But that chance has left them.
And it's a shame that that 23rd round, not only the awkward buy, but then also comes through with one of the less inspiring setups. Despite a CT side that had antics, clearly. Big Uzera taking suicide control, for example.
That was off attack pause too, so.
That's what they came up with.
Yeah.
And now it will be Na'Vi with their first attempt to close out Dust 2. Map pick of paiN, Nuke up next. Wonderful. The depths of Cat will not let them get any closer to either of these bomb sites, nor to double overtime.
Oh, Lexi B, and the B is for Blaze It, man. 420. Yeah. On the way to a win.
paiN going up in flames. Just stuck in the mud. That's the feeling, the sentiment that paiN must be feeling at the moment. Chances to close it have slipped through their hands, and now they have no map control, facing defeat on Dust 2 right here, right now. You have not been able to fluster Wonderful on any of these approaches, and he is going to give himself a smoke to play around. It'll be a daunting one, but at least covered on the cross. Alexi unable to cut off the 2 front runners. This smoke gives cover, and Ime ends up finding that headshot as he helps up from Catwalk. Wonderful just awaiting his chance to strike them down. Alexi finds the double, and it falls on NQZ, who falters. Na'Vi survive a test from paiN. Absolutely at their limit, but a recovery thanks to Wonderful and Ime.
Yes, a recovery indeed for the side of Na'Vi. They get it done by the skin of their teeth, despite a valiant effort and bounce back coming out of paiN. We've got to give our props to Wonderful for the way that he closed that one out. And for Na'Vi, now 1-0 up in this series.
They really had to fight for it, Freya. It was a very tense, very close game, a game that easily could have gone the way of paiN Gaming, but they got the engine started, as Scrawny said during the cast, at the later stages. As you said, Freya, Wonderful had a great start to the game. He had a great ending to the game as well, and overall, Na'Vi got to be happy that Wonderful came into this playing mood tonight.
So many incredibly thin margins there where paiN could have taken it, but they fell short consecutively and unfortunately, because I really felt like they played such an excellent game. So many of the ideas we teed off in terms of their style came to fruition, but just couldn't quite get it over the line.
This is probably one of the favorite Dust 2s that I've seen paiN play. And I know that sounds kind of silly because they ended up losing it out, but it was great to get to see such a variety of play styles. Love to be anchoring as well.
I mean, think about it, you know, it's a testament to how good paiN is. They're taking on one of the best teams in the world on their own pick, Dust 2. And when you line up the two teams against each other, we know paiN Gaming is not supposed to win against Na'Vi. We know Na'Vi is supposed to win this game 2-0, yet paiN was so close to winning their own map pick. So if anything, a testament to how good paiN is and the level of Counter-Strike they're able to proceed on Dust 2, they would have beaten most teams tonight with this level.
I know it was a while ago, but let's roll things back to round number 3, because this is where we got to see Snow getting started and delivering some consistency, right?
Snow was honestly excellent in this game. His T-side antics, where he was able to find multi-frags, along with Davideus, were both fantastic. This was a clawback round for him, where he's just able to pinch from lower. That spray, though, that transfer onto Bit is just disgusting. And also, by the way, 9 HP. He's going to be in a 1v1 versus JL, and this is just fantastic. Like, look at this. It just nails him right in the head. Had to hit that shot, no other option, and is able to do it.
We called him out, you know, coming into the game, saying that we needed to see more of him on LAN, and we got to see the best Snow we probably ever have seen on LAN in a big stage game. So that was a step in the right direction for the young kid.
Only 17 years old as well.
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy to think about. But off the back of that, you know, Na'Vi getting up to 6-1 in that first half, I think we've got to give props to Ime alongside Wonderful for making that possible for them, right?
Ime was everywhere that he needed to be in that first half. He was really one of the true stars of the defense for Na'Vi. Just the way that he was moving off Cat in CT spawn as well. It felt like every play that paiN was throwing out, he was meeting them, and he was a huge roadblock for them. Although they were eventually able to overcome him and slow him down, like he didn't really contribute as much in the last 7 rounds of this game. He was the reason Na'Vi were off to a hot start.
He was being set up. We saw a couple of instances here where he got a flash from a teammate. He was taking initiative by himself, not afraid of pushing through the smokes, not afraid of taking the duels when he needed to. This reminded me of Imma in Gamer Legion. You know, when Imma did whatever he wanted to do on the server, where he was the star player, where he knew that for him to play well would mean Gamer Legion would win. And when you then backed up by Wonderful as well, who from start to finish had a fantastic game. And pay attention to the highlights right here. He started off the game playing with the rifle an awful lot, and then he transitioned into the AWP, and he had an awful lot of impact with it.
His AWPing in this one was just so precise. It wasn't as flashy as I've seen him in the past. Like, he wasn't hitting these unbelievable flick shots that I've seen him hitting clutches. Again, he was just set up in some great positions where it was able to punish paiN in a multitude of spots. And on the CT side, that's kind of what you want your AWPer to do. I don't necessarily want him to do all the flicks and everything like that. He did have a crazy moment. Like, I'm not gonna lie, jumping into pit that one time was just absurd. But so many of the other times, he's just holding the line and hitting the shots that we want him to. And that's something that at times can be difficult for a guy like Wonderful, where his consistency's been tough before.
That's
64%?
crazy.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah.
That's a 2-man army right there you got.
That's absolutely wild. Let's move on, though, to talk about the rest of that first half and take a look at maybe how the rounds were falling into place for both sides. Because, yeah, sure, it was a 6-1 start for Na'Vi.
Yeah.
But paiN, they were finding their way back into this one,
I think
right?
it's only fair we give credit to paiN for making such a great game out of it. And you're right, they were good at changing up the pace. You see the round history right here in front of me. And, you know, they got 3 rounds in a row. They were able to string them together. And the round I want to jump into is the later one of the 3 right here, where they actually get to change up the pace a little bit by doing a B split. And I love that. Again, you see there's a minute left to the round. They take their time by taking map control slowly but surely. Then they poke out towards middle. They find out, okay, can we go here? Can we not? They poke towards short as well. Make sure to deny the information for Na'Vi. And then whenever they hit the B split, they do it 100%. No one is lacking. No one is pulling off a RUPS where you're behind your teammates. You're actually coming in there and you're hitting the bomb site, and you're doing it with great spacing, great cohesion. And they were able to do that a couple of times on the T side. So again, it's more so to give credit for paiN for making a very competitive game out of it, not by Na'Vi playing poor Counter-Strike, simply by paiN playing well.
Yeah, I would totally agree with that sentiment. And then we move on over to the CT side for paiN. This was a point that you highlighted, Jacob, the fact that their B-holds, they've been looking very strong versus the other opposition they faced online. Was that the same story today?
Yeah, 100%. I feel like Na'Vi were trying to do the B-splits over and over again, and we just had a great example, or 2 great examples, of how well they were at shutting that down. You're looking at Vincere obviously helping from CT spawn, but then Davideus and Snow combining for the kills right here. Not only are they holding the B-split, but they are destroying playing Na'Vi in this instance. You fast forward to the following round as well, and it's just a clean, easy round where Na'Vi have no business winning whatsoever. Guess what? They force buy, they come in again, Maui, and they don't even get a single kill.
This was so great to see the cohesion between Snow and Davideus on this bomb site. Sometimes NQZ slotting in also as a substitute defender for Davideus to move into CT spawn. But every single time, it just felt like paiN knew exactly what was allotted to them in that defense. And the way Snow was jiggling around window is why we're building him up in the way that we are, because he's taking these sliver peaks with the rifle and just nailing people with these perfect lines every single time.
It's been so beautiful to see his evolution, particularly holding this position on the map, particularly in that second half, right? In the other opponents they faced, particularly on that online stage, he's just like such a formidable force on this site, particularly playing with Davideus as well. It's been a great little duo to keep an eye on.
I mean, it's something we have to keep an eye on. And again, sample size, like always when we speak beginning of the season, it's just one map for Snow now, but just the fact that he's coming in here and arguably having his most impactful performance online for paiN Gaming already now, combined with the fact that Davideus is continuing his trend upwards from the online sequence as well of this tournament, it bounds well for paiN Gaming. It's a team that's growing on me. And again, let's just hone in the expectations a little bit. We're talking Na'Vi that was crowned the best team of 2024. They won a major, for goddamn sake. And now we look at paiN Gaming, a team that probably have 1/5 of the budget of Na'Vi, and they're doing a great job. Snow with his best performance online, as you can see, and a paiN Gaming that was so close taking a map of one of the best teams in the world. This is a great sign for paiN.
Absolutely. I mean, to defeat FaZe, to get here, to be sticking it to Na'Vi like this, it's just that for paiN right now, I feel like they're one move away. I know that I don't, you know what, maybe we'll get to it in the post game entirely for this one, but I feel like I'm loving what I'm seeing from a few of their players right now, but I want to see a couple of their other guys either make the jump, and I'm talking about NQZ, I'm talking about Kawas, because right now, the tactics are good. You have some star power with Big Uzera, Snow, and Davideus. I just want those other two to hold up their end of the bargain too.
There was maybe one slight question or reservation I had coming towards into the end of this game, right? Because we get to round 24, obviously this is the round where Na'Vi managed to push things to overtime. First of all, tell me the story from Na'Vi's perspective, Maui.
Well, Na'Vi upsetting paiN by just kind of pulling off a scrappy buy to put paiN into this position. Then paiN decided to go for a force buy. And actually, tactically speaking, they were in the right spots to hold this sort of defense on catwalk and everything. But all in all, paiN just, they kind of put themselves into a really tough position where by going for force buys at the end of the game, they really were just kind of playing with fire. And with no concerted game plan, I think that's where things started to taper off for them, because Na'Vi still showed so much poise in the later stages of this game. When push came to shove, they knew exactly how they wanted to play off of each other, how they wanted to open these rounds. And for paiN, sometimes they just kind of were sitting on their hands, hoping that someone and praying that someone would multi-frag.
Why would they manage the money like that, in your opinion, right at the tail end of the game?
It's a good question. I mean, in round 23, I believe it is, they decided to go for a force buy.
Yeah.
You know, essentially, had they not, they would have had a full buy for round 24, and they could have pushed it into them winning the map. I don't know if they felt Na'Vi was low on money. I don't know if they felt that they were so close breaking them. I don't know the decision making.
I don't think their loss bonus was very good.
No.
So it wouldn't have been a much better buy if they had just full saved there. And 2 scrappy buys versus 1 not even great buy. Like the next buy would have been probably 3,500 average econ per person, and that's still not really
significantly better though.
It is. I think it's better too, but I also am just kind of like, I just wish they had a plan in round 23. That's my main concern with it. If you're going to do the scrappy buy, I want more than Big Uzera jiggling mid with a scout. That's the only concern I have.
Despite obviously paiN unfortunately losing out their own map pick, I think it's only right that we end off on a high. I think we did just see the clip there, but I want to run that Davideus 4K again because he's been a shining light that we've been looking at this particular squad going, this is a great pickup for you.
Are we buying it? Are we buying the Chilean Elige?
Yeah.
Are we buying stock in that? You're not buying stock in that,
I've already patented it.
Not yet. What more do you need, man? Like, he's everywhere he needs to be. His defensive side is great. His T-side entries were also excellent. He was swinging into Wonderful when Wonderful had a bit of a slower start on the AWP, and he was just taking him out at range. So I'm loving what I'm seeing still at this point. And if this wasn't Na'Vi, Davideus right now, we would be singing his name because they would have won if it wasn't Na'Vi.
I mean, I agree. I think he's been fantastic and got off to a very good start, but he's played 2.5 games for paiN so far, whereas Elise has been around for 6 years. So let's give it some time.
Yeah, okay, I think that's a fair assessment. Well, we are going to be diving into Na'Vi's map pick. That is going to be Nuke, but not before we head things to a quick break. Join us back after that to see if Na'Vi can seal this series in 2.
Na'Vi survived the fight from paiN on the opening map of Dust 2, and it was their pick. You survived. It was 6-1 up for you guys, though. You looked like you had control. They fought back into it in the first half for sure, but then it seemed like they were just able to get some momentum behind them. How did you view it? What did you see going wrong?
Nothing actually. Like, it's nowadays, like sometimes they can change, and we need to fast to adapt. And we are like in the beginning of the season, we are have some issues sometimes. It's rough, not so sharp, and that's basically it. Like sometimes synergy is not on that point, but overall it was very good. Like the way how we tried control, we were trying always be in the game till then.
So they were following the plan you wanted, right? And also when they got to overtime, it seemed like we saw the full force of Na'Vi come out, the energy come back. So you feel pretty confident going into Nuke. Obviously it's your pick, but this should be a more convincing win in your eyes?
I think it's like our first LAN official, so I like to play it a lot because I can see what happens, because online LAN completely different things. And I want to see what is wrong, like in the beginning of the season, to know what to fix. Like it's kind of, I'm blind until we play LAN games, you know, so it's good. Like I'm just looking forward, like just to play more before Katowice, basically, and to see what is our strengths, what is our weakness, and now on Nuke it can be everything. Like maybe they step up, they do something super good game plan, or like we'll roll over them, or we will again like a game like this. For me, both all are fine. We just need to keep trying, try harding, the best effort, and then we'll just see a lot of material like what we can do with this, you know.
Banks speaking to Blade after what was a nail-biter of Dust 2, and we were speaking about Bit before coming into this series. Of course, he was the highest performer for Na'Vi ahead of this one versus paiN. Turns out it wasn't really needed on this round of Dust 2. It was more Ime and Wonderful doing the legwork. Are they going to be the men that we're looking at when we move into Nuke, or are there other names that we're putting into the mix for Na'Vi?
I think Bit could be the guy. I think that's always been the story surrounding Na'Vi as well. You know, a very homogenous team where it's hard to say, is Wonderful the best player, is JL the best player, is Bit the best player, is Ima the best player? It could be any given of them, you know, on any given map, on any given day. So I think you'd expect all 5 players, all 4 players apart from LXB, to be the difference maker on the server in that regard.
Yeah, can't really argue with that. I feel like it's usually just down to the playbook of Na'Vi on maps like this, how they're going to throw misdirection into the faces of people like Big Uzera, people like Davideus who are adapting to a new team. Those are the guys that are really going to be tested right now. And, you know, we talked about the fact that Big Uzera is going to be giving up some of those good positions. This is one map where he doesn't. So still, the reins are in his hands, and so he has an opportunity to show that he's got some star power along with Davideus here.
Jacob, how many rounds do you predict paiN getting today versus Na'Vi? You were on a roll yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, the starting CT side, they were looking somewhat decent on Nuke against Gamer Legion, played a good game of Counter-Strike. I'd say they get themselves to 7 or 8, but they will lose this game.
Are you concurring with that thought, Maui? Is that numbers checking out?
I would say that it's about that. Yeah, I think that's a really safe bet.
Well, let's see exactly how it does play out. We've got Na'Vi versus paiN, and it's going down on Nuke.
Damn right it is. Thank you, everybody. Always good contributions from Pimp and Maui Snake, don't you think, Mohan?
He was right on the money with his last prediction. 3 rounds.
Yep.
I mean, he nailed it. So we got to give him some credit, unfortunately. This game, 7-8 for paiN. That's kind of generous for Pimp, honestly.
Yeah, I think so. He must be
got
having
some
a good
respect
day.
for them, yeah.
It's because we get to hang out later on the draft show, so I think he's really looking forward to that. He's getting his predictions in while he can.
Eternal Fire picker, by the way.
Thank you. Yes, yes. The same team that Jacob said had no chance at winning a map now sits comfortably in semifinals. Will Na'Vi join them? That's the question as we dive into their map pick. It's Nuke, folks. Predicted a 7-8 scoreline from one Jacob Vinicky.
Yeah, we'll see if that plays out. The Prophet. Oh, 6 damage. Might as well uninstall.
Just jump. Couple flashbangers here for Alexi B and JL. Looking for somebody to duel with outside, and they'll get that attempt from Hell, but where there's one, there's more when it comes to paiN. Davideus, first blood. Bit responds. Nice headshot as Snow's able to get the better of him. That's control hung on to, and he will not let go. Trying his damnedest to find a third frag. It doesn't happen. We go 2v2 in the pistol.
Basically the most difficult position for Snow. If they gave him some space, it looked like he was about to put up more of a multi-frag than that. 2 is already pretty impressive. 3 eyes on the window. 3 pairs of eyes, I should say. And now it's just Davideus in ramp, knowing that they could be hell going heaven, knowing they could come ramp in a second, but with his teammate in lower, I think he's just going to wait for his opportunity to turn this corner. However, Na'Vi are being so patient. Obviously, going heaven is the right plan, but will they find that out?
Oh,
no.
They're eyeing up ramp, aren't they? They're eyeing it up,
But
and just as he slips into the corner.
they might clear this, though, honestly.
Always let
Or
them
maybe they
out.
won't matter. Oh!
Back turn taps to Emet, and he'll rattle away on Wonderful.
Man, they had that done. They had Big Zera in lower. They had Davideus holding that position. And obviously, if it went heaven, he could have rotated up behind him. It would have been easy, though. There's probably going to be one that stayed in heaven. Oh, and he got that kill, too.
Yeah, I love how slippery snow was there between the two peaks. Man, timing. Very fickle when it came to that final fight, but he gets the better of it for the double kill, and it will be Pistols limping forward here in round 2 out of Na'Vi.
A hair separated paiN from the win on Dust 2. Now it'll have to be Nuke.
Heartbreak, man. I would not want to be in the room when they go back and watch the tail end of regulation. Have to try to figure out where it all went wrong.
Hate when this game comes down to math.
Yeah, right? What are we, nerds? Oh, other than Hugo. Oh, Deagle headshot comes through, but through the doorway.
Yeah. Round 23, man. That was a huge round.
Still thinking about it.
That was a huge round win. That was a huge buy round. Not to be confused with Hugo Byron.
Okay. It's a knee slapper. I think QZ wants a piece of this. Come on, Na'Vi, where are you at? You want a piece of the action? It's right here. M4 finally gets it. And it's simultaneous frags across the map. They do get this bomb on Alexi leaking out into the ramp room, and maybe they had hoped something could get wild, but all 3 players there shut down by the solo hold, and paiN convert for 2.
Is that your tick right there? Imagine you had that casting.
Would I still be allowed to do this job?
I don't know. I mean, it would be funnier. Everyone would just think it's a bit, though. So.
All right. Well, can't start now. 7 years in. A little bit of util comes out of the lobby play, but there's no immediate play right behind it. JL into the corner. He's got ideas, though. He's trying to make it happen. Into the vent he will go.
Wow, nailed it.
And that is total control. Guess what? They don't know about it.
Wait a
Zera. He's considering it. The ramp player's got to go down.
He wants to go down so badly.
Mistakes were made.
Just too smooth by JL.
Total control now looking likely here for Na'Vi as 4 players flood down from the ramp. Cow has forced into the gunfight, and it ain't ideal. JL will get killed by Davideus, who swaps into the AK and tries to keep that pressure up. A little smoke to the right side, but it's the fact that this T-smoke comes out that he really can't get anything further in this round. Emet's got total ramp control. This is just a nice layered post plant for Na'Vi. paiN, you better write you off your losses. Let this one go.
Yeah, it's to downstairs. I think that's where you can definitely put the pressure. The most pressure on a team that's uncomfortable is trying to figure out how to get lower fast, as many rounds as you can. We see Na'Vi do this to other teams as well. They're still a team that's liable for a, like a fast upper pop here and there. But I think in a game like this, on their map choice, lower is going to be the apple of their eye. Did the camera just shake right there?
What are you talking about, Lunders?
Whole studio just shook. Are we on Nuke?
An attempt from SMGs to get it going, but that defense didn't do jack diddly squat. What's so funny?
I don't know. I just put on overall, start saying jack diddly squat.
Gator. All right. Full guns. Let's go. What do you got, paiN? chance. NQZ, if we see one thing in this series, I would really hope it's an uptick from NQZ. And it's not just because we look alike.
Yeah, you were.
He repositions, falling back closer towards CT spawn. He'll go.
You were struggling on Dust.
I was trying my best. Ooh, takes up the gap after a player's crossed to red. There's always a chance he steps back. Always a chance. Aye, but you gotta shoot.
It was a careful cross.
It was. Yeah, a little electric slide there with the crouch out of Ime, so very cautious. And he does well to make sure that he stays alive. There is always the threat of challenging the smokes, but nobody going to pop open the cross, and that is Secret Stairs confirmed.
See what I'm saying? I think they're going to try to abuse this. Now, the CTs, it's up to them to make a move, right? They lose control. They need to double up on ramp, drop Cowes down lower. They have Vent at least to stop them with Big Uzera coming down here, but if he's the only one for now, it might not be enough. 4 players ready to take this duel. He will get chased. Oh my God, he doesn't see anything. It's
Finally.
a little late,
Yeah,
man. They're going to chase him.
This front running timing's going to catch him. Yeah, Ime gets under before he spots the second in, and a double down headshot from Ime, well timed.
As much as you have the vent drop, you have to double up ramp to go lower in this position to get into a really committed position. Otherwise, as we just saw, the one jump spot misses the first guy, and that 1 second gap is so massive. As soon as they know that they've crouched by and he doesn't start throwing grenades and opening the door until after, they know they can beat him to control steps. It's a very fine timing to play with, but it's crystal clear to Na'Vi in that position. And yeah.
And a team like Na'Vi on Nuke specifically should be able to play with those fine timings.
I'm telling you, they're going to keep doing it.
I hear you.
It's going to keep coming.
I hear you.
We're going lower.
Over and over and over. How many kills did poor Alexi finish with in Dust 2 in the end? Let's take a little look at the scoreboard.
Don't remember Blazing.
6 and 21.
Oh, he got 6. Okay.
Yep. Yep. 6 and 21. Cheeky 0.5.
But he was a
rating.
leader of men.
That's true. That's true, man.
He actually did. He did a fine job as an IGL, I think, that game. Yep. Fair enough.
Wonderful, and Emag going lights out.
You got to put pressure on the cross, or you got to start secret, or you got to have an early rotation downstairs, which weakens upper, but can't let Na'Vi get lower.
Ooh, already top main though. Does this catch off NQZ?
Yeah,
it does. Bit able to get over the top of it, and he won't throw this away by getting overzealous.
Man, they're everywhere already. You have Snow in the vent. They're already crossing lower with 2, and we have JL in this position. See ya! Because they're going to walk right into him.
Player top sight, also the one down in vent. The trophy flank at least goes well here for paiN. They are grasping at anything to stop the momentum here of Na'Vi, and an additional backstab will indeed work. JL's got control of the vent still. Waiting and waiting. Devadeus locks horns with him, and JL showing us an uptick from map 1 to map 2. The MP9 bests him. The bomb gets dropped in vent. Snow has put himself in a winnable position, and it all boils down to Bit.
Ooh, was he silent there?
Yes, he was.
Okay, that actually helps out a ton. That can't be calmed from Cowes upstairs.
They give up bomb. Snow takes position towards Decon.
Wait, this is a weird spot where Bit could actually come back up the vent if Snow gives up control of this. He doesn't know how this has been watched right now, but again...
It's not.
Yeah.
And he has no other option than
honestly,
to just scoop up bomb, go back.
This is a real chance now for Bit. Look how Cowes is playing it. They think that it's going to be lower for sure. I mean, Bit's probably wondering why they aren't guarding this properly, but he doesn't have to overthink the situation. They made a mistake.
Oh, boy. Absolutely. I mean,
man, they
forfeiting bomb
committed
control inside of the vent.
Like fully committed to lower. That's pretty crazy.
They really had to anticipate he would have picked that up with not enough time to go back up, but missed call. We'll see if they can still just get the trade frag. It's low HP. They give him a warning sign. Oh no, paiN, you have made a dire mistake, but you'll recover.
Okay, nice shot, Cowes. 4 HP right to the dome.
Counter-Strike does sometimes come down to headshots.
It does, absolutely. It's point-and-click adventure at the end of the day. That's crazy.
We try to paint the picture,
I mean,
making mistakes, offering Bit a clutch, and he gets blasted into oblivion by Cowes from heaven.
Yeah. Just upset about that one.
I will still say, though, not to take it away from them, a round win's on the board, but is that inspiring you as you watch paiN try to hang on Nuke?
No, not at all. Like, it comes down to this kill right here, which is JL trying to kill someone who was on 4 HP. Yeah, like that's definitely a round-winning kill, and it keeps paiN in the lead. Doesn't do enough to Navi's money, however.
We've already seen this aggressive stance Navi throw outside, catching players off.
And Navi's money somehow is still not bad after that. Same nade sets on the cross, but what are we missing here from paiN? No pressure on the cross smokes.
Yep.
They have to nade this open. They have to do a late molly after the final 7 seconds to the cross.
Yep.
And that comes in, but it goes deep, so Imma can actually sneak in. They threw this incorrectly onto the stairs, but either they have to preempt it and make sure he runs through it, or punish him from getting into the spot. He's happy to be here.
Yeah, not a big enough mistake yet to truly cost them. They bank on Biguzera downstairs. NQZ in anticipation of the walk-up. If he goes for a deep peek, there's an op watching, but the op swaps into the nade. He is lucky to have gotten away with that peek. He is unlucky that he's not able to land the shot. He falls into the back of the A site as Cowes picks up slack from ramp. Cautious to any kind of a lobby play, but that is not the Navi setup at 30 seconds.
Yeah, Imma wrapping around to hell after seeing Bit do so much damage to Cowes, but this still makes lower prime for the taking. It's been the vent rotations that have allowed paiN to hold.
Biguzera, yeesh, gets away with it.
Somehow.
Into the vent at 20 seconds. It's going to cause Navi to go into a bit of a scramble. Will they spiral into their own demise?
What?
Double kill comes out. They completely throw caution to the wind, and it's Cowes locked in from control. Navi start this half looking smooth, but this one, I'll say at the end, is their fumble.
They mollied the vent because they know that he's in this corner, and then they jumped in with the op right after. They could have really just held, he had to move, right? Surely it was that sort of spread. I don't know. Yeah, that definitely looked awkward, but yo, big shout out to Cowes, man. The last round, like this round as well, it's just been pristine frags, only headshots. The last 2 kills he got in the last round, he had 4 HP, has absolutely saved the day, and a great rotation from him too. He's like right in the spot because Zero was last spotted. You wouldn't anticipate that.
And it opens the door now for paiN. It may still have cracks in it, but this CT side has posted 4 rounds, and it's got a weapon advantage over Navi right here in the 7th. Ooh, but opening kill belongs to Emat. It's going to take him down to 16 health. NQZ's got a player backside to help, but he dives down with the op. It's him, and it's Snow, and he's hanging on! Nice flick over! It's 3 out of Snow on his own! Woo. The off gets that first one, and it gives him just enough time to recover. Pistols be damned. He shuts down the attempt into that A site. And while Ima has been able to creep up into hell, the slow approach of Biguzera seals the fate of Navi. That's majority alive and an invigorating A-hold here for paiN.
No kidding, man. It got a little claustrophobic on the back of the site, but just leave it to Snow. His rifle work has been so impressive. Nice! Instant snap. That was, so the play right there is obviously get Imma into mini. You take out the mini guy, that guy's also responsible for protecting Squeaky. There's no one playing Tetris to peek into Squeaky. That really is where it gets dangerous, and they can all flood out onto the site, but again, it's just an individual moment of brilliance from a paiN player to save the whole situation.
Man, paiN's really got Blade working tonight.
I would be pretty frustrated if I was Blade, because I think ideas are not too bad. The execution looks a little messy though, right? I mean, even Dust 2 had its bad moments. They're just happy to have won the map, but to come out of that thinking you're refreshed, thinking, okay, now it's time to crush on our map pick, and it goes like that, it's not really even anything a coach could solve right now, right? We've already practiced this stuff. Like, we're messing up a little bit of fundamental play now.
Yeah, put it together, boys. See if they do variation on the wall of smokes as they get angular.
This has been the 2021 Navi T side of getting, you know, electronic into secret every round to start things off.
eMa gets the hook in again, but this time no possibility of anybody else joining up.
The setup is NQZ in the back of Big Garage. He won't hear anything. Pressure on Davideus.
He's
in a
found
great
sanctuary between those two Molotovs. He tried to hang on, but now he's losing teammates. Or is he? He's actually able to hang on with one of his own. We've got that secret player trying to just go back and forth. And bomb's going to be planted on A.
Oh, man, I don't know if this is going to be a retake, but I just want to say I really dislike the use of their op in this position. But okay, Cowes finds a key one, 3-2.
Clean wraparound from the lobby. Big Uzera wants to get activated out from the vent. He will come wonderful along that back wall, just trying to inch off site. And he will lock this into Hut. Now the bomb is planted on the front corner, and eMa has slow burned this approach through main. He finds a back turn, wonderful. It's a bit of a struggle. He'll get traded out. eMa finds damage onto the offer. A good challenge back from the door, but that one gets denied. It's going to be smoke on top of bomb. It's going to be desperation. NQZ trying to stick it. Knife out. Stabs in, but round winner paiN.
Oh my God, it was the HE blew the gun away after he used all his ammo, and there was no chance except for the knife to get that kill. And the clutch comes through.
What a defuse.
Like, okay, this moment actually allows them for NQZ to get a kill on Bit, which is nice. But I feel like there's more gaps than opportunities created by having him back Big Garage. When they tie him up in that spot, and it's been over and over again, crosses to secret, that's been the problem.
Navi's starting to get pieced up by paiN. And I'm not saying it was the most inspiring play out of the gate from the defense, but as this half has gone on, I've started to see Navi get wobbly.
X Factor is a huge part of Counter-Strike, and right now, paiN have that in spades. I mean, Cowes just had such a clean map. Every kill has swung the odds back in their favor.
And Snow, props to him. A continuation from what he offered us back on Dust 2.
This spot's so committed. NQZ, you gotta hit this shot, because jumping back can get you killed.
He gets off the angle.
Nice.
And he's out. And Smooth, too, doesn't find footing, get caught on the ramp. He just goes straight down into lower. An evacuation with a kill to his name, but we do get Alexi creeping out from the door as Snow's going to be occupied with main. Luckily, great cover from the backside. Davideus gets his. Snow's going to lock it down. Wow. That is flawless as paiN go on fire.
Best one so far. Doesn't come to the 1vX, doesn't come to a late round situation, any missed grenades or anything. Perfect tactics, perfect use of the op for the ramp play that's coming out, and now paiN are crushing Navi.
That's a smooth exit, Mohan.
Yeah, it seems silly, but if you don't jump over the railing and get stuck on it, that's when you get headshotted. And also, he had a teammate Turnpike to perfectly swing after his kill. Snow had perfect cover from heaven to make sure that he couldn't get lurked around from Squeaky.
Starting maybe now to play with a bit of tempo. They'll take that test towards ramp, but Cowes remains sharp as ever. A frag in anticipation of the follow-up. It doesn't come immediately, and Big Uzera is going to make this one hurt. 5v3, go paiN. Minute 30 for Navi to tiptoe back through lobby. Now, at least right now, still with 2 smokes and a double flashbang, there's enough for them to try and take site control, but somebody's got to kick it up a notch.
Last map started 6-1 up for Navi, and then paiN brought it back, and even when they brought it back, the rounds didn't look too convincing. Now it's 7-2, a very similar spot, but it feels like a much stronger team on this side of this map. Cowes especially.
He's got no reason to be nervous. He's going to find perfect timing to deal with Alexi in the background, so that's the support piece done for. Last smoke comes through, and eMa peeks within it. That's going to leave Wonderful in a 1v5. Found out, back turn, easy does it. 6 in a row for Brazil.
This will be a much harder comeback for sure this time. But paiN know that Na'Vi will take any opportunity to make that possible. They cannot let off the gas pedal now.
Just clipping Alexi B in the backdrop. Oh, that's a new one.
Repeat it.
Nope. Nope. Not playing that game.
He's just a kid. He wouldn't say anything too bad.
I remember donking Katowice.
Year of snow, you say?
paiN looking real energized, man.
They're getting better by the rounds, so they got nothing else to prove to themselves, I think, here on the CT side. Now it's just about the numbers. Who's going to step up for Na'Vi?
Cowes ratty. And he's not alone, so I like it. Frag grenade. Okay, wonderful saves his teammate. NQZ wasn't deep enough to really help or get anything off the back of that one. Chucks the frag out on the fallback. And he's not going to give them everything for free. He hangs on a little bit. JL still maintaining lobby control as NQZ is met by a smoke, I think.
Finally not dying first and taking out Cowes.
No, never mind.
That's two birds with one stone, but look at this. Like, heavy rotation downstairs, and Na'Vi, I think, they know there's at least one person who's gone down fast.
Here's the steps out from the doorway. Figuzera looking to find his timing. Snow gets better.
What?
And then Figuzera trying to keep his head down, but Snow gets blasted off the rafters. The double door exit nets Na'Vi an open A bomb site and then a round they're not supposed to win. As it looked like that ramp setup was going to catch them off guard. They recover it, and paiN's streak may have just come to an abrupt end.
It was their own nade, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it was their own nade.
Na'Vi
so.
chucked it out.
Yeah.
But the guy in front just didn't have his gun. You know, I wasn't sure if they were blowing it open to give themselves angles or if they really thought there was even a possibility of Cowes being there. But at least one player ready. They'll strike him down, and Na'Vi find a solution here late in their T side. Better late than never. Money obviously overflowing still for paiN as we'll go into the last round of the CT side. So go ahead, Devadeus. Swing for him. 2 up for Na'Vi.
Yeah.
As they establish a third.
Any extra guns they drop is a benefit. Getting 3 still good here for paiN, but still nice round for Na'Vi, and finally that things go cleanly on their tactic.
And then Snow here just sitting duck. Didn't feel like he realized just how far out those attackers had gotten.
Yeah, I think it was also Big Azuro's playing top hut, but not actually holding the squeaky walk out.
Yep. Here we go, final round of the half.
What a shot.
He-Man's got something to say about it. We're gonna get a little bit of pace here from Na'Vi. Bit making quick work of the approach to hell. And Snow. Oh, did he think he was on the ladder?
He hit the ladder, and then he bounced off of it.
Staring at his size 4s. Gotta get that bit movement out from heaven, so that's gonna clear the board of paiN. It is still an excellent half. They meet their...
Wait a second, what are you talking about, Connor?
No, stop,
Half's
stop.
not over.
Stop that. Stop that now.
Cowes is still alive.
All right, let's watch it then. With full belief here in Cowes, who hangs on to lobbies. NQZ is going to take that op to heaven. So it's Alexi backside.
Cowes gets 2, NQZ defuses.
They do have the smoke for main. Cowes trying to clear out some corners, trying to draw as much attention as possible. NQZ doesn't want to take the ladder. Does he have time for this? Molotov over to the far vent, Cowes out, and he didn't put his smoke down on main, so sitting duck. NQZ rushes the retake now, and sure enough, Na'Vi stabilize for a 4th. Can their CT side end it here and now? just when you thought paiN were down for the count, they bring a little ferociousness out on Nuke. It is the CT side after all, but 8 rounds they should be proud of because of the way it started. I thought Navi had this in the bag when we saw a few growing pains early, but Big Uzera got everybody fired up. You know, the fight is there from the Brazilian team, and Navi playing catch up as they'll start their defensive half.
Yeah, I think they're just going to feel totally fine if they win the pistol. I think they'll feel obviously quite desperate if they don't. And for paiN, I think they understand this opportunity right here and now. Let's see if they can pull this out on T side.
Here we go. It's going to be the ramp rush. Bit's going to dive down. Alexi burned half his health off. This is going to be Bit versus a flood of paiN players supported by Alexi. He wasted no time trying to get downstairs, but he will do nothing to help out the defender in Bit. It is man advantage paiN plus the post plant. eMa trying to play over for the control stairs. JL's looking to get backs turned to him. There's a good contact to the backside. You know you've got a player pinned in, but you've lost eMa on the other end of it. A smoke, though. Smoke for double doors. This could start to fluster paiN. Bomb is not really planted for single either. Oh, and Wonderful connects it through the smoke. They're going to fluster them again. An additional tap forces the hands of paiN, but it's still the 10-second stick. Snow's not buying it. He goes out for the peek. He kills them both. Snow clutching the pistol.
And he kept it moving, man, like a little donk impression. Shooting and swinging all the same. The 1v2. I mean, I don't want to put a dampener on this, but there are so many moments that they could get. I mean, Wonderful gets his kills. Wonderful was incredible throughout Dust 2, but Alexi B is getting run through, 1 and 9. Yeah. JL is missing every other shot, and this is an opportunity to cover. Was it JL actually on the bomb this one?
No, I think it was Wonderful in the backdrop.
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought
and
as
JL
well.
on cover, but then the diffuser died first.
Yeah. Wow. It's a moment that shouldn't have happened, but when they got that second to last kill, you think was going to. So Navi will have to do it the hard way, or we'll get Mirage.
Wowza. Snow wants position instead of an awkward smoke spam fight.
Oh man, look at the rotations. There's 2 coming to ramp and 2 downstairs already, and an excellent spray.
That is the 1 M4 out there on the field, very quickly replacing the fallen scout.
Look at the rotations already.
We've got 5-7s downstairs. We've got T's trying to press their luck down ramp. There'll be no contest on that end, but another gun. Oh, Navi, false hope to paiN perhaps, as they're gonna double back onto the side. Climbing, okay, he gets over. NQZ with a bit of cover, offered up by Kawez, the best piece of paiN so far. And soon that single smoke fades, but NQZ's got the rifle just planted up against it. A silent walkout from Bit's gonna cost them. Support player dead. Spam coming through, but NQZ looks to deliver.
Woo, he's got a magnet on that thing. That was beautiful, right to the dome, the last 2.
It's sketchy, but they pull it off with a single player left over, and Navi's efforts denied.
Back-to-back 1v2s for paiN.
Sprinkle in a couple clutches on an 8-round half.
Yeah.
Now you're going to be talking about a Navi on a save. This is paiN putting themselves on a fast track to map 3.
That is huge for NQZ's confidence in. Now Navi have upgraded pistols, but no armor to support it. Their only utility goes out right away.
Oof. No antics allowed for JL in round 15.
It's been a literal dream series from a couple of Navi players, a nightmare series from a couple of others, all at the same time.
Well, I'd say that dream comes to an end for the 2 really successful Dust 2 pieces. What?
It's just that keychain.
2025, baby.
Oh. Dreams and nightmares.
You want to kick it up a notch, eMa? Offers us a deagle kill, but we'll find nothing more. Davideus plays it safe enough. All the utility in the world to hit this upper 8 bomb site, but the thing is, reality sinks in. Navi still have positioning in this bomb site, and the util that the T's have thrown don't do anything to disrupt them, and they are going to commit for better or worse. Double deagle comes back at a Navi man advantage.
Yeah, but the bomb sneaks. They've got the bomb in lower.
Down to the lower site, and Snow's going to give a parting gift to Wonderful as he dives downstairs to join his IGL. Another attempt from Na'Vi, but it doesn't feel like it's enough. Snow hears them running down through the vents. He'll do a good job of dealing with what's left.
Wow, man.
And paiN recover from a sketchy spot of their own.
He handles all the situations perfectly. His micro's been great. Macro's been great. Snow, you know, take a bow, honestly, of these two maps. Na'Vi, another close situation. Another moment where Na'Vi know what's coming. They put themselves in a great spot to get all the kills, and they get most of them. Like, with the guns they have, bringing around like this close is really impressive, but...
Love that from biGuZera as well, identifying the drop down immediately.
Yeah.
Had the bomb. You know, you are the leader, so do not hesitate. It is your call. And he bailed out what looked like a sinking ship. Credit card peak for Wonderful is going to net the 5v4. It's a long road of a comeback here for Na'Vi.
Yeah, the last 2 rounds would have you believe Na'Vi could actually do this, but they have to play perfect now. And that's not what we've seen so far.
They have given themselves the most treacherous path. Doesn't fancy the secret peek. Bit lays an incendiary down ahead of the exit. That's going to cool off paiN. They throw grenades of their own, and they're going to follow up right behind this. Ramp belongs to the T's. NQZ making contact towards the stairs. Looks to get back into the cover. He actually kills Ema before Alexi can stop him.
They're trying to walk back to upper. At this moment, though, there's no one at ramp to watch, so the CTs might make an aggressive move.
They will. JL to move forward, double up inside the doorway. You'd think that opens a move for Devadeus out from Hut, and yes, he will sense that opening, grasp it with both hands, and allow for Kawez to guarantee this bomb plant back site. Now they are pinned in a little bit. It's low HP for Wonderful up above, and it opens a door for Bit to get up from that ladder. He is struggling throughout this series, trying to get the retake rolling. He will, but it's Devadeus back sight. Hanging on as the approach is loud. Bit goes quiet, expected and denied as paiN take 12.
I love that move from Devadeus, man. To that box is just beautiful. He looks to disappear. If Wonderful wraps around the right side, he could have gone to Hut. And he doesn't have to watch both angles. That's just really, really nice placement from him. Another clutch for paiN in a row to get to 12.
Na'Vi squirming.
Well, couldn't play that better. They have an unbreakable confidence about them. I mean, their aura is just expanding right now. I think every round they believe they can win no matter what happens. Looking like 2024 Na'Vi here.
Man, oh man. Both hands around Na'Vi's neck at the moment. And they are turning blue. Just when they have a moment of hope. A gasp of belief met by clutch, clutch, clutch. And a fast push out from the doorway gives biGuZera his opening. It will be denied by Wonderful. JL gonna press in hard against the door. And a 2v4 demanded of paiN at this point. And Snow, you gotta believe, but as he tries to press his luck through smoke, he's bested. Bit finds the kill. And Na'Vi have to be flawless. 8 rounds straight as the first one goes down smooth.
I think this is the moment they know that Na'Vi are going to force, hoping they don't have the correct utility to block, or hoping they start with some crazy opening tactic that doesn't have to do with upper, so the play doesn't work. This gives Na'Vi an advantage, obviously. A little confidence back, a couple of guns to upgrade, a very clean round at least. But the length of the road to the comeback is the real issue. paiN will force down. We can only entertain the comeback in this game because favorite versus underdog, because the rounds that Na'Vi got close to winning, even though it was clutch after clutch, they came close.
Still 3 of them consecutive. The difference between an 8-9.5 and this 5-12 are those 3 clutches. Na'Vi trying to yank on the door to get back into this game, but paiN have it held shut.
One more big play and it's done.
We saw Davideus try to get in with the wallbang kills onto the 8th floor at the start of the round. kawez gonna try it this time, but JL's been sending bullets back in through towards the T's. What does Snow's Deeg have to offer us? Nothing just yet. JL's attention drawn towards door. 2 sets of eyes outer. Deagle shot connects for a little bit of damage, but it's not the opening that paiN would have hoped for. It could have served up a problem for JL. Instead, he draws that line in the sand. kawez trying to creep forward, denied. Na'Vi still only half of the rounds of paiN.
What do you think? You tried to call the 13-0 for the first time this tournament, and it ended up going 24 rounds.
It did.
This time, though, we can redeem. Is there a world where Na'Vi bring this to overtime?
I believe there's a universe out there where it happens, but I don't think we're on that timeline.
We're not in that timeline, yeah.
On that timeline, you're wearing overalls.
Okay, so tomorrow.
That's if they get there. Anything possible on Mirage. Wonderful opening kill. Don't lose to Glocks and a Zeus.
Oh, lame. He got caught. Really slowed down the play here.
Yeah, the not as electric as you would have hoped for.
Last still bring the thunder.
Come here.
NQZ in his wheelchair.
Yeah, trying to roll it through, man. They're going to get stopped in their tracks. 5-round game. paiN had 3 map points back on Dust 2 that they could not close with, cost them Dust. They have had 8 queued up right here, right now. And they've already let 3 slip.
And on a comeback, you know, that's 4 rifle rounds, 1-4, something like that, and that's what's in Na'Vi's mind. What is that noise?
Some days you just can't get going.
Ask your doctor about Cialis.
Looking to get a little active. Talk about getting frisky. Here comes the lobby push. 2 in through Trophy already. And also chucking out a bunch of nades from main, so slowing down outer while they also go in on lobby, but kawez stands to the test and disengages. Man advantage here for paiN. They let a few slip, but shadow advantage for main should have bode well for Alexi. It's a 1 and done on his behalf. Emes slides into the same position. Bomb's been able to get down towards stairs, but they
bomb
saw
spotted.
it.
Yeah, that's a huge find.
Emes still wants to fight, and he'll get an edge over Davideus. Late peek here from NQZ to trade, and these trade frags have maintained that man advantage long enough. We go 50 seconds, 3v2.
It's an excellent wait there, I think, for the trade. NQZ opens up the possibility to come back upstairs. Bit already in heaven, preempting this. kawez is chatting right now. I wonder if he's going to wrap back to heaven, but if he does, Bit's going to be here waiting for him. This is actually a massive opportunity for both Bit and Na'Vi.
What about at the secret peek?
Oh, man.
Boy, he gets back in. Oh, and he finds it. kawez
now
blown apart.
Wait, if Bit commits upstairs, are they going to go lower now?
There's still a bit of ambiguity for that bomb, but there's not a lot of time on the clock to go with it.
Wonderful's not moving. This is still a chance for paiN.
Bit slides into backside box.
They have a molly.
This smoke's going to last long enough that it will eventually be paiN to have to show their hand if Bit stays locked in. They start shooting shots.
Whoa,
he takes the peek. He slides out, but I think they've got this. Bomb's going to go down.
He could have sat there. He really could have just sat there and won the round.
Bit tries to make a play, and it could very well cost him and Na'Vi map 2. When the expectations were set for 7 or 8, this series could extend. Wonderful tries to make something happen, but both players to double up upon one another. High trade potential. Tap on the bomb, elicits the walkout, and they come around the corner. First one's denied. Wonderful's got the smoke, but the spacing's great from Big Uzera, and paiN will extend this series. Na'Vi not as smooth as they would hope.
paiN absolutely steamrolling Na'Vi on their own map pick. And what a stylish way to be closing that one out. Sure, there were some moments where we thought, okay, maybe Na'Vi, they could bolster a few rounds back to back. But at the beginning of that half, just clutch after clutch after clutch for paiN.
Yeah, we gotta give credit to paiN Gaming for once again putting up a great CT side on Nuke. We had them earlier in the tournament playing against Gamer Legion where the CT side were looking solid, T side not so much, but this time around they had an even stronger CT side and they were able to close the very close rounds in the second half as well. So overall, well-deserved victory for paiN Gaming.
paiN looked incredibly polished on that CT side. Nothing really more to say about that. I mean, just honestly, the rotations, even though Na'Vi were trying to throw outside yard smokes, trying to push them at times, trying to send some guys lower down the vent, they caught so many of those plays. I was really impressed with how they were able to understand and communicate what gaps were open on their defensive side and frequently deal with it.
And despite obviously paiN, you know, losing out that first map, Snow carried on delivering. He continued that momentum that we saw going down on Dust 2.
Again, great to see Snow step up to the occasion. We put a remark on his name saying that online, statistically speaking, historically speaking, he's been performing way, way better than he has on LAN. Now he's coming into the LAN stages. He's in a very massive scenario right here in a big studio against one of the best teams in the world, and he's just consistently delivering. Again, I know it's only been 2 maps, but these 2 maps are the 2 best maps Snow have had in his paiN career, and arguably it is his entire career of Counter-Strike against such a well-playing team like Na'Vi. So for him to come in and step it up like this, that is a huge step in the right direction for paiN.
The back silo anchoring that he had on a few of these rounds was just leading to such pivotal multi-frags. So many times where there's multiple Na'Vi people, not even with bad spacing, that are trying to hunt him down, and he's just nailing each one in the face every single time.
Well, Cowards was also a name that you were putting under the microscope for different reason, because I feel like we haven't really seen him shining so bright. Nuke, different story though.
Kawes, to me, last year for paiN had to have been outlined as the weaker link. Even Lux, the guy that they replaced, had more shine to his name oftentimes, but this was just a reference game for Kawes. What he was able to do at the ramp position, moving between there and lower, so frequently catching Na'Vi off guard with his advanced positioning, and even any time he was in a new spot, it felt like he was so ready for the fight, and that's something that last year I wasn't able to really say about him. So I feel like whatever he did in the offseason totally paid off.
I agree with that sentiment. You know, I think Kawes, for the vast majority of the time, it's not positive when we speak about him. He was also by far the lowest rated player in the online portion for paiN, but as you said, a reference game and hopefully more to come for this man as well.
There were plenty of clutches, obviously, we're going to be diving into, but let's look at a moment from the first half, because things got kind of ugly in this smoke diffuse situation, particularly for Ime, who goes for the knife, doesn't land though.
I'll be completely honest, when you look at the scoreline in this game, you think that paiN were dominating. That wasn't necessarily the case. There were so many rounds that came down to the very last moment. This is a great example, as you said, for Emma left in a 1v2. He's fighting the first player right here, and time on the bomb is so low that Emma is well aware that this guy gotta stick it. He makes the right decision, runs in with the knife, he hits him once, and then he misses the second one. Had he hit the second one, he would have won the round, and that is just such a small margin right there. And look at the scoreline as well. It's 6-2. It could have been the other way around. It could have been 6-3. It could have been a save round, and all of a sudden Na'Vi back in the game. So that was a key round in the game that didn't go the way of Emma.
Honestly, just a super slim margin right there. I mean, it's for Na'Vi to lose in this fashion, I don't feel like they even really played that badly. It's just that so many close calls. I couldn't count the number of 1v1s that were won by paiN.
Yeah, should we move into the second half where it was literally back-to-back clutches to be kicking off that T-side?
And not only back-to-back clutches, but also clutches where Na'Vi had the upper hand. The big talking point right here, obviously Na'Vi are finding their way back into the bomb side. Unfortunately, they decided to smoke off the door and not the bomb, which gives Snow a chance of winning this round. Again, I don't want to fault Na'Vi and saying that's the reason why. It's a great clutch coming in from Snow, but in pistol rounds, Maui, you always smoke the bomb. You never smoke the entrance, you smoke the bomb.
It makes things so much more difficult. And yeah, we have another one right here where NQZ is on the lower bomb site. And this is just a crazy 1v2. It feels like JL lost track of him right there. Right as the smoke is fading, NQZ seems to be more aware of that timing than JL and peeks right through that window as it's appearing.
That was round 13, round 14. In round 15, Na'Vi also have pistols. They actually end up getting a couple of entries. They have a 3v2 scenario again where they end up losing. So the first 3 rounds in the second half, they were up 1 man in every single one of those, and they lost every single one of those rounds. That could have changed the course of the game completely.
It didn't seem very cohesive coming out of Na'Vi, to say the least, which is very surprising on a map like Nuke, which we know they're very well versed on. And yeah, it's not like they've made a roster change coming into this season. It seemed like the communication was maybe a little bit off in those moments.
It feels like sometimes what it came down to on that T side were the players that were set up for Na'Vi to do well just missed the opening kill or just die right there. And I feel like it took them so long for some of those pivotal entry players, those space takers like Ema to really pop off in the way that they needed. Like, I've seen Ema have such an incredible resurgence in the last few months of 24 on Nuke, especially on the offense. I mean, he's humbled people like Nico in the past, but this was a game where he just didn't really get off to that blistering start, just taking down Bigazera every single time.
I agree, and I think we prefaced it coming into the game. When you look at Na'Vi's lineup, it can be anyone. It can be JL, it can be Emma, it can be Bit.
Yes.
It can be wonderful for that matter as well. Not necessarily Alexi B, it's not often it happens, and usually it's a sign of things not working out when he's on the top of the scoreboard, which, by the way, he hasn't been in this game at all. I think he's had 12 kills in 49 rounds, so we're looking at an Alexi B as well that from an individual standpoint needs to step it up a little bit, because, yeah, you can be the in-game leader, and yeah, you can be at the bottom of the scoreboard, but there's a limit to how little you can contribute with.
One more than you'd anticipated on Alexi B. 13. Doesn't really make the biggest margin of difference, particularly when we were coming into this game and looking at Alexi versus Bigazera. Obviously, Bigazera didn't necessarily need to have the impact on this particular map, but we know he is big in the fragging department, right? There's obviously a clear scale of who it's leaning towards.
I mean, the game is not over yet, but we've watched 2 maps, and I'd argue that paiN Gaming by far have been the better team. I think had it not been for the heroics of Wonderful and Emma on Dust 2, we could look at a scenario where it could have been a 2-0 for paiN Gaming. So I don't know if that changes who's the favorite for the third deciding map, but all I can say is so far paiN Gaming have looked like the better team to me.
It's causing reason for concern because it doesn't feel like Na'Vi is coming into this season with a brand new playbook. It feels like people are just comfortable against them. We saw that against Imperial Female. We're seeing it now with paiN, where if you're Na'Vi, you should have been able to run circles around paiN with those kinds of calls. But unfortunately, this time, it just felt like everything was so well contained by paiN, and that's where it's surprising. And I do give a lot of credit to paiN for that, but I'm almost just surprised that Na'Vi isn't coming in with the tactics that would just tip the scales in their favor, even if the firepower isn't there.
And I think that's something that Bigazera kind of alluded to in the draft show, right? Obviously, he could have chosen between Na'Vi, Vitality, Spirit were also on the table going for the pickings. He was kind of saying, you know, he felt like it might be a little bit predictable coming out of Na'Vi. He's obviously well prepared for this game.
I think from a historical context as well, we know Blade and we know Na'Vi as a whole not to be a team that wants to peak early on in the season. They like to build up, they like to build into the season. Blade even said in the interview coming into it to James Banks that, listen, this is a game where we learn, you know, we're testing out our Nuke, we're going to figure out, is it going to be a close game, is it going to be paiN winning? I don't really know, I just want to learn. So I think from a mental standpoint right now, Blade is still in this, you know, sense where he's building up the team from the ground and up. We're not going to see Na'Vi peak, but it is an issue right now because Na'Vi needs to peak because they had a bad ending to 2024.
I mean, I'm just going to say that what we're still holding on to is a Na'Vi that we haven't seen for over 2 months. We haven't seen
4 months.
3 months.
Almost.
Yeah, it's been such a long time at IEM Rio practically where we saw Na'Vi playing at the level that we expected of them and what became their standard throughout 2024. And at this point, their World Finals crash, the crash at the Major, what's going on right here, right now? Like, this kind of hangover is exceedingly long, and it's starting to raise some real flags here.
I think maybe we should round out the conversation by continuing to give our flowers to Snow, because not only in the first half was he having a monumental impact, continued obviously into the second. Great to see from, you know, a young star, which obviously we had our eyes on quite a lot coming into last year when he joined the side of paiN Gaming, but great to see him having a hot start to the season as well.
Well, I mean, he's continuing, right? On Dust 2, he had his best map ever in paiN, especially best map ever on LAN, and for him to continue showing off that wasn't a blimp, that wasn't just an occasion that happens once every with Blue Moon, it feels like Snow have leveled up over the player break. Now again, small sample size, I know, but we haven't seen this version of Snow on LAN at any point. We know what kind of mood he brings to the team, we know the energy he brings to the team, we know the loudness, and I actually have paid attention. He's not that loud in here as he normally is, so maybe he's focusing a little bit less on yelling and a little bit more on killing. And it's actually helping him on the server.
You could learn a thing or two about that, Ben.
Shut up.
Too much yelling.
Should we take a quick break, reset, and get ready for Mirage? That is going to decide who is moving on to the semi-finals of the Blast Bounty Season 1. Please don't.
paiN are living up to their name, taking on Na'Vi, as that nuke was incredible. Rix, I just want to start by asking you, from Mirage, from Dust 2, you could have had it. Then we go into Nuke, and we see this. You just come back, the whole team looks completely fine and focused, and they knew what they needed to do. Was there any kind of worry of them slowing down or feeling bad about the first map?
No, we talked about how we should play Nuke, and said that we think that we were better in Dust 2, but we make some silly mistakes, and just to not let us down, you know, like. And yeah, we play Nuke well now, and let's see the third map.
Going into this third map, are you going to try and keep this same style, putting this pressure onto Na'Vi? Because you seem to be capturing them many times without them being ready for you guys. Is that kind of the game plan?
I think it's the game plan that we are managing to win the rounds now, but it's a different map, so we are going to talk a little bit more now and see what's going to happen.
paiN truly living up to their name on Nuke. That was a commanding victory over Na'Vi, who picked the map into this series, and now it's an opportunity for them to reset, because I would argue, Maui, that Mirage, which is the third and final decider, that was the bread and butter of Na'Vi throughout basically the entirety of 2024.
And that's what's incredibly scary if you're paiN here, because you're moving into this with momentum. Rick's talked about how they know they just had a couple mess ups there on Dust 2, and you're on the precipice of taking down one of the elite teams of 2024, and you are practically a new roster. You are a team that is just beginning to gel, finding out how to slot in Davideus, how biguzera is going to slot into a B anchor on this map, and you have a chance to take down one of the big dogs. Like, this could set your season up for a completely different trajectory than you would have imagined, because I don't think many people thought that paiN coming into this were going to be a top 8 team in the world, but well, they made it through the online portion, and they have a chance to do even better.
First game Elysian, then FaZe, and now potentially Na'Vi as well. That would be one hell of a run for paiN Gaming getting into those semifinals. I just want to note as well that I absolutely love the authority that Blade is speaking with in that little huddle outside.
Yes.
You could see that every single player was listening to him. You could see that he was trying to animate the conversation. It's a guy that, I know we speak about it often because we speak about Na'Vi often, but fact of the matter is that Alexi B and him, they're working closely together, and sometimes I even feel that when they're not on the server, it's more Blade's team than it's Alexi B teams. And people may think at home, yeah, Jacob, I know that, but that's not quite how it is on most teams out there. It will always be the in-game leader trying to take charge of things. I do feel like we have a coach here that speaks with the uttermost authority, and it's a big part of the responsibility on Blade's shoulders to make sure that Na'Vi now coming in on Mirage, playing good counters like we used to see.
Na'Vi won the knife, which will mean they get to choose their side. They've gone for the CT side. Maui, what should we expect?
Well, obviously that means biguzera and Co are going to be starting on the offense, and what was really exciting about them on Dust 2, I found similarly quite stimulating for their Mirage. When they played against Gamer Legion, the times when they wouldn't throw a smoke, wouldn't throw a flash, they'd go for a dry peek with an interesting timing. It caught Gamer Legion off guard a couple times. Like, the dynamic duo of Davideus and biguzera in middle, it's exactly what you want to see. No one's playing second fiddle to the other. They're both calling their own number in a nice unified duo of entry fragging.
If I want to give the viewers one thing to look out for in this game, it's the slow T side as well that paiN Gaming have been practicing. And I think Na'Vi have one trick up their sleeve in terms of disrupting that. We know Na'Vi to be a team that loves to take mid control late in the round. So this re-aggression in middle coming from the CT side of Na'Vi, facing the slow T side of paiN Gaming, I think that's going to be a duel in itself that we need to look out for.
Well, it all comes down to Mirage to decide who goes through to the Blast Bounty semifinals.
Thank you, experts. I think Jacob did a great job of setting up some mid-play throughout this third deciding map, Mohan. Only one team can go on in the quarterfinals of Day 2 of the LAN portion of the first ever Blast Bounty.
So overall, how do you feel about Na'Vi right now?
Overall, I feel pretty good. I think Na'Vi end up bouncing back from Nuke and still finish off this series.
Okay. I think the T-sides that we saw from paiN, they were slow. There were a lot of pauses in the plays. I think there were some gaps created for Na'Vi to capitalize on. But so far, we've seen that consistently, and yet Na'Vi are still losing. paiN are more clutch in the late rounds. paiN have better performing players on average. Alexi's kind of having a nightmare series. I don't know how else to put it. He's like 13 and 30-something for the entire 2 maps so far. So his kills are going to be key. And yeah, there's just not a lot of players online right now for Na'Vi.
Yeah, I don't think Alexi's having a lot of fun tonight. I don't think that's the word I'd describe it. And, you know, our jobs are always fun, but not every job is always fun. And I feel like Alexi B is experiencing that right here, right now. For his sake, let's hope there's an uptick, because for Na'Vi's sake, you'd think they could bank on that. Obviously, Bit absolutely smashed Imperial Female when it came to their opening game of the year.
Yeah, why do you do that?
Your guess is as good as mine. It wasn't personal.
Oh. Well, JL's also another question. You know, is he going to be, he's had some like silly moments. Like, it's not just whiffs, some awkward, pulling out the knife on Dust too.
Snow with bomb. Snow with bomb is up the catwalk.
Yeah, JL. Well, JL's gone back to the site. Aye, nice. That's a big one right through the middle. biguzera is also going to take this and run, getting to B, but whoa, what are they doing? The rest of the team is going towards the A site. That pulls Imma back into spawn. This allows them to get the plant now.
No way.
What is biguzera doing here? He's just playing with fire.
I mean, at the same time, though, it just sells it to Imma. Hook, line, and sinker.
Man, was that the call? That's crazy.
No.
Pushing through window into B and telling your team, everybody hit A now? Holy. That actually might have been the call. Oh my gosh.
And he's not going to stop. Biguzera 2 kills into the pistol at this point. A retake demanded of Navi with little health on Bit. No kit for the retake to come through. And no real avenue either to get the ball rolling. Bomb beyond the halfway point. Bit just trying to crawl up on jungle. Vonders, oh my god.
Dude,
they got owned.
You know, I think the call comes because immediately when he gets spotted, he says, okay, let's not go B. Because he knows he's in a position where he's likely going to die. But if you're Navi, you have to respect the fact that he's taken over market control behind you. There's really no good counterplay. If you're going to come back and hold the A site and pretend like no one had just snuck into the back lines over on the other side of the map, that could cost you the round by itself. So that's a really great idea, I feel like, out of Biguzera. I'm assuming that he called that right at that moment. And now paiN win another pistol, starting off hot. Bit with the only kill last round for Navi.
Man, Alexi, I don't think your night's gonna get any better here in the second round of map 3. Absolutely getting gunned down by a stampede of paiN players. He tries to come through the smoke and gets blasted into tomorrow. And by tomorrow, I mean round 3, where hopefully for Navi, all these guns can get to. Everybody already transitioning into the save call. Easy one for Biguzera to say, let's slam B.
So we've lost FaZe, lost Liquid, lost Falcons, lost Vitality.
Uh-huh.
We're talking about land now, by the way.
I've got to say, like, of all the favorites, you know, all the top 5 of the last year, after the first round of games, I didn't think G2 was going to be one of the last ones standing.
Yeah, true. That's actually so funny.
Of course, still plenty of runway for Navi to turn this one around, but there's obviously a continuation of the success from paiN between each and every one of these maps, you know? I think what bodes well best for paiN is when we go back to Dust 2 and we see how they irked out that first map win, this is just this phenomenal map coming through from Ime and coming through from Wonderful. But you know who's remained the most consistent star of this series? It's Snow.
Snow, yeah.
Snow has been the best player of the 10 standing in the server, and I think he's earned the belief that it's going to happen again on Mirage.
Yeah, I mean, last map he had Cowes beside him in the first game. I mean, Davideus has also had a like good performance. It doesn't match up to like his outstanding star performances in the last 2 series, Gamer Legion and FaZe, but still really good. But yeah, it's all been about Snow playing his positions perfectly. Great on T sides, lots of clutches. And now another B hit. Quick one, too.
Oh, that'll help. That'll certainly help out. Well-placed frag grenade. Snow's going to find his first kill of the map. And that little bit of HP he had left over is not going to be enough. So 3 versus 2, sending some util out and a Hail Mary of a scout no-scope twice. Man. No connection. Navi back into the save. Blink and you will miss it.
They could have let that get out of hand, but man, even Biguzera coming up, Cat, everything. There was still another player that would come in and cover the last position traded. So overall, very, very good stuff here from paiN.
You know, I think the calls have been good from Biguzera throughout the series, but what I think
the flashes too.
A little bit of X factor that he loves to sprinkle in is the beauty of Biguzera on paiN, I feel, is like in their biggest moments, when the pressure's at its highest, right? When they really have a chance to seize the day, that's when sometimes you'll watch Biguzera just dominate a server.
Yeah.
And this is one of those maps, in one of those moments at the very start of the year where he could do that as well. So him being 4-0 could be a great sign of things to come.
You brought this up on this iteration of the last one with paiN, that it's no longer about Biguzera carrying every game like it was back at Copenhagen and before. And the fact that the team is still operating at this level without that is wildly impressive. And it's also much healthier to see. Your IGL, Rifler, and the best player all wrapped into one, that's a huge ask. But you can see that he's just as good of a player as he is at integrating players onto his team. Creating some good stories here for paiN.
It's wild how high Biguzera's stock has gotten, and it feels like the sky is the limit. Ooh, but JL finds Biguzera's head top middle, so 5 versus 4. And Pimp wanted to highlight the clash of styles that should unfold in the middle of this map. JL wastes no time taking down the T-Side's in-game leader. Snow picking up that second smoke, but it comes out a little late because it didn't actually get all the way to him. So they're going to have to play within that gap in timing. JL keeping eyes on the gap as long as it exists, but now it's going to be Bit sectioned off from his teammates. Doesn't look like the molly's going to spread, but the sandwich player keeps himself on high alert. Beautiful spray back from JL to peel a player off. Dangerous bomb plant there from Davideus, but it is a post plant regardless, and a high likelihood that they get a little CT control.
Excellent flashes again. It helped them scale.
But they don't scale all the way past Ticket. Snow, oh clean headshot. Wow. That's his second in the round. Davideus comes back with another. And these two players have combined to be a force to be reckoned with.
This is 4v5, man.
They're out. They call this save, and Na'Vi concede their bomb site.
There's 2 rounds back-to-back 4v5, in fact, and Na'Vi still lose. This one with better guns. That A-site hit had everything. Their B-site flashes are great. Their A-site flashes are great. I mean, these are even flashes that land behind the smoke when it's relatively safe, but you still need to make sure that players like JL can't find spam timings on your cross, because those smokes are permeable. You can actually get kills that way. You can get information that way, and yet every piece is still falling into place. And this is a huge opening for Frag to find. The mid lurk, the top performer so far of this map, and Bit in this position gets mollied out, cleared perfectly. Right side smokes are up, and it's by the same guy who threw him.
Just looking so sharp on the approach, right? Ensuring that that Molotov, even if it didn't spread fully, would still be cleared and nobody stands behind it. paiN's protocol's clean. Oh, but wonderful.
Wow.
It is back-to-back moments where Big Uzera goes down first. Can this snake still slither in without its head? Davideus into connector, crosses paths with
the timing. He saw that.
See him. He didn't notice.
Oh my God, it was totally on his screen, but with only Big Uzera dead, I don't think anybody else noticed. And now,
heat of the moment.
It's still a free timing for him. Like, Wonderful's gonna run right into this.
Tapped out of the round. Total execution on Wonderful.
They need to organize around this play, though.
But there's no way they know about Emes, so he could go even better.
Oh, they're watching it.
Still hung on to. Snow keeps his guard up. Back-to-back moments here where paiN are keeping their guard up. Bit almost didn't finish the kill. Has to go back in to end it. 50 seconds, plenty of time for paiN to slow it down. 3-player pinch into this A site. Guns empty. Pressure's on, and Bit still hangs on. And now we get the backstab. Alexi, you have to be better. It has been a struggle all night long.
He could just walk by Davideus, honestly. Yeah, he would. Oh my goodness. That works out beautifully. Another incredible round by paiN. Davideus switching places with Imma inside the smoke and not spotting him. And even if he did, this might have brought him an even better position. Another 5v4. 3 back-to-back 5v4s lost.
Man, cue that up right next to the 3 1vXs they lost on Nuke. The X Factor is clearly on paiN's side tonight.
Big time. I don't even remember the last time Na'Vi won a clutch.
Dust too. I'm not even trying to be funny. That's actually...
No clutches on Nuke?
I don't think so, man.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, even the pistol, I can't remember any. Wow.
Yeah, rack that big brain of yours.
Wow. I'm just going through just like a series of paiN clutches in my head on Nuke. 5 in a row. 5 in a row here on the final map. They could have won Dust 2 as well. They were the first to hit 12 there. Crazy.
Back in with the mid play. We're going to get a fast pace to top middle. Big Uzera. Third time's the charm, bud. Pressure's on. Oh, it's not too pretty.
But with 3 pushing up.
Deagle in hand. Point blank. JL. Good to get 1.
They just need to throw a smoke on Cat or molly it.
Yeah, they'll do exactly that. But a boost over the boxes. Gun in hand.
Yeah,
they dismantle because it spreads around just wide enough. They get a good molly spread. Smoke comes down right after. It ain't ideal here for Na'Vi.
Yeah, I mean, they can go to market if they want to. But they are sold out of options, I think.
All right, 3 market, 1 late apartments. NQZ op on bench, right there with Kawes. He's gonna go deeper. Oh,
what a shot.
Clean from NQZ. And as he pops up for third servings, Kawes able to snap down for the headshot. It's a good close from paiN to keep the streak alive.
That was even still possible. Kawes didn't hit that flick. That was insane. And QZ now turning up. That was basically the one player that hasn't been extremely locked in for this series for paiN. And if he starts playing well, I don't know what Na'Vi are going to do.
Ladies and gentlemen, there is blood in the water tonight. paiN circling a stuttering Na'Vi. 7 rounds into map 3. And we get a quick contact out from ramp, wasting no time to finding some sort of footing. eMed blinded, gets the opening kill, but 4v5s have not stopped them. Frag grenade won't reveal Snow as he goes into the deep approach. They think this has been covered. Again, it is going to be backs turned to a player from paiN. But as he comes back through, wonderful cleared off of the stairs. Would have hurt eMed trying to get around in the smokes. And if he dives into the connector, then JL's got him. This time, it starts to go the way of Na'Vi. 7 rounds into this half, but a 2v4 is not impossible with how they play tonight. paiN have all 3 lined up on the approach. Kawes, he's got to do it alone, and that utility's going to find him. Better late than never. Na'Vi win their first 7 rounds deep.
Yeah, they conjured the chaos this round. They really tried to make this another tragedy for Na'Vi, but Na'Vi had everything else covered. Big Uzera's sprays are getting a little bit worse, luckily for Na'Vi, and this meant that they could keep control of jungle. JL was patient behind the smoking connector, and everything else fell into place. No insane op shots here from NQZ, and they dealt with Kawes before he could even swing.
Good composure there between eMed and JL. Obviously, eMed giving a space up to Snow, and that first wonderful kill's one thing, but like you said, JL played it patient. Nobody got frazzled. Fast flash, deep play, Bit thrives on ramp with the double.
That was straight cash.
And at their first glimpse of a bit of round wins, Na'Vi grasped the moment with both hands.
6-1. Familiar start. I mean, it's been fast starts every map. Quick play into the halls. They'll leave Bit here. Nobody is pushing in this direction. Obviously, free space, knowing paiN are down to 3 players, but Big Uzera is actually running back and simultaneously watching this. He's got the bomb too, so he's got to throw something.
He's walking it up and Bit's ready. Easy.
Yeah.
And that's a bomb delivery.
Yeah, good luck doing the rest here, paiN.
They've got to write it off now. Well done by Na'Vi to nab a second. I like that they go from a frantic round in the previous to just instantly getting into paiN's faces on the ramp. You know, there's been this pretty consistent mid-aggression. We can definitely identify that one. Big Uzera's been dealing with it. But
actually, yeah, you say he's been dealing with it. They've been trying to go there, but he's been dying, actually, recently. So that's something that you can say is Na'Vi are doing well. It's just not letting him do that, at least. He's the guy who started 4-1. Now he's 4-5. So his play solos are starting to get canceled out.
Counter-terrorists win.
Blast TV believes Na'Vi can make a comeback. I mean, you'd be a fool to believe otherwise, I think.
Fool me can't get fooled again.
Yeah, how can you explain, though, like 3 slow starts in a row if you're Na'Vi, I wonder?
Well, Na'Vi didn't start slow map 1, though. They went up 6-1.
They were the ones who were 6-1. Right, right.
Ironically, this is paiN's best start.
Right.
And you can't lose your best start. That would sting more than letting Dust 2 slip. Limitations here in the 9th round of the half. paiN will have pistols alongside that NQZ op. And the David Deus AK hits the ground first and foremost. Wonderful. Kills not in quantity, but good quality.
They still want to come up behind this, and you know what? I think they have every right to. The smokes are fresh, and even though there's only 4 players, it would be the first time they won a 5v4.
Good flash, though. That stops that deep CT peek. CTs have flashbangs of their own. and so much disruptive utility that at no point did paiN feel like they were in the comfort zone. biguzera's Deagle thrives from inside sandwich, but all his teammates falter, and Na'Vi are making the most of that 1 round, now 3 streak together.
Yeah, definitely, and like these flashes, now from Na'Vi's side, because we've had some great flashes from paiN, this goes underrated as a way to like draw, to help smokes run out. I mean, you throw nades to blow them open, that cuts off a few seconds, but when you throw flashes and a team can't go for a plant while the smokes are fresh, that's also drawing seconds off the smokes, and that's the whole goal of this A exec from the CT perspective, is just make sure that that jungle smoke is eventually rendered useless. Doesn't cover the back of triple, the back of default, or the front of it. And when they have CT control also getting pressured, that's when you have a situation like that where it looks like paiN have nowhere to go. Uh-oh.
Done.
Oh, that's info too.
Love that. Good utility usage out of AlexiB. Struggle or not, no one can take his nades away from him, and he'll hold the line easily. AlexiB scooping up 2 kills on the approach here. Very little to work with for paiN, and so no surprises here in this one. 5 up from Na'Vi, a CT side that's clearly in the process of stabilizing.
Yeah, for what it's worth. No telling what's going to happen at the end of this game based on what we've seen so far this series, but at least good rounds out of Na'Vi so far.
Six rounds, best case Ontario. paiN burning through these timeouts to try and get that momentum back in their hands.
Looks like another bout of slight mid-control here, but this time, biguzera brings a teammate.
Love that. And also brings a bit of fight. And the trade frag is important, so good thing he doesn't do this alone. That shot landed, but Davideus still comes through with the double up.
Wow, off the pause is the correct call, JL.
Oh, out of ramp come 3. And the A defense can't stand in the face of that aggression. The adaptation, dare I say it, perfect.
Exactly what they needed, honestly. It was like biguzera fluffed his spray again, but this time with a teammate to help him trade and then some. I guess that's what it means when you're originally the star player, IGL, and rifler of the team. You try to do everything your damn self. But now that they got Davideus, they don't need that. Looking like another stellar map performance from him. Star of the show here for paiN.
Before we did our draft show, James had asked all of the representatives, coaches, IGLs, whatever not, what was the biggest upset so far in Bounty. Some people saying, you know, Mao's losing, etc. biguzera said the biggest upset so far has been Davideus.
Oh yeah.
Great trade frags over biguzera's shoulder.
This will be a huge tournament for the memories.
And he got hit by that off man. Softened up but not dealt with. A frantic JL as he had joined the attempt to hold back the mid play, but Ramp was so ready to go off that. That was such a well-timed 2-punch combo.
And this one will be a proper default. In response, I think, to the fact that it's round 12. Just want to feel out the money a little bit at first. Oh, but if they don't take mid properly off of this, that's a huge opener for Wonderful. That's a little early on the walk-up for paiN, and they pay for it.
biguzera is able to emerge through top middle, but Snow on the chase from bottom mid will see that it has been foregone. One opening kill for Na'Vi, and they're willing to lean back. Snow's gonna come right through that smoke.
Oh, he made noise, now he doesn't want to. He would have committed, and it would still be the right idea, it looks like, but
he doesn't know. Nobody was close enough to hear it.
Yeah, it's still the wise decision to think about another way to win. 3 CTs for Na'Vi in good spots. Waiting for an A crawl. They have a window timing, but at the same time, Imma is patrolling.
It's a great adaptation to try and get the better of the jungle play. Could have been the kill, but won't be. Nade hits a weird angle. That looked like it landed on Ime, but it gets stuck up in the planks. Oh well. Ema can count his blessings as we hit 35 seconds in the final round of the half. Still trying to recover from this man disadvantage. Bomb works back from top middle.
If Calais makes a little pressure, then the B play might actually be opened up. There are two players here, but JL's going to check on mid. Alexi, again, he's had kind of a rough game, a rough series. A chance to make up for it.
Half of Big Uzera taken down. JL here to lend helping hands, and it looks like the B defense going to be rock solid. And QZ finally getting some kind of an opening rolling, but at 8 seconds, he is desperate, and this is not going to work. paiN taking their sweet time in mid. The T side fizzles out, and Na'Vi on the recovery. It was 6 rounds straight, so a bit of a grace that they're able to end with 5. It's a hell of a time to put up a fight if you're Na'Vi. They sprinkle in some rounds after a total momentous start from paiN, Mohan. I was worried for a moment that Na'Vi were going to get blown out of this series on map 3.
You were worried that Na'Vi were going to get blown out. You did say Na'Vi would win this map.
I did before it started.
Okay, okay.
And then 6 rounds in, I had other feelings.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Fair enough to be afraid at that point. I think just like Nuke, got the same circumstances for the pistol. Na'Vi will feel probably fine if they win this, or maybe not, man. When we watched Nuke, they didn't have a second half at all. Oh, perfect peek out of jail.
You love to see it if you're a Na'Vi stan.
Man, but right now, one right back, Palace control, and 2 CTs on A, ready for the attack to come in.
Cowes given a chance to blindside, but doesn't quite connect. Taking a little bit of time here to get himself in with another, but he'll find it in the end. Reload, easy, but Ema hits the ground and sandwich. Did he serve up the perfect distraction for Snow to come in massive? Oh, pick your poison.
Oh,
Bomb
Snow.
gets planted. He could still recover, but my God, the indecision
I
there.
don't know. Yeah, that was just kill the planner for sure. Is not looking there.
It could still be recovered. All could be good. We've got an incendiary on NQZ. Wonderful with this deep position up on Ticket. Okay.
Oh, saved it. Yeah, that was a little worrying. There is a moment. So if you kill the guy who's not defending the plant, you have a great chance to kill both. So that's what he was thinking about. But in that situation with Palace control, I think that was a pretty clear decision. He took a little long to make that choice. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Yeah.
I don't think I've seen somebody snap between two targets so often.
Yeah, but he's definitely still on point. I think the plus EV play there is take out the planner and get as many bullets off on the missiles guys you can before they turn around or something like that, or try to get both afterwards. But Snow's been consistently good. Vincere earlier today said, I play Beyond Mirage, I hate it, but somebody has to sacrifice.
Man, willing to do whatever it takes for the win, whether that's lead, op.
Navi will come B though, they will.
Right now, Vincere looking more like Alexi B's series than what he had posted in other maps.
Yeah, he started 4-1 as well. Like, the early kills were actually huge.
Oh, I literally highlighted that there's a possibility Vincere goes absolutely new. And
yeah, still
instead,
possible, I guess.
Pretty toxic state, 5 and 10.
Wow, use that flash just to drop off, not even to take the swing. So they are really worried, I think, about it being some type of B play late. They haven't called over for any other assistance just yet. NQZ may be making his way. Just holding Cat for now, though.
Ooh, worrying signs, but Snow's got teammates, and luckily for him, these enemies have very little to work with. Spray like that in a gun round will spray like both of those in a gun round will cost you.
Okay.
Let's hope that that little mishap in the pistol decision-making hasn't shaken young Snow.
Yeah, maybe not. I mean, still won that round. And will be the MVP of the series if he's even moderately good in the second half. Even on rounds like this, Navi are not punishing the misses. They've got worse guns, yes, but they can eco versus even better teams than this, but just today, it's just not looking like theirs. One rifle round here to disprove that.
No fight being offered at all. CT's lean back in the face of the first gun round. You know, one of the reasons Nuke finished so quickly was because of the clutches that paiN were able to hang on to, those 3 consecutive clutch rounds that really put an end to Navi. And it looks like not running a risk at the start of this round is trying to queue up something like it. Every inch needs to be fought for. I can't believe he gets away with that. Ooh. Dangerous game from Cowes, backing up through a spam of taps that do not connect. Luckily for Navi, Bit will. And Cowes trying to do his damnedest to hang on to this bomb site, but that Palace player is not giving him much to fire off at. They've got total cat control off Wonderful, so his whiffs, so be it. Vincere will clear him, Snow finding a kill through the murder hole.
Wait.
And in a round that could have turned into a save, suddenly this retake is on.
They were hunting the save right there. They thought this was over.
We've got 3 kits on the play. We've got the incendiary back to Firebox. T's respond with a volley of their own. Alexi's still hanging on to a critical piece of utility as well, but he's also kind of separated from this. He could throw it down on top of the bomb if needed. JL's gonna tap one back from the ramp approach. Now we're getting late. And honestly, the closer paiN get, the further their hopes go.
Yeah, maybe
because
paiN.
it's clean rifle work from the players on site.
Yeah, paiN should have turned that around, I think, when the molly landed. And the ball went past halfway. Navi got into good positions. But yes, they did make that possible with the 1 kill inside window. But it ends up being a great sacrifice. That 1 kill for 3 back. And this flash ties everything together on the Excite exec. It pushes the jungle player back, which allows Bit to hit him. And they come out of connector at the exact same time. Oof. It's just so well coordinated off that flash. I should say culminating with that flash, because they already got connector control.
JL's 1 tap making up for all of Wonderful's misses.
It's the best round for Navi so far.
Nice to see JL topping the charts here, Mohan, 15-9. Visibly frustrated throughout those first 2 maps. Starting to find his groove before it's too late. How active are paiN going to get inside of those B apartments? Obviously, just banking on Biguzera being able to go nuclear. They send Snow forward ahead of him. It'll free up that AK-47 to try to rotate, but it looks like this pace from Navi is going to be good enough to deal with the little that's elsewhere. Again, AK could do something, it's just not in the fight. And now that apartments push gets found out. So as you'd anticipate, Navi gonna flex the advantage here, close that gap down to 2 rounds, and make sure that they keep all 5 up by the looks of it. Maybe Biguzera takes somebody with him.
Yeah, 8 ball is starting to become less clear now. What is actually gonna happen in the future? This game becomes real for both sides. We'd love to see Navi playing better. Seeing paiN in the lead is also a welcome surprise. We know that they can close this out now pretty much, I feel like, on any map. And CT side Mirage is an absolutely viable situation for paiN. But if Navi play their top level CS, they will win this game. That's simply the kind of team they are. What paiN have to hope is that they didn't give them enough time with that Dust 2 loss to get warmed up. There's a massive bounty on the line. This is when it gets stressful. These timeouts this close to the finish line.
Fun part here as well is that the other teams are still keeping a close eye on this matchup, because we're going to be doing the draft show right after this map.
Oh yeah.
And the form that both these teams put forth could very well dictate who chooses who. Navi may survive this if they can make it come back, but out of the frying pan and into the fire with the teams that we have left.
This one's an idea out of spawn for Navi. 2 smokes. And they see nobody trying to re-aggress into middle. And this is where you might get a little worried if you're paiN. If they play 2 vanilla to kick things off, what Navi did with connector control that previous round shows that they can win that and create that situation consistently. Here we have absolutely no response into 3 CTs sitting still as Imma crawls out underpass.
Zero contest offered up by paiN.
There's nothing going on right now on the map for paiN. They've just got to hope they hit their shots in these positions. But like Navi are expecting a bunch of CTs to be here.
We'll see what they throw out to try and unroot these individuals. 2 defenders in position. Good hold so far from Kawez, and he's able to get himself a second. Snow lending helping hands. He keeps the pressure up, and it falls down to the sandwich player. Denied by Snow. Full house on the A site. It looked like the CTs were getting stagnant.
Hey, excuse me. I mean, they didn't have anybody playing close A ramp. They didn't even play under balcony in this spot. Sandwich default, and Snow was the rotator, and that was just enough. There was no volley on defaults. Default's also not blind in the spot, so I feel like they came in a little bit light for what we saw previously. We also have Snow catching the lurk from Imma. That could have been the kill to stop the next 2 from even happening. Once again, Snow delivering.
Taking to the top of the charts as paiN established double digits. Still enough money for the Navi bounce back in this buy.
Yeah, I thought that was too simplistic of a look, but Navi did not have everything covered this time.
It's a mirrored setup out of the gate from Navi in back-to-back rounds. Rinse and repeat. if they double back towards ramp.
I bet you anything they molly default this time.
We'll see if they believed in what they were almost able to piece together. But like you said, right, highlighting that Snow versus Ema kill in mid before the execute was able to find footing on site. This time Mohan looks like a different direction. Wonderful's maybe vying for a bit of site control, but this angle is being held by NQZ right here, right now. A battle of the Offers for the opening kill, and a missed shot while blind offers an opening to the T's, who will flood up connector, and Snow is doing nothing to stop this, so the site players fall empty-handed. This time that defense does nothing, and Na'Vi will easily take an 8.
I mean, it is so obviously pragmatic from Na'Vi, but the flash is the huge part of this round for Wonderful to win his duel over the other op instantly. No trade back, no CTs nearby to deal with it. And Kawez under Balk is cool, but what they are trying to do is ISO one of these positions, and that's the one that they get. They didn't even need the mollies this time around.
We saw Wonderful's flash in previous rounds also disrupt with the jungle hold. So he is disrupting this A defense from any kind of footing he's allowed to take on Cat. And I'm curious to see if paiN start to try and fight that, because they have really given space over to Na'Vi throughout this second half. Middle has been for the terrorists every single time. Oh man, both these teams just tiptoeing through the minefield of map 3.
That's the thing, you look at like the idea of sustainability. If you go and stack one site every single round, you might win the odd rounds, but if the team that you're playing against is better than you, knows how to run the default, and you go for blind stacks, eventually you will pay for it. And Na'Vi, they still sensed an opportunity here. Even though there were 3 players in that previous round, if paiN play without information on middle, they're not going to make informed decisions on their setups.
And it might work every once in a while, but the adaptations here from Na'Vi looking strong. We've got 2 rifles out there on the field, one of which in Snow's hand as he tries to body block smokes. Can he create a gap? Absolutely. Will he have his moment now? Looks like those flashes disruptive, and it peels him back somewhat. They still trying to face down. Bit's gonna spam him away. That's one of the guns down. Big Uzeras, though, able to find an opening kill. JL will deal with Kawez up inside the sandwich, and it looks like a comfortable 4v2 to push forward, but oh, he tries. NQZ with the picked up weapon gets at least the 1, and Big Uzera had disengaged into the save. He'll go. Na'Vi closing this distance.
Yeah, this is only a couple of guns coming into the round for paiN, but 2 smoke blocks created an opportunity. But again, we see the efficacy of the flashbangs be the difference maker on the site hit. They've consistently been able to catch paiN players blinded, just like paiN were able to do on their T side. But now that we're in the second half, if that continues to be a problem, I'm wondering what paiN are going to do in response. At least for them, they're looking forward to this next full buy to be able to maintain this lead. And you have to wonder what their thought process is going to be. If we attack in the middle and something fast happens on A, we might pay for that. If we attack in the middle and lose because our defaults are too strong, we might pay for that. If we push extremities, you know, how many gaps can we find? There are gaps. B has been a gap. B apartments is definitely an opportunity. We have the ability to re-aggress after Na'Vi have taken middle control. That's when they're not throwing grenades and they're trying to crawl towards connector. If they understand that timing and they're prepped, then they can try to punish there. So far, paiN they don't want to participate in any of that. They're waiting for the site to be chosen and for them to activate at that moment. And I think right now we're going to find out if that's a sufficient idea.
I mean, we've seen it work, but less often than it hasn't. Na'Vi, in the critical moment of this decider map, decide to close that lead to a singular round. They've been able to stuff the CT success after the pistol and conversion. The one-off round win added to the 3 that paiN have. This has been Na'Vi's T side, just cutting through paiN round by round. Fight that could have been, but Wonderful doesn't go all the way out. And NQZ, it's an immediate rotation, taking that off into the back of B site instead.
Yeah, somewhat of a win to at least push him into a new place.
Oh, this could be big. It's him versus JL, and he gets here just in time.
Oh, JL has no idea. He'd try that.
Counter-Strike is timing, and that is a perfect moment of it.
Again, though, without mid-control, Alexi B and Imma can control the conversation on the CT side right now. If they smoke the top of connector, this still opens up B, but it also allows for a connector to be taken, and we can see that the B crawl is coming. They know Imma has been doing this lurk, but look at the CTs. They're responding to this because they don't have mid.
Yep. Trying to just put pieces in place, one into the corner,
I'm
both
actually
players
shocked.
into one another.
I'm actually shocked he tries the actual full lurk right there.
Oh, he's around the corner.
They're
This
going
is
B.
This is only NQZ, but he's got the headshot on his counterpart. He didn't know about that catwalk up. Alexi found the better of the timing. Big Uzer is dealt with, and they're able to cut down 2 as they tried to push their way in, but a hot flank from David Deus, and as Alexi B has had the roughest series, he is somehow in recovery mode, but can he go the distance? It's a third one for Alexi. No bomb control as it sits up in apartments.
Oh, he beat Snow across.
Snow is able to walk out.
Spotted?
Did they see Alexi back and forth between the two? The jump spots there, but Snow's positioning all the better, and paiN will keep that lead.
Connor, this all made sense to me until Alexi B actually goes through the connector smoke. They just lost a player on B. Now paiN are worried about them changing up to A. They see the same mid protocols that have led to A splits in the past. They think that they've actually just got the B lurker out of the way. And then Imma comes through the smoke. All the CTs are here. If this ended up being a B play, paiN would have been terrified.
And a God-given gift in that jump up. The same timing that puts NQZ into the JL peak to start the round is the same timing that gets Snow out that window ahead of Alexi's angle.
I think what Na'Vi don't see at the moment is that paiN, they really don't know what Na'Vi are doing in mid, right? They're getting away with so much. So there, they overcooked it a little bit, right? That's what we just witnessed from Na'Vi. That's an opportunity for paiN, who have maintained a lead now, off the back of another clutch out of Snow.
Clutch rounds have just been splattered across this series to the favor of paiN, and NQZ is going to look for an opening pick again at a faster tempo. Ooh, and it could work, if not for the crouch down lower. Ima gets away. We've got that 3-player stack up on the A face.
The fact that he's not getting double swung. Look, they're not even worrying about top mid control because Imma's not getting challenged ever. He just gets this free walk up. Like, enjoy the molly. If they are going to go to attack him, Imma's still going to have the whole presence here.
At least this time Snow does take that glance, sees that no one's coming yet. Cowes wide swing, so wide that he is found exposed to the 2 AKs ready to hit this A site. No further challenge for JL,
Wait,
so why not take the space?
They don't know about Davideus.
He is inside the corner. He will catch them off, but he will not stop that bomb plant. Alexi putting it down for connector with a double-layered post plant in this position. Can paiN unravel it with man disadvantage? The utility pressure towards the murder hole is going to keep NQZ at bay. Oh, and they're going to walk away from this, aren't they?
Money becomes a real issue. They've got great guns to save and no utility for this retake besides the smoke on NQZ. Connor, this is a round where you throw the poofy smoke in front of connector, you double swing underpass, and you try to disrespect their mid control at all. You have Na'Vi committing no resources at the top of mid because they know now paiN will never test them. You cannot be this telegraphable if you're paiN in this situation. The game plan's becoming obvious. Yes, they're only 1 round away from map point and 2 from winning the series, but that's not what Na'Vi are thinking about.
paiN may be fighting, but Na'Vi have them figured out.
Na'Vi are willing to take risks.
And Cowes, man, that wide swing, look at him, just exposed to both Sandwich and Tetris. And Alexi getting into the fight before he prioritizes that bomb plant. The one time Snow gets the kill on Ima is the one time this A defense has actually been able to succeed.
They force down behind the op. So much rest on NQZ.
Oh man, and NQZ has not been having a series that you could truly bank on, but all series long doesn't matter in contrast to round 22 of map 3. And the first fight is his for the taking. An immediate fallback, he is chased down by Bit, who will not get a second. Davideus and Snow trying to combine again. again. Ima is hot to the trot, but he gets fully flashed. Biguzera with the assist, and it's a clutch attempt from Wonderful. Tech-9 in hand. He swaps, now with the rifle. Could it catch them off? We're talking low health for David Deus. Pistol for Biguzera. The flashbang he offers could have been the best part of this, but Wonderful's gonna walk away with time.
Yeah, time to make it a long round. He's got the HP, he's got the utility, and he's gonna force paiN to think. Wonderful, he plays his cards right. He could definitely win this round. We've got David Deus on the up, trying to hold his cross, and Wonderful's coming in from below. Oh my God, ducking under that bullet.
From both sides, missed shot, missed chance, good
God,
flash.
he could have died there too.
Confirms the fallback, and Biguzera wastes no time. Up into the B apps, he'll go.
He doesn't think that Wonderful would push mid behind this. This is the right play.
Wonderful running the risk of walking back into that op. Which line could the sniper be on?
It could be looking to Cat. Wonderful has to be aware of it, but he also has to take some kind of risk. If he goes to plant on B, the op could rotate over, but it's Biguzera who makes noise.
Loud fallback, perfect setting for Wonderful, or is it?
Wait, David Deus, he's moving over.
Yeah.
Did Biguzera see him?
I think so, a glimpse. Just a sliver of Wonderful. All he needs, he'll flush him out with the fire. Still Wonderful's able to get himself into the fight. He turns, Opper down. You've got Biguzera pinned.
10 seconds.
And as Wonderful pushes in, oh, he's not denied just yet. 5 to the clock. Wonderful fight. And Biguzera wins. paiN take 12.
Down to the last seconds. Biguzera, the captain of paiN, secures map point. They crushed the A attack. They forced behind the op. But you know what they did? Apart from NQZ starting Palace, 2A ramp. They were ready for this to come in. They wanted Na'Vi to pull out a fast round.
Around the world from Wonderful. And yet he can't take that one extra step onto victory lane. A bit of pressure off. No timeouts left in regulation. Na'Vi were able to survive 3 map points back on Dust 2. A few of them, of the 8 they had to face on Nuke.
And again, it's more X Factor for paiN. It's another buying decision, late game that could have cost them, but this one had a better idea. What have we had from Na'Vi? A series of A plays. They've been dressing it up a little bit different every single time.
Oh, just enough.
But you can't put lipstick on a pig. That was the same play that they knew and have waited for this entire time.
This time JL adds himself to the cohort of players top middle. It's an establishing shot with all those players spotted, but the fallback's real. And CT's again content to let them leak out middle.
This is the only time we've had a player, even on the CT side, play off Cat like this. Snow to be the one to do it. No boost for him. And he throws his own smoke, and these bits of utility can help them delay a little longer. The T's will actually at least be weary of the adaptation. It's the first time they're seeing it. There's no way for Na'Vi to flex into a B split off of this unless JL walks all the way around or Bit activates a lurk, and he does.
Oh man, then the ramp push comes right back. Snow's got his. A pistol inside a connector to deal a bit of damage. Trying to get that bomb up into the A play. NQZ's got a strong angle plus the support of Biguzera. The fire does not find its mark.
They missed a molly. He's totally fine. He has the scout ready watching this.
There are wounded pieces in play here for paiN.
Oh my gosh.
There is a lurk out from Emet and a sitting duck on Ticket, but he doesn't know Biguzera's here and he gets denied. Emet comes in with a huge double kill. And it's the 2 lower health barred players of paiN left in this. Man disadvantage to the clutch. Deagle shot missed. Cowes could very well flush one out, but where is Snow?
Yeah, the molly's missed. Snow's not coming in for this. Cowes too low to think about another attack.
They concede.
Yeah, it's going to go to round 24. This series deserves it.
paiN have pushed Na'Vi to the limit again. This is the same head-to-head that happened twice in 2024, and most recently a total blowout at IEM Cologne. 4 rounds on both maps for paiN. 1 new piece in Daviduis. And paiN have at least kept it close. Na'Vi will not let it slip, though.
Now they got to take a breath, man.
There's so much pressure on this. And we've seen as this game has gotten close, Navi's still willing to play every round to the best of their knowledge based on what they've seen paiN do. Taking advantage of mid, applying extra resources in different positions. Immo with this very brave alert through window. Lots of moments where they could have got caught off and the whole game would be lost. But that's what allowed them to crawl back and win the majority of the rounds here in T side, even if it's only slightly.
Limitations again.
The buy isn't great for paiN, but the buy wasn't when they got 12 in the first place. It was the idea that made the difference.
It has demanded a Big Vincere to stay sharp between the ears. An entire half of CT play that has let mid go uncontested. And no denying that Navi have punished with it. eMac calls his teammates to come forth with him. And they're going to keep an eye on each perimeter to keep things controlled. Navi will not be flanked right now. The only liability could be ramp. And believe it or not, that is where paiN go.
Yeah, yes, they will go ramp. And it is the A play taking formation once again. Playing under balcony with this MP9 is not going to do much versus Connector. But you know what? They're actually transforming into the B play. We've got JL up in apartments.
Coming back off of that ramp push. Bit's still going to take his sweet time. He hears this being dismantled. That forward setup falling back. Bodies being spotted. Bomb could still remain ambiguous. Perfect timing out from Bit. He has been a king in Palace.
Bomb hasn't decided yet.
Snow's going to get his from first cat, then turn back. It's Alexi and eMac with the answer. It's a 4 versus 2, and it is Navi on the brink of OT.
They're going back to A. Alexi with the bomb and Connector.
This is perfect. You'd think it is perfect, but it's got to be no chill from the Chilean if they want to end this in regulation. An MP9 to press up against the bomb plant. Bits coverage to perfection. And Navi absolutely tested, but not bested. Map 3 OT.
Oh my God. It's the most flexible round so far for Navi. And the first time they've been forced to make any type of late round adaptation, and some frustration here for Big Vincere. Maybe just some good calls as we go into overtime, full money, and they look to seize the opportunity. They cannot think about the fact that they let it get here. Navi earned it every step of the way. And for my money, they played more quality T rounds than paiN had answers for on their CT side. This will be max strength Navi moving into post-regulation. paiN will have to achieve a new level to win this game.
Such a sickening streak of round wins coming out of Navi's T side. One-offs from the defense. Not enough adaptation. The one time I think Bit gets stopped up in Palace was when NQZ pressed the op into him. Bit so constantly just peppering this A defense that is obviously incredibly key when you're allowing mid to go. And his timings have been crucial, and I love that for one of the very few rounds so far of this T-half, Bit's actually going to redirect towards ramp, but that's not here just yet.
We've got a cameo from JL and Underpass this round.
Why not? It has been a field day in mid for the attackers. A little bit of cat grenades gives eMac a good idea as to how close paiN are to this hold. A boost on the side of this to try to get over. Alexi, you've got to punish, but he doesn't.
Ooh, they're worried about it. They watch it.
Jungle peek back in. We've got stacked T's, and he gets away.
Whoa, he doesn't even bother fighting. They're trying to keep this man advantage. Very smart. Davideus may have made the move, but wonderful outside the scope.
He's got it now. Locked in on the stair play. If Big Vincere steps back up those stairs, he's done. But a fighter at the feet of Wonderful, and it just flushes him forward into the fight, forced to take this. Perfectly timed out from Jungle. You had CT's head turns, and you've got the last remaining defenders scrambled. Bomb's still got to find its way up. No vision for the Opper. Snow, is this your moment? No, not able to strike anybody until that con smoke gets blasted wide open and we get evened out. A missed chance to the climb up. That's information for Bit. Banking on JL, hanging onto the jungle. The climb up from NQZ to window now.
He's a little bit exposed to Connector, but he doesn't have to worry about it. No one there just yet.
Love this slip up. Snow's been able to get towards sight. JL's gonna get there in the end. Snow's gonna get bested. It's headshots from the T side and Navi in a lead.
Yes, finally back in the lead, and it's another, again, quality round that shows us how they get here. So good at winning Connector control, and even without Alexi's lurk working out in the beginning, Davideus through that molly, Big Vincere, He knew that Wonderful was running forward right at the tip of the molly, but still misjudged exactly where he would be, and JL in such an unpredictable spot. They got no info on the last two guys.
Man, JL catching him so off guard. NQZ is flicking into the sky. Jump scare as he tries to get that retake combined in with Snow. Kawez going to be under a world of pressure yet again. He takes to the top of the Palace steps. And it is bit back into Palace to try and thrive. Perfect flashbang! Snow finds them fully white. And it is Wonderful to Bit side in a 2v5 now. paiN in an instant response. You may not have mid control, but that flash, total perfection.
Yes, the timing is great. And again, towards the A ramp, not the first time they pulled that off. Okay, paiN maybe get a chance to tie this game again. We can't say that they're leveling up too much. They're finding good timings, but these are very fragile timings that they're finding. If they want to play this game over and over again, it might get risky. The thing is that Na'Vi have this relentless affinity to hit A, whether it's going to be through connector or with the ramp split. And that's something that might work in paiN's favor as they continue to play ready for that. 40 seconds in a 2-on-5, and because it's overtime, you think they're going to try something, but already getting cut off at the pass by Devadeus.
Yeah, he's pressed right into them. Will get the better of Bit. And also takes half off Wonderful, so let's see if this one can truly come through, or as we'd expect, fizzles out as he gets closer to the site. Scramble out of paiN. They've got Cat, they've got Sight. If anybody was mispositioned, then maybe, but paiN had that one from start to finish.
This would be honestly more than incredible if paiN found a way to come back into this game in overtime. But they've already done the unthinkable. Getting past, getting through OT and Dust 2, obviously getting the lead, getting the 12 rounds on Dust 2, winning Nuke, already magic, to be honest. X Factor got them this far and has literally closed out maps for them. FaZe already down because of paiN. I know the self-belief is there.
Who's the hero?
Who is the hero? And are they going to expand the game plan? We've had a million different types of looks on these A splits for Na'Vi. And see, the thing is, you just don't turn down free mid control, right? As much as it's happening again, the CTs know you're going to do it again. Why would you not abuse this if it's given over?
You say we've seen these mid plays, 10 different ways, but the defense are so stubborn. And that this approach is going to work. NQZ postured. And eMed, this is a far easier connector fight than what he's had before. I mean, there is no smokes, there's no pressure.
And the op gets flashed back, but NQZ could get into the mix again.
He's going to try with Wonderful coming at him, and he wins it. Besting Wonderful's big, but eMed gets himself a double, finding more space to work within the jungle. And could eMed go even further? We have already seen him compromise the ticket player in the past. Kawez on an AK tries to combine with Biguzera. There needs to be an answer. It's going to come late. So much impact from the Romanian. And Bit's nade finds Kawez. It looks like Na'Vi have the edge at the end of this T side. What would you come to expect?
Look at this, man. In this cauldron, it is the pressure that creates cracks. And paiN do not have the Kintsugi to figure this out. One player, NQZ, to defend against this lead.
His silver lining is all the nades in the world, but the pressure too much. Bit swings, Na'Vi take the lead off the T side.
They are not resealing these gaps. That's one good kill, but again, Na'Vi are happy to trade that material for this positional advantage, and another key play out of him right through the middle.
Double nades for the guarantee. Ice cold. Instrumental moment there from eMed. And it's a shame that right at the finish line, paiN give us one of the lesser inspiring connector holds
But now we switch over. We don't have to talk about these A plays anymore. It's going to be paiN who gets to dictate the pace.
But much like paiN, Na'Vi not signing up for any kind of early mid-aggression. eMa tries to find an angle on somebody down lower, but not the case. Smoke comes down with it as well. Ooh, that's half health, dude.
Yeah, that's
2 bullets
crazy.
out, 50 damage. Biguzera slips in through the smoke.
But he will wait it out.
And all the while, that opens the door for the other players of paiN to double back into the B apartments. All it was about was getting Biguzera into this position. The hook in Navi's side at 50 seconds, he is found out. And now if they decide to fully commit in almost an instance of desperation to this full-on B hit.
Oh man, and they want to unravel already. That's really scary because 40 seconds, paiN.
eMa has been freed up to rotate as he pleases. Does he truly believe that it was only Biguzera on his own in mid? He leans into the marketplace, close enough to lend helping hands when needed. And JL, postured up against the wall, has teammates succeeding. He tries to go for another, but he'll take his sweet time because time is against paiN, and they're denied any entry.
Oh, it's all about eMa, man. He's ready for Biguzera to perform that lurk. We've seen that happen before. And this time, it's such a clean round for Na'Vi. Instant desperation for paiN.
We don't get to see what Biguzera wanted to offer, but without it, paiN falls flat.
Yeah. A couple of moments he could have walked through the smoke, but obviously that's so risky. But if he wanted to do it the standard way, Na'Vi were absolutely prepared, especially eMa. The fact that they kill him and knew the exact play right after that, that's too much. No timeouts left now in overtime here.
We can talk about Alexi's struggles because he is such an outlier, but JL coming into this third map was 23 and 35 on the series. Now beyond, I mean, if I'm not mistaken, he has as many kills in map 3 as he has the other 2 combined. And a critical role in hanging on to Arch, locking down this B site. He has surpassed his other 2 maps together, 24 and 15. And Na'Vi will be gifted 2 map and match points on Mirage. God damn, did they survive the test back on Dust 2. But Wonderful's already low, and JL doesn't give a damn. Straight into Biguzera. This happened so many times in regulation as well. Biguzera getting bested, but still paiN can bank on the fraggers to find their entries into A. eMa keeps his head down, and it's worth it. As he finds Snow top Tetris, paiN unraveling at the seams until NQZ seems to find his entry.
It is still 2v3.
His counterpart in Wonderful dives back behind box, and NQZ wants to keep this momentum rolling, but he's also got that bomb on his back. He's got Davideus behind him, and they're gonna flush out the offer. Wonderful drops the Chilean, and NQZ found out in smoke. Na'Vi deny the upset. Third time so close, but it's paiN that gets smoked.
Na'Vi securing the semifinals of the Blast Bounty and breaking the hearts of the South Americans in the process. Because my word, Jacob, that was such a tight affair. It was moments where we thought paiN had this in the palm of their hands. Then overtime hit, and Na'Vi do what Na'Vi does best.
Yeah, they did what they did on the first map as well, Dust 2. It felt like paiN had great opportunity of closing down the game, winning the game, and as you said, Freya, they played great Counter-Strike throughout this series tonight. Unfortunately for paiN, they lacked that little bit of extra oomph in the overtime, and you could feel the Na'Vi slowly but surely were warming up. That was a good fight, though. That was a game that could have gone both ways, and you gotta give credit to paiN Gaming, but at the end of the day, Na'Vi is showing why they were considered the best team of 2024.
That was pure class from Na'Vi to close things out. The 2 T-side rounds that they had in overtime there were exactly why this map was a keystone for them as they were defining what 2024 looked like. Phenomenal calling, and shouts out to paiN though, because they played incredibly well too. The control that they had in so many of these rounds, the individual firepower, and the fact that they constantly threw wrinkles into the ideas of Na'Vi, that deserves praise, but unfortunately they needed one more today.
Thumbs up from Ime, and we're going to throw this one down to the man of the map at the very least, with James Banks.
That's right, he certainly was the man of the map and needed on that final position to make this work. But let me just check, you sweating a bit?
Oh yes, I definitely did sweat for the first 2 maps, very hard sweat.
What was going on? Talk to me through this, because on Dust 2 you start off, you get a 6-1 lead. We feel like, okay, Na'Vi's got full control of this. They start to battle back, they show that they can fight, but they were just winning the heads-up duels against you again and again. What did it feel like?
I feel like we played well as a team. I'm not gonna say well, for sure not well, but for sure our team was stronger than the individuals today, because some individuals dropped off here and there, like me in the first 2 maps. I don't know what happened, to be honest. I overthought maybe the situation. Yeah, I mean, I have a tweet cooked up for the sponsors of this tournament. I don't know if I'm gonna tweet it, but.
Well, just be sensible with whatever you're tweeting. I want to ask you then going into Nuke as well, because Nuke, we see you go down very fast, and it looked like kind of the life was out of you guys at some points. There wasn't much fight in you. There was a different story. We could see you fighting back when it came to Dust 2, but here, this was not the Na'Vi we expect on Nuke.
No, Nuke for sure wasn't us. Even though we had good game plan and they did what we expected, we just still couldn't counter. We couldn't hit our headshots, and there were many times where they were alone, but they were getting multi-kills, and we couldn't manage to get the trade, so that was... if you can't get the trade, that's really hard to play.
And was there maybe a bit of frustration starting to get in these moments, because like the individuals were trying to shine, but then you were getting shut down on many occasions? Were we starting to see some tilt happen?
I'm not gonna lie, the first map was a tilter, but the second one I just couldn't let the frustration out. I had to let the frustration out. I smashed the table a couple of times. Smashed the monitor too. Don't do that. But I don't know, I just felt like I couldn't do anything, and it was really tilting because it's hard for me to get the game flowing, and maybe I get into a little bit of a mindset where my gameplay like affects the team play. Okay. And maybe I put a bit too much pressure on myself once it was getting towards like second half, because usually you can have a bad half and then you come back on the next, but you're not comebacking, so it was a bit frustrating.
Well, you still got the win, and I do respect their honesty, but Navi and JL will survive through to tomorrow.
They will indeed. Semi-final secure. I'm glad JL's feeling the good vibes right now, because totally fair to say that he did feel a couple of frustrations throughout that match. Nevertheless, though, things got very interesting when we got to OT, not only with what was going on inside the server, but you noticed something interesting going on outside, right, Jacob?
Yeah, I couldn't help myself to walk over behind Na'Vi when the final timeout was called by paiN Gaming in the very final round of the game, and it started out like I normally do, with Blade saying something. I couldn't hear exactly what it was, but then after Blade was, saying something for 5 to 10 seconds, look at Emma right here. He's the one taking over. He was the one dictating. Again, I don't want to say word for word what he said, but it was very clear that Emma had an idea of what he wanted to do and what the rest of the team had to do. And I just want to show that to the people at home. You may have LXCB as a caller. You may have Blade as one of the most vocal coaches out there, but you as a player, you also take responsibility. And we know Emma to be the second voice within Na'Vi. I tell you this, in overtime, Emma was the big voice within Na'Vi. Not only in this overtime and not only in this, I guess, timeout leading into the final round, but also in terms of the way he played those last couple of rounds. Emma were the difference in overtime.
And that corresponds to comms we were given in the previous year, actually, on ESL and Blast broadcasts. I remember a couple of the patch-in moments where in mid-round hectic situations, it is Emma that is actually orchestrating so much of what has been happening.
Yeah, let's dive into some of those round examples in overtime. Mari, do you want to narrate us through the story of how Na'Vi were able to swing this one in their favor?
Well, Na'Vi correctly identified exactly the weak point of paiN here. They were able to understand that mid-control was given to them for practically free, and in the first round of overtime, they went for something I rarely see with them, where they have wonderful entry-up connector with an op, setting him up, JL also coming through middle, and actually the lone lurker is actually bit, so this was a big switch up in terms of how they want wanted to play. And we're going to 27, but what I want to make sure the audience knows is that this was the second round win in overtime for Na'Vi on the T side. However, they did lose one immediately after that first one because they just went for a simple A exec and paiN stuffed it. That's when that timeout came into play that Pimp highlighted, and that's when Ema gave his thoughts, Blade gave his thoughts, and they made sure to make it abundantly clear to everybody on the team, we're getting mid, let's make sure we keep abusing that fact.
Should we dive into the last round then of that game, of that overtime, and yeah, narrate what the story was there, Jacob?
Yeah, I mean, we get to see it one more time from the perspective again. Ima in a great position right here, being baited for as well, and Na'Vi is just in a great position to shut down what paiN is coming with. It felt like they ran out of steam, ran out of gas a little bit. Felt like Na'Vi had him red as well at this point. I don't really blame paiN for getting to this point. I think up until this very moment in the game, they'd done everything correct, but it was maybe perhaps a bit too much expected. They could reinvent themselves heading into overtime once more. We saw it on Dust 2 as well. Usually the more experienced side in such a tense game will tend to win the overtime.
Yeah, you kind of called it a little bit earlier in the overtime, right? You felt like, you know, paiN were clearly spent, clearly they'd run out of gas, and this is where Na'Vi, they're going to do their best work.
That's where they're going to do their best work, and they've been in those situations so many times before. They almost give me not a face vibe, because face comebacks were different, but it's like you can never put Na'Vi down. It feels like they always have an extra gear when they need it in a sense, and especially when you get into overtime scenarios. I don't know what it is, if it's Blade being great at guiding the players, if it's the players feeling comfortable being in overtime because they play a lot of close games. We saw it during the Meta, the one in Copenhagen as well, almost a year ago. A lot of close games, but they would always edge them out. They would always win the close scenarios, and that seems to be part of the Na'Vi DNA.
The Na'Vi MO throughout the last year was when it was a tight game, they just had this coup de grace T-side call that was just in the comfort of everybody, but a slight remix of something that they were doing before. Like we saw round 25 there, it's a mid-control play, but instead of the A-lurker being JL, they switch it up with Bit, and then it just is this slight difference in timing and spacing, and it feels like that's when Na'Vi just are completely locked in, and the other team, that slight off-kilter feeling is where they bend over.
When we're talking about Na'Vi in this context, obviously first game that we've seen on LAN for them in 2025, what kind of grading are you giving them for this performance? Obviously we're talking about it in the context of a win, but I feel like they'll have wanted it to be a lot cleaner, right?
Of course, and the thing is that with Na'Vi, I still feel like they probably have more up their sleeve, and that's something that I'm kind of worried about for other teams going into Katowice. A lot of teams, Blast Bounty is obviously a very important tournament to kick off your season, but I have a feeling that in some ways, like, they were trying to shortcut their way to victories in some of the other games, just like basic A execs and everything like that. It wasn't until they were really tested that they did go for their signature mid-control plays that caused so much misdirection, which is what they were famous for last year. And so I think that actually Na'Vi might have a couple tricks up their sleeve that we are only now just seeing.
Yes, Na'Vi do live to fight another day here at the Blast Bounty. They will make it through to the semi-finals, but unfortunately for paiN, that does mean the end of the line. So let's get a few departing thoughts courtesy of Biguzera.
paiN gave us what is probably the best game of the tournament so far, but it didn't go the way that you would want it to go here, Biguzera. I'm going to start by just going all your way on your mind back to Dust 2 if you can. You guys fight back against them, right? You ended up being 12-9 up. It looked like you could close it, but those last 3 rounds started to slip away. What went wrong at that point? Because it felt like you had them. You guys were doing everything right.
Yeah, and well, yeah, I have a good read as well in these rounds, but I think sometimes, specifically in this time of match, you know, when it's hot and when we cannot make some mistake, we are still making. So we have to understand what's going on in these kind of moments, you know, and then we have to fix it. So we have now watch the match, and that's kind of things.
The positive is though, right, you're doing this even though you're a new team and able to push Na'Vi so far. Then on Nuke, you came and you didn't slow down, you didn't stop, you were all over them. You started off with a huge lead as well. That game looked so comfortable. What was it about Nuke where you just felt like you had full control the whole way through?
Actually, Nuke is a very good map from us, and right now I think Nuke is so difficult to play this side. Because outside they can blow the smoke all the time, and they get info. So right now I think I already complained about this on my Twitter about Valve make the update about blow the smoke and this kind of things, but I think some maps, they have to change something. Like outside of Nuke, it's impossible to play right now, because if you do like 3 smokes in a row, they can blow and kill you. Yeah, and right now it's so difficult. And right now, in my opinion, the peak of Nuke, you have to be so confident on, and a lot of different strats and this kind of things. And Navi, I know they play very well all the time, but I felt that in that map that we could read them, you know, because I studied a lot about, I watch a lot about them, so that's why.
You're always studying, you're always working hard. Obviously, we saw a kind of similar thing on Mirage. I'm just going to ask you here that normally when we see you get to big tournaments, you struggle against the very top teams. You beat FaZe, you just push Na'Vi to the limits, and this is now with Davideus just coming into the team. How positive does this make you feel for the rest of the season? Do you feel like this can be the best paiN we've ever seen?
Yeah, of course, I think it will be the best one. Not just because of Davideus, I think the boys as well. Yeah. The last year was the rookie year of Snow. And
a lot of learning.
Yeah, a lot. And a lot of mistakes on these kind of rounds, but we cannot repeat again. So that's one point that when we get at the hotel, probably I will say a lot about that, these kind of mistakes in these specifically rounds. So, yeah.
Well, it's a lot of learning, but you put up one hell of a fight and a good show for us. I know it's not the result you wanted, but this is a step forward for paiN for sure, and I look forward to seeing them at future tournaments across the season. They earned themselves some valuable VRS points across this one.
Yeah, they certainly did. A valiant effort from paiN. Nonetheless, we get to see obviously some frustrated images of the players coming on our screen for good reason, because they did almost have this upset right in the palm of their hands. But as James Banks said, won't be too long until we get to see them again in Katowice plans.
No, and I'm excited, to be completely honest. I think paiN Gaming have done such a good job throughout the entire tournament. One thing was stage 1 online, taking down Gamer Legion. That's a good result for paiN Gaming. Beating FaZe Clan, beating Elise, beating that new project. That's a bit of a statement. Now coming into the studio, pushing Na'Vi all the way to a 3rd deciding map into overtime. You know, losing Dust 2, the first map in overtime as well. It felt like paiN Gaming could have won this game. It felt like they could have booked a spot into the semifinals. So as much as it hurts right now for paiN, I think they should be tremendously proud of their performance. It's been a great step in the right direction. We got to see Snow play well as well. There's so many good storylines surrounding this lineup right now that I'm excited to see if they can replicate just somewhat the same performance at Katowice. Don't get me wrong, I don't think paiN is a top 8 team or a top 10 team per se just yet, but they have definitely shown that they can be up there.
Also, just shout out to the coaching staff and Big Uzera and just the way that this team is structured, because it's, I think what some people might walk away from this game believing from their preconceived notions is that they're just playing kind of random Brazilian CS or something like that. It's like, if you watch this game, this is some of the most tactical stuff we have seen all tournament from any of the teams facing against each other. It was honestly a joy to watch them compete against Na'Vi in this fashion, to really stick it to them with good individual play and on just really just great reactions. Just everything they did in the server made so much sense, and that's why we're really hyped about this lineup.
You've been a big proprietor for Davideus.
Oh yeah.
All tournament long. Give him a grading, you know, give him from an A+ to an F, or a U if you're in the UK.
Well, he wouldn't get that. He would never get an F here. Davideus, I'd say because he was on my radar, I'll be a little harder on him.
Yeah.
If I didn't know who he was, I probably would give him an A, but I know what he's capable of, so easy A- for me. I'm glad that he showed it on LAN, because it really felt like with the Red Canids lineup, they lost faith in him because he didn't do as well as he normally does at the RMR. I'm glad that against world-class opposition in Na'Vi, they realize, okay, we have something here. Like, this guy can actually deliver on LAN. That was a one-off. Red Canids, whatever they're doing, I don't even care anymore, because Davideus on paiN is a new beast.
Unfortunately, paiN do meet their fates here in Copenhagen, but plenty more opportunities do await them as we move on into the rest of the 2025 season. But with those results cemented, we can see the players getting mic'd up, because it means it is time for the final draft show of Bounty 2025 Season 1. Yes, it is time for the draft, and as if by TV magic, we have a random Connor appearing. Welcome back.
How'd this guy get here?
Looking very stylish today as well.
For 3 hours. You want more, huh?
Yeah.
shall we?
Well, this is going to be a really interesting one because basically with Eternal Fire cementing 3rd seed, that means they get to pick and Spirit are then left with the leftovers, quite literally. So Eternal Fire, if you're them, how are you working through this one right now?
I mean, we heard Major say that they will consider the map pool, they will consider the opposition, and we have also seen, you know, all the teams play now. So in that regard, I think whatever decision they are to make, it's based on a feeling of who do they think, obviously, they can beat the most. We're not looking at the bounty anymore. We're not looking at anything like that. If EF could pick an opponent that gives them a higher chance of getting into the final, that's exactly what they want to go for. I think the obvious pick and the name that pops up in all of our minds would be G2, considering what's going on right here. But I still think that when you consider the map pool and everything, there's a chance it could be different.
Howie?
I mean, I don't know. I feel like when he brings up the map pool, I feel like it does raise some other elements here. But all in all, I think Spirit actually, I think they're going to probably... So the choices are what? Na'Vi right now?
Na'Vi or G2?
Na'Vi or G2 if you're Eternal Fire.
And listen, would you be scared after watching Na'Vi like that?
They looked weaker, but that's only because paiN took them that close. But I almost would give more credit to paiN there. I feel like G2 right now have not been completely tested. So all in all, I mean, I don't know. EF might go for the Na'Vi pick. I don't think it's
I feel
impossible.
like you got something spicy for us right now. Yeah.
Here's what I'm thinking, man. Here's what I'm thinking. If I'm Eternal Fire, not only do I want to get myself into a grand finals, but to hell with Spirit and Na'Vi. If you want to paint those two as the favorites of this team, make them play each other in a semifinal. With how much Major was emphasizing that they want to play for VRS points, et cetera, if Na'Vi wants to kind of stumble a little bit at the start of this season versus the likes of paiN, all these VRS points are going to be all the more important as time goes on. You eliminate either of those teams, force them to play one another, and you are, by extension, you know, kind of dumbing down one of your future opponents towards the end of the season. We don't know how tight VRS points are going to ultimately cut people in or out of opportunities. I say, yo, let the big dogs fight it out. Whichever one comes out on top, I'll see you in the grand final.
That's an interesting element of this. We really don't know how the money is equating to the VRS points. It's still kind of out in the ether, up in the air. Just to recap exactly what money is on the line, Na'Vi are just about inching out with the higher bounty on their head. They're going forward with $82,500. Okay. Obviously, for Eternal Fire, that is very, very, very tempting when you think about the amount of points that would be then distributed to your name and the amount of cash as well. That's not to be snuffed at.
It's a bonus. It's a bonus for Eternal Fire for sure. As Connor said, you want to pick the team that gives you the best shot at winning the game and booking a spot in the grand final. I like your theory as well, but I got to comment on it, bro. Eternal Fire is not in the league of Spirit, Na'Vi, or G2 for that matter as well. Eternal Fire, if they can establish themselves as a top 10, top 7, top 6 team. Yeah, really.
I think you've forgotten about 2024 in that regard, because Eternal Fire are one of those teams, in my mind, that start strong at the beginning of seasons. They were on the brink of IEM Katowice playoffs at the start of last year. They made it to a major playoffs when Copenhagen rolled around, and they were in EPL grand finals, if I'm not mistaken. So are they not on the caliber of a G2 that looked as weak as they did last week?
No. That's the thing. I feel like G2 are the obvious pick here, surely. I really do feel like they've shown so much more weakness in terms of just the mid-rounding, whereas Eternal Fire are working with such a solid core of guys that are so experienced together. G2 right now feels like they don't know their left from
That's
their
the
right.
question. Do you want to go for a team that is a known quantity in Na'Vi, or do you want to go for a team that is, I would argue, more of an unknown quality in G2? What's more appealing if you're Major and if we know you like to do your homework?
I mean, the team that you feel you have the best chance at winning against. I'm going to keep repeating myself, and I think I agree with you in the sense that it's going to be G2, but I can't slip away from the mind that we are seriously standing here talking about EF in the same caliber as the 3 best teams of 2024. Spirit, Na'Vi, and G2. No one came close to them. Maybe FaZe, you could argue in that sense. Eternal Fire has made moves. You know, they've shown us already by now at the beginning of the season that they've established themselves as a team we need to talk about, we need to respect. But by no means are they a team of the same caliber. By no means do they have the same player material to work with. G2 may be struggling a little bit now. Maybe Shuha is coming in, maybe he's not. Maybe they're going to figure out their stuff. Who knows? Regardless of who they pick, EF are not the favorites in any of those matchups. End of story.
I would agree with that. Should we have democracy win and just do a vote by hand? You shake your heads.
May I just say, it's the same person who completely wrote them off yesterday and said they wouldn't in any world win a map versus Vitality. 2-0. Need I add?
Very true.
You need to be very careful how you cast your upcoming games, because everything you say will be remembered and written down.
He's got the receipts. Can we make a decision then? Who is Eternal Fire picking? What do you think? You said G2? G2? Is it G2 all around? So Spirit are then left over with Na'Vi. Who's making it to the grand finals?
Eternal Fire and Spirit.
G2 and Spirit.
I'll take Eternal Fire and Spirit.
Yeah?
Also, yeah.
Well, I think it is time to get an answer to our many, many questions. It's time to welcome the players back into the studio for the draft.
the last draft we will see, and we get to understand what our semi-final matchups will be. For G2, we've got Taz and Snacks joining us. On the side of Na'Vi, we've got Blade and Alexi, as they just battled against paiN. For Eternal Fire, we've got Maja and Fabre. And then on Spirit, Donk and Magix. No coach, no in-game leader. Coach isn't here anyway, but that's just what we get. We're ready for it, and we're ready to see how it all goes. But Magix, how you feeling to be back on another draft? You enjoy standing up here?
No.
I knew you were going to say that.
No one's enjoying it.
No one's enjoying it?
Yeah.
It's all part of the show. It's all part of the fun.
Oh, okay. Then everyone is enjoying it.
There you go. Now you understand it. Taz, you've been first picked over and over again. You expecting it to happen?
Sorry?
Are you expecting to be picked first?
We will see. We will see. I don't know.
You're not sure?
I'm not sure.
Alexi and Blade, a little bit tired right now.
I'm a bit tired, yeah.
Yeah? Bit nervous after how you played against paiN?
I mean, I'm just glad we're here, right?
Yes, I would be after that. Maja?
Yes, sir.
How good did that win feel today?
Yeah, it was a good win. Vitality is a really strong team, and as all French also, it was an important match for me also, and we are very happy as a team. Yeah.
Fabre, how important was it for the team as a whole?
It was an important match, and very happy.
Yeah, especially getting that number 3 seed in there. All right, well, the stage is set. Let's get the draft started. And so how this works now is that Eternal Fire will get to pick first because they managed to take down Vitality and grab their seed. And Maja, you decide exactly how this semi-final is going to go. You have it all the power in your hands. You did tell me it depends on the veto, yeah?
Yes.
So how much did you have a look at this? What were you looking at outside of the veto? What other variables did you look at here?
Like, to be honest, it was for the last match. It depends of the last match of paiN and Navi, to be honest. We had some minutes to talk after Navi won against paiN.
Yep.
So we have to pick against 3 big teams, to be honest. They are really strong teams. So, but we have our pick, and hopefully we can show good Counter-Strike tomorrow and win this match.
And you certainly did show good Counter-Strike today, and I think everyone's excited to see what you can do against another team like that.
Thank you.
Especially the bounty you might be able to grab as well. Important money for your VRS.
Yeah, money is important, but like I think for us, point of Valve is more important.
Yeah.
But money is also important.
It factors
for the
in the
Valve.
VRS. Yeah, exactly,
Yeah, that's
exactly.
Why,
Okay, Maja.
Yes.
Who is Eternal Fire picking?
So after a long discussion with my teammates and my coach Fabre, yes, gentlemen, we will pick G2.
G2.
And we will pick Spirit.
You have no choice, but yes, you can pick him if you want, Blade. That's what you want to go with for it. So, picking G2.
Yes.
Was it just the factor of what you said about with the map pool? Was it maybe also what you saw in their games?
Like, to be honest, like I said, there is really 3 strong teams. Like, it's not because we feel like 4.
Oh, 4, respect.
Thank you, but like we picked G2 because Spirit is in good form with Navi. The history is not on our side like in Vitality.
Okay.
So we're gonna try our chance with G2, but this is a really strong team, and let's see. We need to be focused and be concentrated 100%.
It's a bit harder to prep for G2 though, right? With the new players coming in, the changes?
Yeah, obviously. And the match is tomorrow, so let's see how...
Prep time starts tonight?
Let's see, let's go.
Okay. Taz, Snacks, you were expecting this, right? Not surprised at all?
I would say we expected that Eternal Fire would pick us. I think that they see Spirit and Navi as stronger opponent, and like last time, we need to prove them wrong.
Yeah, and you have been proving everyone wrong so far.
Hopefully it will continue.
That's what you want to see and get your way to the grand final. For Spirit, you end up with Na'Vi. This will be maybe a real test for you, do you think?
Okay.
Yeah?
Okay.
Just okay?
Yeah.
You haven't been tested so far, have you?
No, we were tested.
You were tested?
Yeah.
By who?
The coach.
Fnatic.
Before the
By everyone who
yeah, I guess the train map, you could say so, right? For you guys, going up against Spirit, is it worrying because of what happened in the paiN game? Or is that an easy one to brush aside?
What does Andre have to say?
I don't know, like, we usually don't worry when we play, especially before the game. Like, we played a lot of teams previous season. We know our strengths, we know our weaknesses. So the answer is no, we are not worried.
That is a good sign. You don't want to be worried for it. Well, we have our games. We know what the semi-finals are going to be tomorrow. So that is the draft concluded.
So it turns out we were indeed correct. Eternal Fire choosing to pick into G2, which leaves Na'Vi with the unfortunate task of trying to tame Spirit. These are two very tasty semifinals.
Albeit Connor said a lot of rubbish stuff, he also did bring up a great point. You know, the fact that Na'Vi gets to play Spirit in that semi-final. For once, I very much like how you set up that game, you know. I like the fact that you have two of the best teams in the world, arguably the best team of 2024, going up against the team that finished the season in the best possible way by winning the major. That should be a sick semi-final.
Yeah, I think it's going to be awesome. You know, I actually have a question for the two of you since you're the experts.
Oh.
Obviously, if Spirit and Na'Vi had gotten into the grand finals, we'd be talking about a best of 5. Which of those teams do you think now has an increased chance of winning because they go into a BO3? Like, is this a better chance for Na'Vi to cause an upset before? Because in my mind, earlier in the previous draft show, I said those are the only teams who can do a BO5 and Na'Vi's still playing catch up. Does this open up the possibility of them winning tomorrow?
I feel like the only things that ever really slowed down Spirit towards the end of 24 were teams that were tactically outplaying them completely. Think of Maus beating them on Nuke in the semifinals, for example. Like, Donk was just in a blender for that one. Of all the teams that are going to try to play that kind of style, it is Na'Vi. Na'Vi's the team that has also been looking at their losses and thinking to themselves, we need to do better this season. How do we fix all of these issues that are glaring right now? And so, all in all, I feel like Spirit, they're probably riding a little bit of a high. They really got here thanks to individual efforts, more than actually anything else in my eyes. People like Donk just killing everybody. What happens if he's just slowed down? What happens if he doesn't get that opening kill? Because Holly's not there behind them, by the way. Let's remind everybody of that.
Good point. Yeah, no coach to fine-tune the system.
It's an excellent question. You know, I don't think it changes that much of the game and the outcome of the game, to be completely honest, whether it's a best of 3 or best of 5. We have seen Spirit in finals and best of 5s before fall short, you know, but that was against G2 in Singapore 3-0, and I think that's more a matchup-specific thing than them having a mental block in a best of 5. I think during the major final as well, it felt like Spirit were, you know, staying on top of it mentally as much as they could. We saw this whole clip with Shiro, you know, getting some nourishment from the psychologist. So I think the deeper we get into a game, the more pressure you apply to Spirit, the less of a chance there is for them to win those games. I think they can be rattled given the inexperience and the young essence of the team. So I think Na'Vi would have maybe a slightly higher chance in a best of 5, but it's
okay. Should we just place our quick predictions on how we think the rest of this is going to go down next? We got Eternal Fire G2. Anybody siding with Eternal Fire on this one?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes. They're playing better Team CS.
Okay, there we go. 2-1, unfortunately, Jacob, sorry. Na'Vi versus Spirit in that next semi-final. Who's winning that one?
I think Spirit. I think Spirit is going to be a tough team to stop, and to be completely honest, Na'Vi today, paiN played fantastic, but Na'Vi didn't show me anything that is good enough in order to beat Donk and Shiro in the current form.
Unfortunately, I really was trying to do a litmus test of Na'Vi on Nuke. If they were going to actually outplay them, and they tried to, then I probably would have said maybe edge Na'Vi for this one, but all in all, paiN were able to contain the plays so well of Na'Vi, and that gives me cause for concern because I need a tactical win from Na'Vi, but if it wasn't even enough to really push paiN further than that or just really dominate them, then yeah, I'll go with Spirit. The firepower we know is there.
I think that's a very fair assessment. Let's check in with the schedule to see exactly what time those semi-finals are going to be going down tomorrow. Of course, the winners of that will be clashing, going head-to-head in a best-of-5 grand final, which, not to spoil anything, we're reading a script that says that's going to be Eternal Fire and Spirit going into a best-of-5. Could Eternal Fire even take a map off of Spirit in that best-of-5 situation?
Oof, that's a big question, Freya. That's where maybe my confidence starts to wane.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Jacob, I may be opinionated, but I'm not delusional.
Okay.
You know, so I think I made my big prediction. I think that with G2, they've got a fighting chance, and I think that come that grand finals, I want to see Spirit versus Na'Vi first, you know, because what I love about this next matchup between the two of them is that Hallie's not here to keep Donk on his leash in the server, and he's also not here to stop him from gambling that $80,000 bounty that they have, who he said they're going to go all in every time. You telling me Na'Vi and Spirit all in?
Oh, yes.
80K added. This $160,000 bounty.
$162,500.
And then major steps forward into the grand finals and says, no, never mind.
That's why we brought because I look forward to that as well. I think they will be willing to do that. I think Dunk will be willing to risk it all. I think Alexi B hinted earlier, yes, we're willing to risk it all as well. I expect them to put their money where their mouth is tomorrow. That semi-final is going to bang and take nothing away from G2 and Eternal Fire. I know we've been a little bit criticizing G2 and we've been seeing some flaws in their game so far, but honestly, G2 on LAN, m0NESY on LAN, Malps on LAN, Heavyguard with the start he's had, I feel like we're all underestimating G2 a little bit too much.
Well, gentlemen, we will have to wait until tomorrow to see exactly how that is going to be playing out. Thank you so much for joining me. Thank you, Connor, for coming and joining us back at the desk once again.
Shout out to the
See you
overalls.
tomorrow for
Thanks,
the semi-finals of Blast Bounty 2025.